wonderful things will happen. But we have all these lies that are told in chiropractic. Now here was Galen Price, a man who had given his life to chiropractic and knows philosophy. He's one of the few true philosophers we have in chiropractic. Most of the guys we have in chiropractic who call themselves philosophers are nothing more than damn good salesmen. And we need salesmen. I'm not saying this is wrong. But I mean, let's call an apple an apple. And let's call an orange an orange. Just because you know how to get patients in your office and stuff like that doesn't mean you know anything about chiropractic philosophy. Chiropractic philosophy has nothing to do with getting patients in your office. It has nothing to do with salesmanship. It merely tells you our reason for being here. That's what a philosophy is. See? And most people think our reason for being here is to make money. But that isn't what it is. Our reason for being here is to get sick people well. And when you get sick people well, you automatically get paid. Like some of them. But, whatever. You have to know what is my motive for getting out of bed in the morning. Now, if it's only for making money, then I say let's go to the bank and hold it up. Get a couple million and retire. See? Why cheat a person out of $30 at a time or $20 at a time or whatever? Why do it that way? Okay, so with chiropractic, you have to understand that your philosophy is to get sick people. And how do we do that? By correcting subluxations. So what's the important thing in chiropractic? The word subluxation. Now, if we can't prove that subluxations exist, and if we can't prove that we can correct them, and if we can't prove that we did correct them, then we don't have no reason for living. You know, this guy was saying that innate, you know, if you're going to die, you know, and this and that. Innate has nothing to do with death. Innate is only alive. Innate. If I had an innate in me that says, well, I don't care if you live or die, fella, then I'd say evacuate. Get out of me. I want a new innate. Because innate, by self-expression, means that it only cares about one person. You know what I mean? It's very easy to prove. There's a guy coming through that door in 10 minutes with a gun. Now, he's going to kill somebody in this room. Now, you're all going to stand in front of me, I know, because your innate don't care. I mean, if you get shot, so what? You know, if innate wants you to live, the bull won't hurt you. And if innate wants you to die, then you're going to be dead. Innate tries to keep this body alive to the very, very last thing. And once the innate leaves, there's nothing left. See? So if you think you have an innate in you that doesn't care about you, then I would say put up the evicting notice. Get rid of this guy. I want an innate that's going to fight for me with every ounce, everything that's possible until the very end. See? So this crap is that if you do whatever you want to, old innate will take care of it. That's fine. See? But it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. And in fact, if you keep putting this type of thrust into a patient's body, innate will quit doing anything. Now see, people are under the crazy belief that the more they're adjusted, the more supple your spine becomes. And then you hear people say, I don't hold my adjustment because I've been adjusted too many times. Yeah, the vertebra is just so loose in there, it's just floating. I want to tell you something. That'd be great. If the vertebra could move like that, that'd be great. But the more you're pounding on wrongly, the tighter your spine becomes. The more hypomobile it becomes. There is no way you can adjust anybody and make them hypermobility because there's no such thing. Even when your ligaments and muscles and stuff are totally torn off, anything, it doesn't move at all. It doesn't move at all because it swells and constricts and nothing can move. How about a sprained ankle? Now there's something that is all tore up and it can't move at all, can it? So we say things in chiropractic that makes no sense whatsoever. We just say them. We just say them to be heard. But a day of reckoning's coming. You're going to have to prove that what you do works. And if it doesn't work, they're going to take your license away from you. I mean, it's getting worse and worse every day. I mean, it was okay back in 1912 to just talk philosophy and just crack people around the wheel. But today, when you have a chance to be called into court and you stand up in front of 12 people that's going to make judgment on you, then you better be able to prove something to them. And if you get up there and talk in circles and talk about looking at a millimeter moving and all of that. Now, I know a chiropractor that was teaching a technique that he could move a vertebra a half of a pencil line. Now, number one, what type of pencil are we talking about? Is it sharpened? Is it a carpenter pencil, which has lead about 1/4 of an inch thick? Or is it a number one pencil? Now, if you write with a number one pencil, chances are I won't be able to see it because my arm's not long enough to hold it far enough away for me to see it. So how are you going to move something a half of a pencil line when you're working with an X-ray machine that was made by a human? It was installed by a human. You put a film inside a cassette that you can actually, if you work hard enough at it, you can put it in there on a twist. Because you have about 1/8 of an inch play inside of there. Now you're going to take this cassette with a film in it crooked, and you're going to put it in a bucky or a cassette holder that was made by man. And you're going to have all this perfect alignment. And now you've got the two real variables of X-ray. You have the patient and the technician. Now here's the patient. Would you move 1 inch to the right, please? Okay. And see me take that giant step, didn't you? Okay, now you're going to go in a control booth. One day I had a patient, and in my X-ray room, I have a big X-ray room. I'm about this far away from the patient, and I'm looking in the window, and I'm turning all these knobs, and I say, come forward a little bit, please. I have a 9-inch screen on the fluoroscopy. Next thing I look up at the monitor, she's gone. Here's my glass. Here's her nose. She walked across the room, looking in the window. I said, okay, finish. We're finished for today. Then you have the technician who never went to school. Some chiropractor got her off the street, and now he's so busy he can't take X-ray anymore. He have her taking the X-rays. So he stand up against the wall this way and here this way. And I like it when they take a flexion and say, oh, this person has a reverse curve. Sure. Take the extension this way and it'll be a perfect curve. So all this stuff is very, very important. So I hope that with this weekend, we can make you look at chiropractic a whole different way. When I look back at the chiropractic that I was taught and the chiropractic I'm using today, there's as much difference in that as that 49 Oldsmobile that I used to drive as there is to my new Mark Lincoln. That's how much difference there is. So if I expect the cars to advance, then we have to advance chiropractic. We have to advance chiropractic. You know, we knock the medical doctors. We're always constantly knocking somebody else. And medical doctors don't know what we're doing. We know how to do everything right. Yeah, then why are they still taking care of 98.5% of the people and we're taking care of 1.5%? People say, oh, the percentage is higher than that. Yes, the percentage is higher than that for people who come into a chiropractor's office. About 4 or 5% of the world goes into chiropractor's office. But over 87% of the people that go in chiropractor's offices would never go back, even though they got some results when they were there, because they ended up being cheated, or ended up feeling good one day and going in the next day and getting the same adjustment that makes them feel bad. See, there is a definite time and place to give an adjustment. Now, this is not something that was brought on by me. In 1915, when chiropractic was only 20 years old, B.J. Palmer said there must be a time and a place to adjust. We need instrumentation to prove when we should adjust somebody. Because he found a strange phenomenon. He had two patients. He had patients that he called city slickers. They were people that lived right around the corner from the office. They lived in the city. They had secretarial jobs. They had jobs where they worked in the city. Then he had country hicks. And these were the people that was out on the farm shoveling manure at 4 o'clock in the morning. They didn't have time to come in his office like city slickers could. He found out that the people that came in once a month got better results than the people who came in 3 times a week. So he said, there must be a time. There must be a place to adjust. So he got people and he made an instrument called the norcolometer. Now, there's a lot of people still using that today. Still using it, and it was come out in 1924. And there's no change that's been made in it since that time. But we still use them today. Why? Because there's no money in chiropractic for research. There's nobody's interested because the newest craze in chiropractic today is motion palpation. Everybody knows how to motion palpate. See? Now that went out in 1912. See? That's when motion palpation got out of chiropractic, 1912. But somebody revised it and did a whole new system. And they know how to tell you which vertebrae are hypermobile and which ones are hypomobile. And they are adjusting things that don't need adjusted. So we have to get with space-age chiropractic. If we want everything else to advance, then we have to have chiropractic advance. As long as you're dismanipulating, you will be in the same field and thought of the same way as masseuse, acupuncturist, physiotherapist. Not quite that high. You're a little bit below that. See? But see, I like to think that chiropractic is just one step ahead of neurosurgery. I think neurosurgery would have to be one of the finest persons in the world to be able to go in there and work with that delicate situation. So I think when you're working with the spine, you're a step ahead of that. You're able to prevent that type of thing from happening. I believe that when you keep this person 100% free of subluxation, that he can combat anything, that he can be in a whiplash injury and won't even whiplash. I believe that when a person's spine is totally corrected, there's just about nothing that can harm him outside forces like shotgun and stuff like that. You're on the subway and some nut comes on there, you're liable to get killed. You know, the people are going to throw rocks at you and all that things. Those are outside forces. But the correction of subluxation is the only thing we have. Without that, we've added nothing. Like one time a patient came to me and said, my girlfriend is interested in being a chiropractor. I said, well, bring her up. Bring her up to my house on Sunday. I'm having a big party. And if she wants to talk about chiropractic, I'll talk to her. So they come early. And I said, I understand you want to be a chiropractor. She said, yeah. I said, well, what college do you want to go to? Well, I'm going to go to National. Oh, I said, first mistake. You just made a big mistake. National is not a chiropractic college. It's something else. I don't know what it is, but it's something else. I said, as far as I'm concerned, there is only 3 chiropractic colleges. I said, Palmer, Sherman, and Life. I said, that is the three schools that I'd want to talk to you about. I said, but I want to tell you the good and bad things about all of them. Because I don't feel that I have a right to martyr your life. So I'm going to tell you, if you go to Palmer or Life, you'll be able to get in any state in the union because they have this thing called CCE. If you go to Sherman, which is supposed to be the straightest chiropractic college in the world, quote, 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 you might not be able to get in other states because they have a limited ability because of it. I think you can, but these are the three schools that I would recommend. Okay. Well, why? Because they teach chiropractic. Well, National has one of the best courses I ever saw in acupuncture and kinesiology. And now, wait a minute. I said, you said you want to go to chiropractic college. Now, if you want to be an acupuncturist, then I advise you to go to China or Japan, where they really got good colleges. There is no good college for acupuncture in the United States. I said, you can take a course, a weekend course, or 120 hours, but you realize an acupuncturist goes to school for 3 years in Japan. So, well, one long before I had her in tears, and she was calling me a radical and oh, you're one of those radicals that believes that chiropractic is just for correcting spines. I said, well, what last time I heard? You know, I know all this other crap might have merit, but should never be construed as being chiropractic. My wife said, what are you doing making her cry? I said, isn't it better for her to cry now or to go to school for 6 years and then find out she's not what she wanted to be? I mean, I think that's horrible to go to school 6 years and find out that you don't know nothing. I mean, that's a horrible, horrible feeling. See, isn't it? A few of you know what I'm talking about. You go to school and you come out and you have no direction because no one gives you direction. They teach you good philosophy, they teach you good technique, they teach you all about the passing the state boards, but nobody tells you what to do when someone comes in your office sick. Okay. I had an intern that worked for me one day. She said, Dr. Pierce, you have a great system. She said, but you know, I have to learn other systems. Well, I said, that's good. I said, but what's wrong with my system? She said, well, it's great for the regular patients, but it's no good for an emergency. I said, let's see what an emergency is. What is an emergency? Well, I'm on vacation down in Missouri at my aunt's, and she got this crippling arthritis, but I don't have no x-rays on her. I said, that's an emergency. I said, it sounds to me like you have a cheap aunt. Don't want no x-rays. I said, that's not an emergency. I said, now I'm on an airplane, and the guy next to me takes a heart attack. And I said, there's people over there, these nice hostesses, kissing him, beating on his chest, rubbing his chest, giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, giving him oxygen. I said, that's an emergency. I said, in fact, I wanted to be over there. So I said to my wife, I mean, he was getting everything I always wanted. I'm going over there and getting involved. And right then it says, is there a doctor on the plane? Well, by that time, I was already over there. And I was checking his pulse, and his pulse was 37. This man's dying. Okay? He's in some type of a heart attack. It doesn't matter what type, but some type. See? And I tell him, I said, you're in the midst of a heart attack. I can help you. But you have to understand, I'm not a real doctor. I'm a fake. I said, I'm a chiropractor. Right then, here comes a nurse. And right behind the nurse, or right ahead of her, is usually a real doctor. I said, now here's a real doctor. But what's he have? He don't have no medicine. He don't even have a stethoscope. He has nothing. I said, but I come from the factory, fully equipped. I said, on this plane is not a better man than me. I said, now, if you want me to take care of you, I will. If you don't want me to, I go right over there, I sit down, and I shut up and just let you die. He said, I want you. He said, I want you because you have confidence. That's what the man said. You know what the MD said? Nice to meet you, doctor. I see you have everything well in hand. And got the hell out of there. And guess what the nurse did? They left me there all by myself. They didn't care about the guy dying. They let him make a fool out of himself if he wanted to. But just happened to be that over in my briefcase there was a dermathermograph. See, now I got the dermathermograph out, I took his shirt off, and I read his spine. And when I read his spine, we found that this man deviated from center like that. He had a cold spot. Now, cold spots means that there is a lack of blood supply to an area, and a lack of blood supply is caused by a lack of nerve supply. So I said, I'm going to adjust. So I went back to 1912, and I learned how to palpate. And I palpated it. Now that's a guess, but that's an emergency. And I took what I thought his axis spinus was right, and I laid him back, and did I twist his head this way? No. I just held it straight and gave a one-arm toggle like that. And then I read him with the instrument, and the cold spot was gone. I had done enough. Did this man jump up off the seat and say, Ray, I'm well? No, he didn't. Did his pulse go up immediately? No, it didn't. What would the other chiropractor did? He'd want to do more. I didn't do any more because I had something that told me that I was done. I don't have to do any more. So I sat down beside him and I said, it's all over, but getting well. Now, I'm going to sit here with you, and in 15 minutes, I'm going to take this oxygen mask off of you and put it back away for the next one, because you're not going to need it. You're going to be well. And I kept my fingers on his pulse, 47, 57, 67, 72, and in 15 minutes, I took his mask away, and when we got to Hong Kong, he carried his own suitcases off the plane because the nerve supply was restored to his body, and for all practical purposes, he was well. Now, we could have kept him in intensive care for a week, and then we could have put him down to step down for 2 weeks, and then, but that man is still living in Australia, in Queensland, Australia. He was a multi-millionaire, and he had some brains. He could see that I knew what I was doing. Now, I said, that's an emergency. But you don't think I'm capable of handling emergencies? If you're dying, you should hope that I'm there. Because one thing about me, I don't panic. And I don't mind getting involved because I know I have a product that works. So that brings us to the start of the seminar. Why am I what I am today? Because of instrumentation. When I went to Palmer College, every person you took care of had to be excellent. Every person that you took care of had to have an instrument reading of some sort. At that time, it was a noricalometer, the noricalograph with a graph. And you had to have a rhyme and a reason for giving an adjustment. And that ain't putting crystal balls over their head either, and stuff like that, or putting cheese on their chest, or talking to their feet. It was none of that craziness. It was instrumentation, x-rays, palpation, leg checks, and stuff like that. It was what we had to determine. So I was educated on the fact that you should have something in your office that doesn't have a brain that you can use to let you know if what you're doing is working. We all know that the patient needs a first adjustment. The secret is, when do you give the next one? Do you give it on Tuesday? Do you give it on Wednesday? Do you give it the same day? When do you give it? That's the whole secret of chiropractic. And that's why instrumentation became such a big part of me. So when I graduated, there was 3 things I had to have. I had to have a great big walnut desk with a great big chair behind it. That was 2 of them. And a big Lincoln Continental. That was the 3rd one. And what else did you need? Oh, I put a sign saying DC, innate, or something. Okay. Or chiropractic, first medicine, second surgery, third, whatever. But, no, the things I had to have in my office was a good x-ray machine, a good adjusting table, and good instrumentation. And I bought the best that I could find. Now, as far as file cabinets and seats for people to sit on, those are immaterial. The important thing is that I have the equipment to work with. And it doesn't matter if you have the equipment in a great big $1 million clinic or if you have it in a tent. The secret is to have the equipment so that you can do a job. And so when I started finding out that I was failing with the criteria that I was given, I had to either find something else to do or make the thing that I was doing a better place to be. So I decided that I would make chiropractic a better place by figuring out. Now, the one bad thing that I felt in chiropractic was we never had a standard to work by. I don't care what game you're in. There's rules. I mean, if you're playing Monopoly, there's rules. And if you're playing baseball, there's rules. And there's something you want to achieve. We are the only people in the world that don't have rules. I say that chiropractors live by Nixon laws. You know, Richard Milhouse Nixon, the guy who had one set of rules for him, and the rest of us live by another set. Well, that's how chiropractors want to do. They want everything else to progress except chiropractic. This is what BJ said. This is what this is it. This is it. This is what chiropractic is. No. Chiropractic is the finding and the correction of subluxations. But nobody ever showed me what a subluxation was. What they showed me was misalignments on x-rays. Now, misalignments on x-rays does not necessarily mean that you're subluxating. So when I was using instrumentation, the first thing I found out was that I did not clear this patient out. And if I am not clearing this patient out, then what I have to do is find a new system to make sure that I clear the patient out. So the way we're going to start this seminar today is with the criteria of how we find the subluxation. And we're going to find that criteria with x-ray and instrumentation. So we're going to start out just a little different on this seminar. We're going to start out with instrumentation because this week we're going to set up patterns and you're going to adjust and we're going to figure out what's wrong with you. But how many people in here use instrumentation in their office or in the clinic when you're practicing? A lot of you are students. How many of you use instrumentation? Say, put up your hands. Okay. Now, we have 2 good doctors here in front of me. They're both practicing. How long have you been practicing? So we have 21 years of practice here. Now see what normally I would say to anybody. They come in my office. I say, what criteria do you use to adjust by? Now, if you guys don't mind, we get involved. And we're not in any way trying to criticize you or intimidate you. But what do you use to tell you when to adjust a person?
Well, how long a story do you want?
Oh, I wanted to...
different, or I'm going to be doing something different.
No, but I mean, what do you use now? That's why you're here, to learn something different.
Physical indicators.
Yeah. Palpation and tenderness and stuff like that. How about you?
Leg check, exactly.
Yeah. Well, see, all these methods are used in chiropractic, but none of the things they talked about really gives you a criteria to adjust by. See, because you can have a short leg and not be suffocated. You can have perfectly balanced legs and be sicker than anybody you've ever seen in your life. So, leg check, even though it's a valid thing in chiropractic, and there's definite times it does tell you a lot of things. I mean, like on the airplane and stuff like that, if I could have checked a guy's leg, that would have been one of the things I would have used. And I might even put pressure on the side of the atlas or something like that to see if it would balance the legs. So these are viable ways to test chiropractic, but they in no way work on everybody. And of course, palpation, you can find taut and tender fibers anyplace. But most chiropractors will say, I use the standard chiropractic systems. And I say, what are they? Well, you know. No, I don't know. What are they? Why do orthopedic checks? Number one, that's not a chiropractic procedure. I mean, just the nature of the term tells you it isn't. Neurological exams, that's not a chiropractic procedure. It doesn't tell you what to adjust. It has nothing to do with adjustments. So they'll go through all these things. None of those are valid reasons to give an adjustment. See? Would you want someone to do surgery on your head because they palpated your head and there's a funny bump on it? Oh, a funny bump there. Well, we just go in there and take out that tumor, see? And get a hatchet and hit you a couple times upside the head with it. Now, you wouldn't like that at all. So, instrumentation is the only thing that we've had in chiropractic that is an outside influence. So you take instruments, and then you have to determine is, what does this instrument tell me? Did you bring some donuts, Maureen? Okay, well, there's donuts and coffee out there. You go out and juice. Go out and get yourself something, and then we'll start with some slides and get this thing underway. The brain controls the other side of the body and so on, so your dermatomes are split up there. That's why it's important that you take individual readings around the atlas area. And it doesn't have to be right at the atlas, but we pick a fossa there, because what you're doing there is reading those two different dermatomes, and you compare them to each other. Now, whenever I did the research with the dermathermograph, I researched with Logan Chiropractic colleges and different colleges at the time. We would, there used to be things called liquid crystals, all kinds of things you'd paint on people's back to see the different colors. And there's thermography out there that shows you that these changes do take place in there. But in an office, you need some type of instrument. You can't be painting liquid crystals on people's back. But we'd lay a strip of things on the back, and each one would hit a certain dermatome. We tried all kinds of things. But one thing we tried was reading up the stomach, up the sides, and everything. And you'll find out that if you have a cold spot at second dorsal, it'll be there regardless of where you read, because the dermatomes go around the body. And what always bothered me about a dual probe instrument, those probes are in the same dermatome. Now, there's very little difference from side to side, because the dermatome goes around. And the big difference in the spine is relative to the different dermatomes. And when you read our philosophy, see, we say one thing, we always do something else. But it says a vertebra is subluxated when it has lost its juxtaposition with the one above, or the one below, or both. And with the new research we're doing, I'm proving this stuff beyond a matter of a doubt. You know, our philosophy is sound. It just has to be proven. And the stuff we're doing today, sometimes I find that the subluxation is with the one above, sometimes with the one below, sometimes it's with both. So this makes a difference how you adjust. Sometimes you won't even adjust the vertebra that by all other criteria should says you adjust. But sometimes if you adjust the one above and the one below, then the one that really needs adjusted adjusts so much easier. But it always bothered me. Why are we reading side to side when we should be reading and comparing up and down? So when we came up with a dermathermograph, it was set to compare every dermatome level with the one above and the one below, and to each other. So the original dermathermograph would center in on the sacrum and get a base temperature. And then we would compare everything to that. See? Today, you get what we call a mean temperature. The instrument will average the temperature of all the dermatomes, and that will be your center line. See, before we used to have a center line that was standard, and then you could go 15 points on either side. Today, the center line is arbitrary because it's your center line, and her center line, and my center line. So you get a mean temperature, and then it sets up that you can go left or right of that mean temperature. And if you go left, that means you're lower than the mean temperature, and if you go right, you're higher than the mean temperature. So then you get a relative reading, and everyone's is different. But these readings tell us something. These dermatomes go all through the body, and you can see how the L4 dermatome controls clear down in the foot. And S2 and all these, and T12, they all control. And the C6 controls away down in the thumb. So dermatomes prove that everything comes from the nervous system. And if that nervous system isn't working properly, you're in trouble. Now this is the latest model of the dermathermograph. It's an infrared, non-contact instrument. And it's run by computer. And you have to take the little directions and paste them on top of your instrument until you get to know how to use it. But you have an on and off switch, and then you have all these buttons. And if you press star, it brings up a pre-reading, which means that you're going to take the reading before the adjustment. And then you have a switch on your instrument that controls the motor of the graph. As long as that is depressed, that instrument's going to work. As soon as you take your finger off, it stops. And then after you take a full spine reading, we consistently do the left side of the head first, and then the right side. It's set up this way, so if you would bring me readings from your office, we would know. In our office, we always do everything to the left first. And I got that from being in the Navy. Left, right, left. Go to your left. Your left, oh right, oh left. Go to your left. See? You had a good home, but you left. You had a good wife, but she left. But whatever. We always do left first. Like when we're x-raying somebody. If we have them turn to the left first. Turn to the right. So that we consistently have things right. And see, in your office, this is what you have to learn how to do. You have to become like a computer. Do everything exactly the same way all the time. You know, I read thousands and thousands of x-rays. And if I stand there and someone turns to the right first, I can't make a listing for you. I have to sit there and I get all confused. Do you find that?
I do it the same way all the time too.
Yeah, because if you don't, if I do 99 and a patient turns to the left first, I can give you listings. If someone turns to the right first, it just totally drives me nuts. I have to sit there and think, now they turn to the right. How's them dorsals going to move? I know how they're going to move. But I'm geared to read left first, right second. And it does mess you up. And I'll say to people, why do you change the system? If you're going to send me x-rays, I'm reading your x-rays backwards. Okay? But we always do everything left. Now remember, this has to reach the mean temperature before your reading's over. So when you're doing a full spine reading, it's like a race. You wait for the beep. That means the temperature has come up to that person's temperature at the sacrum. Then as you go up, you'll hear a beep. Now it's a different, that beep means it's 5 seconds. And each beep is 5 seconds, so if you want a reading 30 seconds long, you would get the first beep, that means go. The second beep would mean you're 5 seconds into the reading, and so on. So for a 30-second reading, you would need 7 beeps. And as soon as you take your finger off that, the reading is recorded. Then you do the left side. You wait for the beep. Now the beep don't tell you to start here, it tells you it's over. Then you go to the right side, you wait for the beep. See, when you hear that beep, it means that the instrument has reached its highest temperature, it's going to reach for that spot. Then you're done. You take your finger off the trigger and the instrument prints. Just like that. Now this will give you the day, the hour, and tell you it's a pre-read. And it'll be on the bottom. Then at the top, it will tell you the lowest temperature of that patient's spine. It will tell you the highest temperature of that patient's spine. And it will tell you which side is low. Like if it says right 4/10 of a degree, then you know that the right is 4/10 of a degree colder than the left. But then you also have these bar graphs up here. And the first one, of course, is left, and the second one is right. Now they should be balanced. Now the atlas should be totally balanced, and your full spine reading should be within 1 degree from top to bottom. That's what you're looking at. Now the do instrument readings are very, very simple. It just takes some consistency. We'll bring an instrument up here, and you people can take readings on each other, and then we'll visualize. Now, you know, this seminar, people, is basically for doctors. So these people pay a lot of money for this seminar. Now, I let students come at a way lower price than what was ever agreed on because I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you, and then a lot of you are working real hard for me up on the new clinic, and I appreciate that, so we give to you. Now, I want to tell you, Pricer says, boy, if you're giving them $1,000 seminar, doc, you're getting cheated. See? He said, especially that one guy with the glasses. He said, he's nothing but a troublemaker. I said, you mean that one with the good haircut? Now, wait a minute. See, right away, certain people get guilty. See? I did not mention a name.
Yeah, my haircut.
But these doctors, some of them, like this one here, he has a problem. He wants a big check this weekend. So we'll visualize him, and we'll visualize it. How many doctors do we have in here? See? Hey, you guys. Mike, you're not a doctor yet. You got a license yet?
Sure.
Where? Where?
Iowa, North Carolina.
You got all them license. You passed North Carolina. You already done it?
Yeah.
Then you're a doctor. See, you're not really a doctor, they say, till you get a license. I don't know why. When you go to school for 6 years, I think you ought to be able to practice on the move. You know, it's such a sick thing. You know, you please, how many instructors is in a college? 100, would you say? You know, how many doctors would you say you come in contact with teaching you? Probably 100 during your 6 years in school, wouldn't you? And you please all of them. And you get a diploma. Then you have to have answer to some clown that couldn't pass a test himself because he goes to the book. You know, when I was trying to get a license in Ohio, there was a test question called, let me see, what's that? Was something about sclerosis or something, but it covered a line and a half in Boyd's pathology. It's the hardening of the little things that come off the head, little things, sclerosis or something. I don't know what it was, but when I looked it up in Boyd's pathology, it covered a whole line and a half. Now Boyd's pathology, last time I looked, had about 1,700 pages. But this guy went through there and picked one thing that nobody ever heard of. I never had anybody that knew what it was, except him. But it covered a line and a half. Tuberous sclerosis was the name of it. Tuberous sclerosis, that was it. It covered a line and a half in Boyd's pathology. And these are little, like solid that comes off the head. And they get hard. You know. Line and a half in Boyd's pathology, and that was worth 20 points. And you needed 75 to pass. So you're down to nothing before you start. But I felt technique in Florida, so don't feel bad. I got 13.3 on technique. Because I didn't know how to adjust a talus. For the life of me, I couldn't remember which vertebra that was on. Talus, what the hell is that? And then I found out it was down in the foot. See? I said, I don't adjust feet. I'd refer that patient out. See, but you know, by state law, the state law is made to protect the public. If you say you'd refer a patient out to somebody else, you're practicing within the state law. If you don't feel you're adequate to do a job, you should get the patient in somebody else's hands. But that ain't the way they think. The way they think is failure. And the bigger mouth you have, the lower score you get. I hold the record. 13.3. Somebody said out of a perfect what? Oh, out of 15. So that's basically what we're doing here. Now you can do a post, and you can put the patient's number in there. You can do all kinds of things. When you do post, you press pound. And then after you do that, it'll tell you what adjustment did you give. Enter your adjustment. Now, I'm not going to go through this with you completely because when we get the instrument here, we'll do one. But let's say that I did the occiput posterior. The machine is set up for the adjustments that are used the most. And the lower the number, that'd be, like, guess what O would be? What do you think O would be, Lori? Yeah. What do you think number 1 would be? Yeah. How about number 2? C2. But now we're going to get into more cervicals, and we don't want to use that. So then 3 means cervical. So third cervical would be what then, Rich Shea? What would third cervical be?
3.
No, 3 is cervical. So what would third cervical be, Lori? Help him. 33. What would fourth cervical be? 34, okay. Dorsals is 5. So what would dorsal 1 be?
51?
Huh?
51?
No, it's 4. Dorsals are 4.
41.
41. Lumbars is 5. Sacrum is 6. Ilium is 7. So if I did, then the second time around, the numbers mean something different. The most important adjustment that I give is the posterior adjustments. So number 1, the second time around, is posterior. Number 2 is left. Number 3 is right. Number 4 is superior. What's number 5, Kenny? I put them in, but I can't remember. I know them by number. I think number 6 is inferior. Okay. So, if I adjusted an atlas, ASLP, atlas, ASLP. Because this is posterior, this is anterior, this is superior. That's what 5 is, it's superior. So atlas, anterior, superior, left, and posterior. Occiput, posterior. Third, cervical, right, would be 3, 3, 3. Cervical is 3. Third cervical would be 33, and right is 3. So it'd be 3, 3, 3. But I mean, this is just a matter of learning the keyboard. See, I mean, I know it so well that when I went up into the listing, I did it, but yet I couldn't sit here and tell you. So, I don't know about the rest of the instruments, but they got the dorsal screwed up on mine. If I want dorsal 10, you would think it'd be star. But star is 11 on mine. 0 is 10. And pound is 12. Is that way on yours too, Kenny? Don't you know?
I don't have an instrument. I have the other.
Oh, okay. You don't have
3A or whatever.
Okay, so it is very easy to use. It's a matter of just getting used to it. Adjustment number 1. Okay, this is how we read the patient. We start at the bottom. We start at the sacrum. You don't touch the skin. And you keep moving the instrument so that it's always 90 degrees to the spine. So when you going up in the lumbars, you're this way. When you get in the dorsals, this way. Cervicals, this way. And you notice she's not touching his skin at all. She's going up the spine. You notice how she angles and keeps it a 45-degree angle. See, if you get like this with the instrument, you're going to be reading up there. You have to make sure that that instrument is looking right down. And if you're tipping it too much, you're going to be a vertebra ahead of where you should be. So you try to keep it directly on. Now you notice when she gets up in the hairline, she will part his hair. Now this is a non-contact instrument, but I'd rather see you slightly touch the skin in the hairline than to let hair get under your instrument. Remember that this is nothing more than a thermometer. It's only going to give you what it sees. Now, you should actually give a person a note when he comes in your office. When you come in his office, I want you dressed in something that zips down the back. I want a bra that opens in the back. And I don't ever want you to have a wet head when you come into this office. See, now you're eliminating gowns. I hate gowns. I don't like to put people in gowns except when they're getting x-rayed. People don't like to get undressed by nature. They don't like to mess their hair up and pull their clothes up and have to get undressed all the time. People don't like that. So I try to tell my patients, come in slacks with no girdles, something that zips up the back, with a bra that opens in the back. That way, it's a time-saving thing. You don't have all those gowns to be concerned with, and the patient feels more comfortable. So that's the way we normally do. So you should tell a patient, don't ever come in here right after you shampoo your hair, because if you do, it's wet, and wetness causes evaporation. Evaporation lowers your temperature. See? So if you're getting a real cold swing on a wet head, it's not because the problem. See, keep in mind that when you're reading the spine, whatever's on the skin will affect this instrument 30%. The reading inside is 70%. So it's 70% core, C-O-R-E, temperature, and 30% skin temperature. So if you have a big pimple, or if you have a real bad sunburn, or if you have wet heads, this is going to affect your readings. And you're going to have to interpret them a little bit different. So what you try to do is you try to get rid of any variables that you can. Now some of them you have to learn to live with. But if you have a real cold spot in an area that's sunburned, don't think the sunburn will affect the 70%. If there's a cold spot, relatively speaking, it'll still be there. Because everything's relative. See, what would happen in the sunburned area would be this. I'll show you what happens. If you're in a sunburned area, and let's say we have the same cold spot, but now we're sunburned from here up to here. Your reading's going to come up like this and do this. See? The cold spot is relatively much warmer, but it is still there. Okay. Because you're not going to get sunburned in a streak. One vertebrae is not going to be sunburned. So the body is overall warmed up. The 30% of the skin is giving you a warming of that area in relative to the part that's not sunburned. But if there's a cold spot in the sunburned area, you're still going to find it. Okay? But what would happen on a temperature like this is you would probably have a 10-degree difference from top to bottom, which we hate to see under normal conditions. But a sunburn is not a normal condition. But you have to realize this with your case history. How'd you get this red spot? Well, I sat on the stove. Okay? You know you're going to get a different thing, but the cold spot relatively is still there. Now you notice how she's reading there. Now probably the hardest part of the reading is the next part. People tend not to. But we have a lot of spaces in this tray, Kenny. For you quite put your stuff. You notice when she's reading his neck, she's going directly in. She's holding his ear out of the way. Too many people are too lazy. They're standing behind the patient. They want to reach around and take readings. Well, remember this. If you're reading the mandible on one side and the mastoid on the other side, you're not going to get the proper reading. The ideal spot is to lift the ear, and then I take the instrument in, and I will balance it off of my thumb, the same thumb that's doing the ear, and I'll pick up a reading. I will not touch the skin. If you touch the skin here, there's a little tube on the end of your instrument that will suck heat into it. Then when you go on the other side, your other side's going to be a half a degree colder or warmer, because you're already going to have the thermistor warmed up from the other ear. So when you pick up the temperature over here, you're going to be about a half a degree warmer, which will think you want to adjust this side. And you really, it's just a technique problem. You know, they have a new instrument out today for reading temperatures on kids. You stick it in the ear, and you can get a temperature within 2 seconds. You know, the ear and the eyeball are the two most stable things. Now, I had a chiropractor at my last seminar. His kid was sick, and he had the ears red like that, and the kid had a temperature of 94.8 in this ear, but in this ear was only 92.8. Okay? And when he adjusted it, they balanced and came down. So I was going to pick up one of them instruments to see, because if we could read inside the ear, it'd be so much better than what we're doing today. See? Because, you know, a lot of times, here comes a guy in your office. You've got the air conditioner on. and it's blowing right on this side of his head. Or he got the window down, and it's blowing on this side. He'll come in, he'll have as much as 2 degrees temperature difference from side to side. On an average person, you hardly ever see a temperature, even when he's subluxated, more than a degree or 2, a degree and 2/10. If you have a person that's reading 4 or 5 degrees difference from Atlas, you done it wrong, or there was some outside interference. Oh yeah, I was driving down a highway and that cold air was blowing right in my face. This side had the heater on over here. See? So you have to remember this is only a thermometer. It only gives you what it sees, so you have to be careful. Now, my patients bring me all of this stuff. That's their cup sings my way. Because people say that song is what I am, but I don't do anything but my way. We want a temperature reading within 1 degree from top to bottom. And that perfect temperature is 93.5. Now that's a perfect temperature from 2 to 6 in the afternoon. If you read the same patient from 2 to 6 in the morning, you would find the perfect temperature would be 91.5. So you want a patient's skin temperature to be in the 90s. Now this stuff is all backed up with scientific material. The people who do flotation tanks found out that when you feel that you are in your mother uterus, which is the perfect place to be, the temperature is 93.5. That you can lay in the nude at 93.5 forever and feel perfect. That's because your body temperature is the same as your environment. Now, you know, you go to sleep on the floor at night in a room that's 72 degrees, and you feel very, very comfortable. In fact, if someone throws a blanket on you, you're going to kick it off. Now, the temperature in that house doesn't change a bit, but about 2 o'clock in the morning, you're trying to roll up in the rug because your body temperature is low. See? So 93.5, there's a whole book written on this temperature thing. And it was written by those people who did that. That the perfect temperature, your surroundings should be 93.5, is when you feel it in the nude is perfect. And we want the left and the right atlas to be exactly the same. Now the thing you look for in readings are patterns. If you have a person that is constantly showing the same type of reading, that person is in severe trouble. Now that doesn't mean they're not going to die in the morning. But I'll tell you what, if you don't get rid of that reading, they're dying. See, people just don't die like this. You know, you hear them say, oh, John was perfect, he was in perfect health, and this morning he dropped dead. Yeah, some irate husband shot him. See? If he dropped dead today, it's because he was dying before. Now, if you could had a movie of his life, you would find out that when he was by himself, he had plenty of complaints, and he just wasn't complaining about it. But when he went up steps, he had trouble breathing. He just couldn't do the things he could. But you start throwing it off as, oh, I'm over 40, I'm over the hill. That's crap. You're not over the hill. See? You just don't die. You die back here. Now, that's not the way life's supposed to be. You should come into this life, and when you come into this life, you come in with the 2 greatest things that the world could ever give you: youth and health. And from then on, it's a battle to maintain that. You know, all you women use them creams, and you bathe in this stuff and all that to keep away those wrinkles, you know. Put that stuff on your face at night, and put them hairs up in curlers, all these things that you do to stay young. But life should come in with a bounce, and you should just bounce all the way through life. And then finished. It should not be this crap. It should come in, over, and out. Of course, got two ways you can go, they tell me. So it depends on what you want to do. But patterns, or anything that duplicates themselves. Patterns. A pattern of her blouse will be exactly the same. I don't care if it's size 42 or size 3. It would have that lace on the collar. It would have so many buttons. The buttons would be exactly the same. They might be different color. See? But the cut of that would be exactly the same. If we made a sweater like this, it'd be exactly the same. It could be a different color, but it's a pattern. A pattern is anything that's duplicatable. If you have a patient that has a reading like that, and it's strange. You know, the old theory of instrumentation was if you saw a break somewhere, that's where you should adjust. The breaks are very seldom, or the cold spots, whatever you want to call them, are very seldom at the point of adjustment. They're usually at the point of symptom. They work more with the Merrick system. See? If you have stomach trouble, you're likely to have a cold spot in 7th dorsal. If you have heart troubles and lung troubles, you're likely to have cold spots at 1st and 2nd dorsal. If you have sciatica, you're likely to have a cold spot right at the atlas. So you never know. Many times the cold spot will be right at the vertebra you want to adjust, but you do not use that as the criteria to give us particular vertebra an adjustment. Now see, that other reading showed the coldest spots in the cervical spine. The coldest spot on this patient is in the sacroiliac lumbar area. So a pattern, now where I'm different from what I was taught in pattern, see, when I was taught pattern back in the 50s, everybody got a pattern and it's always the same. Well, see, that's when you're working with one vertebra causes all subluxations. I believe that there's more than one subluxation in the body. And I believe that each subluxation would have its own separate and distinct pattern. So when you first look at a brand new patient, a person could have 4 cold spots, let's say. Under the old theory, one vertebra is supposed to clear all that out. And the secret was, we want to make a change. Now, what is a change? Change. If this is a pattern, then that's a change, isn't it? Because this one cold spot is totally gone. So under the old days, we would say, enough done. See? Now, this is also a change, isn't it? Now, which change would you rather have, Ken?
Straight line.
I'd rather have that straight line, because now we're down to what I told you, within 1 degree from top to bottom. Now we have to add something to that. It should be 1 degree from top to bottom, but it should constantly be changing. Do you realize that what you eat can cause changes in patterns? I'll tell you what, if we took readings on you right now, and then let you go down to McDonald's and eat, and come back and took a reading on you, it would not be uncommon for you to have a great big cold spot like that right over stomach area. You know why? Because when you're digesting all that food, the body, see, I can figure the body is like a bunch of soldiers. Now, right now, you're not using as many soldiers as I am. I'm standing up. It takes so many soldiers to hold me up. And I'm going through all kind of movements. That takes more soldiers. So your soldiers, instead of being out on the duty doing that, your soldiers could be digesting food for you, or they could even be repairing some damaged tissue. See, there's so many soldiers allotted for everything. At night, the reason you repair when you're sleeping is because they only need one soldier in each area. You know, you need one soldier down here to wake you up in case you have to go to the bathroom. You don't need a bunch of soldiers there. But yet if you have a kidney problem, they would suck soldiers from other places and concentrate on that. That's the way I look at the body. It's a very, very simple way. See? So, whenever you've eaten something, all the blood got to go to your stomach. So that will make other areas look cold. So it'll take a lot of that heat out of your back and put it over in your stomach so that you will get a cold spot. Do you realize that a chronic irrigation can clear out some patterns? Because they take poisons out of your body. And you take poisons out of your body. Now that doesn't mean I want you to go around giving chronic irrigation, but what I'm trying to show you is different things can change the heat in your body. Okay. So when these people do this stuff, and they say, well, I get results by doing that, they do. But they are what type of results? They are symptomatic results. They're not correcting nothing. See? Now, if you have a big cut on your arm, that cut's going to feel a lot better if you keep it clean and you keep it bandaged compared to the guy who's pouring whiskey on it and putting dirt in it. Now that bandage and that stuff that they put on your arm has nothing to do with healing your arm. But it's given it perfect conditions to heal under. If you constantly are picking at the scab and pouring stuff on it and putting your hand, you know, Burl Pettibone almost died when he was here because he had a little cut on his finger and he went home and mixed up some dog food for his dog. Within hours, he was delirious. He almost died. He got some type of horrible infection. It ate his joint away. Burl has a finger that's like this now. Okay. So, his cut was not healing under proper conditions. Okay. So whenever people give medicine or give chronic irrigations or massage or anything like that, they're stimulating the system. Anything that stimulates the system will have a curative type effect. But it doesn't cure anything, it just relieves. See, so anything you do to this body can make changes. And you can pick these things up. Now they'll be temporary. Those cold spots will come back unless you really adjust them. Now see, as I've done this over the years, I found out that I give an adjustment to a person like this and make it change. 2 days later, they come back, the same reading's back. Then you've got to start questioning, how long did that change occur? Did it only last until the patient come out of the office? Did it last for a day? Did it last for 2 days? Did it just come back out of line this morning? Now, if you cannot get rid of that pattern for a lengthy time, the patient is going to stay constantly sick. And they'll go from one symptom to another symptom. The way I look at pattern is, this is a pattern. Okay, now we gave an adjustment, and this reading changed. This one reduced, and this one totally went away. Now the patient comes back the next day. The reading is exactly this way. Is it this way? No. But now we have two readings that are exactly alike. What do we have now? as far as I'm concerned, we have a new pattern. Should we go back and adjust the vertebra that took away the other pattern? No. See, in our work, we prove this, that there are subluxations, there are compensations, there's fixations, and there's misalignments. And a subluxation can change a misalignment, it can change a compensation, it can change a fixation. But one subluxation cannot unlock another subluxation. In other words, if you have 5 subluxations in this body, you have to adjust 5 different vertebrae. And if you use this instrument scientifically, you would find out that when you adjusted the next segment, another one of the cold spots would go away. And then if this stayed, what would we have? We would have a new pattern. And then if this stayed, we now have another new pattern. So my way of looking at instrumentation is exactly the same way it was when I went to Palmer College. But when I went to Palmer College, we was told there could only be one subluxation in the body. And that subluxation was at the atlas or axis. You had 2 choices.
When you get a new pattern like that, then you go off, you know, a subluxation affects the whole spine, and you revisualize every time you get a new pattern, or you
well, see, basically, I don't practice the way I have to teach you. I have to teach you a way to practice like I practiced 10 years ago. Instrumentation was much more important to me 10 years ago than it is today. It's just as important to me, but it's not as important for me to keep this close a lie on it. All I'm interested now is I want to get that person to a straight line within 1 degree from top to bottom. And I'll get him there, but see, I used to only adjust 1 segment a day. Today, I will try to adjust everything that I know is wrong with you and get rid of all the patterns at the same time. So I really never go through this type of situation. This is the type of situation that you have to go with because you don't have the sophisticated type equipment I do. You're starting out in practice, you're in student clinic, you're going to have to go with this. But in student school, they expect you to be more conservative. They don't want you adjusting 5 or 6 things at a time anyhow. You have to adjust 1 and sit back and wait. And then adjust something else. Yes?
So are you saying when you have like the 4 breaks, that's free, and then you adjust them, and you said 1 disappears and 1 is reduced?
Yeah.
And then they come in a week later, and it's the same pattern, 1's reduced and 1 is gone?
You have a new pattern.
And that's the new pattern, and then you don't adjust?
No, you go to the next vertebra.
Okay.
See, you should pick out all the subluxations that you suspect, and then you should rank them in order of when they occurred and the severity of them. See? And you should adjust backwards. You should adjust the subluxations that happen last first, and the ones that happen first last. Now, see, in my office, it'd all be done in 1 day. But in your office, see, here's what you've got to do. Things that cause pain are usually not chronic subluxations. See, when a subluxation first happened, see, I look at acute and chronic 2 different ways. An acute subluxation is one that just happened. See, you fell down the steps and you cut your head. You're in an acute condition. You are an emergency type condition. What's the first thing they want to do? They want to stop the bleeding. Because if they don't stop your bleeding, then whatever's fractured doesn't matter. So you have to do first things first. You would stop the bleeding, then you would x-ray. rehabilitate for fractures. So in chiropractic, you don't have people come in bleeding, but you have someone that was hit with a car. You have someone that hurt their back at work. You shouldn't be worrying about their asthma. You should be worrying about their sugar diabetes. You should be worried about getting rid of that pain. Once you get rid of their pain, it becomes very, very easy for you to educate a person. You should never try to educate a person the very first day you see them. I mean, that's ridiculous. See, all you have to do in chiropractic practice is walk in another man's shoes. Okay, you walk in an office like that and you say, Doc, I just fell down a pair of steps and boy, I can't turn my head. Well, the first thing I want you to do is read this book. Yeah, that's the first thing you want to do. And then we're going to put you over here in a room and show you a movie. You know, no. Nobody in his right mind is interested in that. Then you wonder why people don't like it. The thing is, you want to get him out of pain. And then say, before you come back next time, I want you to read this book. See? And then if you want to show him a movie or something, fine. But that's when you start educating them, because you've already sold them on the fact that you know what you're doing. What do I care how smart you are? You know, I always like to tell the story about when I went to an attorney's office and I was in some trouble with the Security and Exchange Commission. The first thing he did was scare me. He wanted to tell me how important he was, what a big shot he was, and he was going to be my defender. But then what I was interested in, do we have a solution to this problem? I could care less that he had this big office and he was such a great man. I was scared. I had a problem. I wanted to know if he had an answer. That's all. So when a patient comes into your office, they have a problem. Do you have an answer? They don't care how you arrived at that answer. They want to know, do you have an answer? Now, after you have an answer, and you prove that you have come up with that answer better than anyone else ever has in your life, then they're sold on you. Now it's time for you to sit down and educate them. You know, the reason you got this bad back was because you've had trouble in your spine for a long time. And we're going to go back and find out how long, and we're going to check this too. See? Then we have a whole different way that we look at subluxation. There's 3 types of subluxation: chronic, subacute, and acute. Now I lay them out in when it happened during their life. Anything that happens after the age of 24, even if it's 10 years old, in one word you'd be calling it chronic, but it's acute. An acute subluxation is one that the body accepts as an abnormality. Chronic and subacute subluxations, the body accepts them as normal because they happen during the growing stage. So in your growing stage, if you're learned that your normal range of motion is your backyard, that's as far as you're allowed to go, you accept that. There don't have to be a fence out there. You know that if you go over across that line, someone's going to bat you up alongside the head. There don't have to be a fence. You have to get batted up alongside the head 1 or 2 times to find out that you're not supposed to do that. You know, I had a collie dog that would never leave our yard. Never left our yard. We had no fence. You know, this same collie dog knew she was allowed in the basement, but she was not allowed up the steps. That I was her master and I could stand at the top of them steps and call her, "You get up here now." She'd put her foot on that step and take it off like it was hot. Okay? If I wanted her upstairs, you know how to go get her? Down the basement, walk her up to the front door and let her in the front door. But that's the way it is. She was taught that she was not allowed upstairs. And the only way she knew how to get upstairs was to go up the basement steps. Never went up them. And the first time she went out of our yard, she got killed. And the reason she went out of our yard is I had an uncle that lived in our basement. He had an apartment in our basement. And he basically she lived with him. Because he would let her in his apartment. And when he died, she was so upset. It was unbelievable. And the school teachers was on strike, and the kids went across the street, and she wanted to be with somebody after he died. And she started across the street and got run over. But you know, she knew he was dying a week before he died. 1 week before he died, she would not go in his apartment. She just refused to go. And after they took him out in the hearse, I tried to drag her into his apartment. She won't go. But if the body gets subluxated at a very early age, and that vertebra has a range of motion, and that subluxation limits that range of motion, then the body accepts that as normal. And once it becomes a chronic, you know, you fall down the steps, you cry about it. You subluxate yourself. The crying and the hurting is the acute part of the subluxation. If that subluxation isn't corrected, the body accepts it as a normal condition, and that's the subluxations that kill people, because there's no pain involved with it. And it becomes a chronic subluxation, and it's the one that will eventually kill that person. Now, these are all things that could be patterns. Now, here you have two cold spots. You get rid of that cold spot, if that bottom spot stays, you have a new pattern. And you have to look someplace else to get that corrected. And if you go back and adjust the same vertebra that took that upper bump away from there, guess what's going to happen to you? Your pattern's going to come back and you're not going to get rid of it. The worst subluxation in the world, people, are chiropractic produced, because they are done with intent. You know, I'll never forget when we first started doing fifth cervical. You find a lot of cold spots in the fifth cervical area. And see, this is a type of stuff. Was all done not because I was smart. It was because I was stupid. But I'd have a patient come in, and I'd have a reading like that. And I would adjust that fifth cervical, and that reading would clear out beautiful, like that. And the next day, the person would come back. Now, this is identical. I'd go and adjust that fifth cervical again, and I'd never clear them out again. How many times you done that, Kenny?
Number. First in the beginning.
And I mean, I'd be telling other people, don't adjust where the cold spots is. But it's right at that. You have this bad fifth cervical subluxation, and when you cleared them out so good yesterday with it, you think, oh, I'll clear them out again. Yeah. And then what? See, this here is the fifth cervical pattern. This is something else. It could have been an atlas, it could have been an axis, it could have been anything. But this is where we learned these lessons. It wasn't that we sat down and tried to prove something. We sat down and disproved everything. And then we had to go back and figure this out. Why would that bump go away good yesterday? It won't go away today. And then, when you take the post reading after that adjustment, this happens. Now you've got everything you took away and a little extra. That's like going to the bank with $1 and coming out with $5. Okay?
But there's a change.
Yeah, see? And people would call it a change. See, now, if you are living with that old theory, you adjust this person. And if I ask you this question, Laura, did I make a change? Yes, I made a change. But see, every change that we made, we accepted as being what? Good. Because all they wanted was a change. But if I asked you, which reading would you rather have? Basically, I think I'd rather have that one. See? So see what happens when you adjust. You can change the body's balance. So that's why chiropractic is so efficient in the crudest forms. See, let's say that this is health. This is a headache. See? Now I adjust this. Look at this, good doctor. This is health. This is a headache. I adjust. The headache's gone. See? Now I'm getting sugar diabetes. Now, it might take me 3 years to get sugar diabetes from this new position. See? Who caused it? The guy who adjusted this. So it comes down that most chiropractors basically just exchange symptoms. And I've done this for years. I mean, you have a patient come in, you adjust them, and all their headaches go away. And 3 months later, you see them on the street, how you doing? Oh, I ain't had a headache since I saw you, doc. Man, you're great. But I just had gallbladder surgery. I just had a hysterectomy. But doc, I'll tell you, man, you're great. See? Because I took away a symptom. But I would stand back there and think, now, if our stuff works, and when I correct the subluxation, I'm supposed to free this person's life up. Now they have all these symptoms. Why? Well, the thing was, is you did something like that. You changed their balance. Now, during this time in here where they're getting rid of one symptom and getting another one, they'll be 100% asymptomatic. But if you don't totally correct them, they're just going to go from one thing to another thing to another thing to another thing. So what are they doing? They're dying a little bit more comfortable. And that's exactly what medicine's job is in life, to let people die a little bit more comfortable. How many times have you heard it? Just keep my mother comfortable. You know, we know my mother's dying. Just keep her comfortable. How about the hell with that? I know my mother's dying. Let's see if we can make her live again. See, that's what we want to do. Now, anytime you get a real sharp break, see, keep in mind that subluxations just don't affect one vertebra. So very seldom are you going to get this. If you get this technique, somebody's either jumped a necklace, jumped a bra. You can't jump things. The instrument is so fast that it picks up any change. So if you just jump a little thin necklace, that instrument's going to pick up a break. But it won't be that smooth, gradual breaks like I'm showing you over here that cover 3 or 4 vertebrae. It'll be... And if you see one right at the top, the person's either let hair get under the instrument or the head's wet. Very seldom you see real sharp breaks like that, unless it's a technique. So anytime you see a sharp break, like if you come up the spine, there's a real bad pimple or something in the spine. If you read right over that, you're going to get a flick to the right. You're going to get some heat in there. But that's strictly... So with a one-probe instrument, if you have a scar, what type of temperature you're going to get from a scar, people? You're going to get a cold. You're going to get a cold temperature from scar tissue. There's very little. So you try and stay away from that type of stuff. Now you get some of these guys in that look like a grizzly bear. You have to part their hair up their back and go in the pack, see? Because these things all affect this. Now that's basically all there is to instrumentation. Instrumentation is a matter of getting your reading down, make them the same length, and try to get consistency. Make sure that when you read the atlas, that you're reading the same area. And the three things you want to accomplish is, number one, get rid of patterns. You want to get rid of patterns. You want a straight line, relatively speaking, within 1 degree from top to bottom. And you want that overall temperature to come back in line. So that's basically all there is to it. You want the temperature to be around 93.5, relatively straight. You want to get rid of patterns. That's what you want to accomplish. Yes?
Can you use a particular pattern to tell you when a particular subluxation comes back?
On a certain person. Like, if this person here, if that pattern came back, then chances are your fifth cervical is going to clear it out again. If this is an axis reading, when that reading comes back, yes, there are patterns for certain vertebrae. And if you work with this instrument right, that's how I did mine. I set up a pattern for each vertebra. And whenever that pattern is back, even years later, you can bet that same vertebra is in trouble.
When you went from the C5 and then you got the other pattern, I know you don't do it now, but would you recommend that we re-X-ray because you got a new pattern, or can
you
get off
should
the old
pick your
X-ray?
listings. Like when you first take an X-ray, you can pick out 4 or 5 listings right then. The only time you'd have to re-X-ray is, say you picked out 3 listings, you established 3 patterns, and you corrected all of them, and now you have a new pattern. Now it's time to go in and see what changes you made. See, as the body corrects, it will change. And I want to tell you something. Sometimes when a spine is corrected, there's a state where it'll look worse than when you started. I'll show you the exact example of that, where we corrected a 6th cervical. When the 3rd cervical subluxation came up, the spine looked worse than it did when they had the 6th cervical subluxation. Because as the 6th cervical went back, the 3rd cervical became, relatively speaking, kyphotic. It was over here all the time. But when the 6th and everything else went back, it didn't go. So as the lower cervicals corrected, relatively speaking, the upper cervicals looked worse. They were still where they were. See? Like you're in that seat, but if I take everybody else away from you, then your circumstances are different. And I'll show you a prime example of that, where we did a 6th, then we did a 3rd, then we had to do a 1st. All 3 of them were probably there. But sometimes one subluxation will hide another one. You know. Like you can have a PIIN of the pelvis, and when you first look at the person, it looks strictly PI. After you take the PI out, you'll find some IN in there. So that's not unusual. See, but if the body's not moving, then there's no changes being made. Now, X-ray is by far a chiropractor's best source of information. But you have to keep in mind, static X-rays are just about totally worthless. They give you misalignments is all they give you. Now, of course, for 23 years, that's all I used. Now, see, static X-rays are moving X-rays once you take flexion and extension and compare them to your flat lateral. So this is what, as far as I'm concerned, this is the most fantastic piece of equipment that was ever brought into chiropractic right here. This is the Continental X-ray video X-ray machine all put in one. This thing is a fantastic piece of equipment. It's a 300/125 X-ray unit. It's a 5 MA 125 kVp fluoroscopy unit. But we basically don't use any more than a 1/4 to 1 MA with our X-rays. It's very versatile. Whenever you buy an x-ray machine, people, you do not want to buy a piece of medical equipment that has been transformed to be used for chiropractic. See, medical doctors care nothing about placement. Nothing at all about placement. They are looking for fractures, dislocations, and pathologies. Now, you can look for fractures, pathologies, dislocations, but you're going to look for the thing you're interested in, and that's subluxation. So you're going one step farther than they do. So placement becomes very, very important to you. You should always have an x-ray machine that will conform to the patient. You should never try to make the patient conform to the x-ray. So you want an x-ray that moves. And another thing, remember this, an x-ray machine is nothing more than a big camera. You must be able to understand that something that's closer to that camera is going to look different than when it's far away from that camera. That turning and twisting, because x-rays are set up to only shoot one angle. Now the best angle is 90 degrees. Anything you want to look at, you should look at it 90 degrees. Anytime you vary the tube away from the bucket, distortion becomes a big part of what you're seeing. So our machine is actually fused at a 90-degree angle. But we can change our 90-degree angle to shoot at 55, but still, whatever we're hitting at 90 degrees. So we can take a base posterior with that instrument. We can do anything. You can turn it totally upside down, the other way, opposite of that, and use it for a bed for a baby, or an ankle, or anything like that you'd be looking for. And of course, the nice thing about this, I picked up a lot of fractures when other people missed them, because they'll usually take a native P and a lateral. With this, I start out and I just rotate. And I can get 10 or 15 shots, and sometimes when you do that, it opens up the fracture. Where when you're just taking straight shots, you can't see it. So, not that I'm looking for that many fractures, but if a patient comes in my office, I will always look at the area they're talking about. And you'd be surprised how you can pick up things that other people miss. Of course, we store our tapes, and we can go back over them, and we can play them back and forth. Here again, whenever you're dealing with a piece of machinery like this, you know, the tape decks that I have to use when I go out on the road, I can't get proper things. This machine here costs around $2,200. It's a commercial VCR. I mean, you can stop it, you can slow, take it back, you can speed it up, you can do all kinds of things with it you can't do with a $295 piece of equipment. And of course, that's Kenny Guzik's hand there. He's showing you that we can block down to one vertebra. We can just do one vertebra. And the machine has been through FDA, and not only has a collimator, but it has other stuff on it that protects the patient. No matter what type of x-ray machine you have, you should have a marker on it. Now that's just a regular seamstress tape. And we taped it to our machine. So that when you take a post-x-ray, now this is what you ought to do in your office. I can't even say it's done in mine, because I tell them, but what I tell them what they do is a different thing. You should keep track of the MA you use. You should keep track of the KVP you use. You should keep track how far the instrument was off the floor when you took the pre-x-ray. So when you take the post-x-ray, you can duplicate it. I mean, these things should just be standard. If I went back and pulled the x-rays that I took back in 1959, you'd find out the quality is still there. They didn't fade out, they didn't turn brown, they didn't do anything They still look black and white, and you'll find out the placement was perfect, and you'll find out the technique was perfect. Because when I started out, I worked with the X-ray machine until I had the thing perfect. The pictures that I get in my office to read, you know where 99% of them would have went when I was doing the work myself? Right in the garbage can, because that's where they belong. How can you stand up in court and be embarrassed? See? And if you want to be embarrassed, go in there with zippers on and buttons and keys in people's pockets and necklaces and earrings and bobby pins. You should have those things on. Of course, I used to make everybody take their false teeth that I made them do everything when I x-rayed them. See? But the more you delegate responsibility, the worse your system falls apart. I have a picture of 7 dogs. It says, if you want something done, do it yourself. If you have time, delegate it. If you have forever, form a committee. But you should strive to take the best x-rays possible, and that's the way to do it. Of course, this is an x-ray machine. When this thing's back there, whenever this comes away, it becomes a fluoroscopy machine. If I had to practice another day without that machine, I would not practice. Oh, by the way, anyone interested? We have a guy, Timmy Burkhardt, by the way, is a fellow that he knows. He wants to get rid of his fluoroscopy machine to get a new one. There's nothing wrong with his. I just was up his place. He's in perfect shape. You can pick that machine up, I think, for $42,000. Probably about 4 years old. Now, how good is it? People claim that the fluoroscopy machine only lasts 10 years. That's the main tube. See, this part of our X-ray machine will last forever. The only thing you have to worry about is the 2 tubes. See, a fluoroscopy machine has 2 tubes. It has a regular X-ray tube, and then it has an intensifying tube. And I x-rayed her, and she is pregnant. And I hit her with 200 MA, you know. But I want to tell you something. That child was by far the smartest, the one that took care of her room the best. I wish I'd have x-rayed the other 2. If that's what radiation does. I mean, I'm not kidding you. She was a totally different kid than the other 2. She took after me. But the funny thing was, I said, that can't be my baby. And just can't be my baby. And whenever she was born, it just looked like I spit her. She just looked like me, but on her it looked good. That's what my cousin always said, boy, that Tammy sure looks like you. But I don't know what happened. On her it looks good. You know? But when people would come in my office, I'd have the 3 pictures of the kids. Doc, I don't know where you got those first 2. But man, we know where you got that one. But she just was a splitting image. Smarter. The other 2 took after the mother. Little dance, you know. Now, you should place your pictures properly. Now, we used to, you know, when we were doing upper cervical, we'd shoot right through the atlas. Then when we started doing 5th cervical, we shot through the 5th cervical, which was by far the better idea because we could see more cervicals, because we become no longer were interested. See, when you take just an atlas shot, you get a bunch of hard head and a little bit of neck. Well, really, we're not interested too much in the head. We're interested in the neck. So we drop down and would shoot through 5th cervical. But now, since we're interested in the sella turcica, we shoot through the 3rd cervical. Because the sella turcica is a very, very important thing to us today. So you want to shoot through the 3rd cervical. And when you shoot through the open mouth, you should shoot through the lower third of the mouth, because you want to see the conducts. Now you see the bucket is conformed to his head. You still have that X-ray machine? You sold that.
I got it.
Been sitting around.
And that X-ray machine was brought in 1968.
Yeah, or 69, wasn't it?
68, that one was bought, yeah. 68. I paid $7,200. I think Kenny paid me 10 for it when it was 20 years old, and you know what? It's probably worth 12 now. That X-ray machine will last forever. That's what you call a continental vertebrae. That is the X-ray machine that the visualizer was taken off of. But not, this is a visualizer, but the one he has looks just like this. I think it was this one.
Same color.
There it is, right there. That's it. That's the one where we had the two buckies, one on the wall.
Yeah.
There's the base posterior. Now we're shooting that at a 50-degree angle. We rotate the entire machine to 50 degrees. And that's what it takes to come up and bisect the angle of the jaw, come up in front of the ear to the crown of the head. Take a base posterior, standing up. Now we're looking for the pelvis. Now on a native P pelvis, you want to make sure you get the ischial tuberosities. And that's what she's looking for back here. Looking for the ischial tuberosity. You want the ischial tuberosity about an inch up on the film. Now keep in mind that if you have a real heavy person that weighs about 400 pounds, that ischial tuberosity is going to be about 4 or 5 inches up below the bottom of the buttocks. Now on most people, you can find it right at the bottom of the buttocks. But if you have someone that weighs 400 pounds or so, remember to bring your machine up past the bottom of the buttocks. Otherwise, you'll have this much dark space on your film, and everyone will look PI. See? So this system was set up to find the ischial tuberosities about an inch up on the film. Now, watch old silly Ed here. Seen with that crazy expression. Now watch Kathy straighten him out. Call him sober Ed now. Straighten him up. Now then he decided to pray. Now when you're taking a lateral, you change it. You don't keep the same rate. You take it, see, the other one is shot at the center of the film. This is shot 2 inches above the crest of the ilium. Reason being, we would like to see that 11th and 12th dorsal vertebra. Because the 11th and 12th dorsal vertebra is where you get a lot of stress fractures in older people. And you pick them up on the lumbar view. Now there's the ray we're shooting our rays in. Then we develop our x-rays immediately. Every patient that comes into my office is adjusted the very first day. I do not believe that a person should be put off till tomorrow. Now, of course, practice building courses will tell you what makes a difference. They've been sick 30 years, what makes a difference? Another day. Death. That's all. A person could die before you get a chance to adjust them. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. Do you want the first day of your life to be miserable? No. Then why do you think anybody else would? See, just treat everybody in your office the way you'd want old mom treated. And one guy stood up and said, I hate my mother. Well, no matter what I say, someone's going to come back. He said, I hate my mother, then what do you do? I said, shoot yourself. So we read our x-rays immediately, and then we're ready to go to work on that patient. So that's basically the beginning to show you why we got started doing the different things that we do. And that's the way that our x-rays, that's the third tray down, Kenny, if you want to put some slides in there. Now look at the last tray, it might have places too. But instrumentation is one of the prime reasons that I found out all the things that I'm about to show you, because I was failing. I wasn't failing financially, but I was failing as a human being. There were nights that I'd go to bed wondering if everybody in the morning found out just how helpless I felt at times. That underneath this crust there was a guy who was very, very unsure of himself. You know how you feel? I felt that way too. Yeah, it was a very, very frustrating situation. I mean, you never could tell anybody, yes, I can help you. You always had to refer to somebody else that you helped with the same condition. And you know, I don't know anyone that's interested in what I did for Burt Jones last year. I think they're more interested in guys sitting in front of them. In front of me, I mean. So today when I look at somebody, I can tell them, yes, I can help you. I guarantee I can help you. Because what we do today works. Now you have two sets of notes there. We have three ways that we analyze the spine. The most basic is line drawings. Line drawings is bodies. You're looking at bodies of vertebrae when you draw lines. And these are the rudimentary way. But if you don't know how to draw lines on paper, you'll never learn how to draw lines on visualization. And when I look at a visualization, what I'm doing is in my mind, I'm drawing lines. So when you draw lines, this gives you a basic idea what you want to do. So we're going to draw some lines for you today so that you'll understand the basic rudimentary ways how to look at a spine. So I'll give you another 5-minute break or so here, and then we'll go to work. We've got a ton of stuff to cover, and we're ahead of schedule. And we have a lecture room up there that's round. And each row of seats will be built up 8 inches in relationship to the one in front. Now, the chairs that we have picked out for there is they're on rollers. They have padded arms. They have a padded back that rocks to your back. It also has a thing down here you can pump it up to keep your little tootsies right where you want them. Now, for those people who hate these type of chairs, on each desk there will be a plaque. This area was donated by. Now, Anthony Puglisi bought the first row. They're $150 a piece. And this stuff will all be built in. See? So, if you hate these chairs and you want to continue to come to our lectures, all you got to do is buy your own chair. There you go.
How many's in a row?
Huh?
How many's in a row?
We will have probably 60 chairs there. At the last seminar, we sold a row plus 4 people bought 2 each, and 1 guy bought 1. So that's how many we sold so far. But the one guy said, whatever is left, I will take. Steve Salivi. Whatever is left, I will take. And if he don't take them, I'll sell them to Andre Robidoux. But now we're going to sell her one and get her little name on it. This section here is provided by Ursula. Okay, you got our notes there. cervical line analysis is what we're interested in here. The gravitational weight line. That's a line drawn from the anterior portion of the cella turcic to the bottom of the filum, parallel to the side of the filum. So here's your lines here. I want you to draw a line. You see the cella turcic up there, that's a little U shape. And that should come down right where the fourth and fifth cervical interspace is. That's where it should set. If you drew a line straight down there, that's where it would set. The atlas angle is 18 to 24 degrees. Now the way you get that is you take a line and draw it through the anterior and posterior tubercle. Draw the atlas, cut the atlas right in half. Now the second line should be parallel to the floor, drawn from the posterior tubercle. Draw it from the posterior tubercle parallel to the floor. And that angle would be 18 to 24 degrees above level of the floor. A line drawn at the bottom of the axis should set parallel to the floor, provided the axis doesn't have a big beak out in front of it. A lot of times the axis will have a great big hook on the front of it, which is normal. When it does, then the third cervical will be shaved off. But draw a line across the bottom of the atlas that should sit parallel to the floor. That line is called Whitehorn's line. That's Whitehorn's line or angle, and that should be 0. Right here, the axis. Okay, but you have a line over here, yeah. The fifth cervical is the stressed vertebra. It is the center vertebra of the spine. There is 5 things above it and 5 things below it. The fourth, third, 2, 1, and occipits above it, and 6, 7, first, second, and third is below it. I believe in the growing child specific vertebral subluxations at specific ages. These subluxations are due to the child's stage of development and associated lifestyle. These subluxations, if not corrected, become the chronic subluxations in the adults. Now, why does the atlas subluxate so easy? Well, there's no bony locks on it. When does it subluxate? It subluxates just coming down a bad birth canal. It can subluxate during the birth process, even if it's a normal birth process. It can subluxate especially from a breech birth or from a forceps birth. And it can subluxate from idiots throwing babies up in the air and catch them. And by people carrying them with one hand. People will carry a baby with one hand and let that little head flip-flop all over the place while they're smoking a cigarette and drinking booze with the other hand. Put them on the back of a motorcycle and ride down the road with a helmet on their head. That's what causes atlas subluxations. So the atlas can subluxate between the... Now you've got these in your notes. So I'm just reviewing these with you now. When we go through the notes, we'll hit all this stuff again. That the atlas will subluxate between the ages of birth and 10 months. The sacrum will subluxate between 10 months and 2 years. Now what's a kid doing at that age? They're trying to walk. And they spend 99% of their time falling on butts. Does every one of those falls subluxate the sacrum? Absolutely not. There's a lot of people. They get through 2 years of life without ever having a sacral subluxation. Now, what type of fall would hurt a baby? When he tries to go up steps and he falls on a crooked ankle. That type of stuff. So, we know that the person who made this body would have never given us things to do that we couldn't have got through 99% of the time. You know, everyone doesn't have all of these subluxations when I tell you here, but this is, when people have problems, this is where you look. Third cervical is a very, very important subluxation. It happens from falling on the head. A lot of times you'll get accidents like that between the ages of 3 and 12. What does kids do between the ages of 3 and 12? They make trampolines out of beds. They climb up on stoves looking for cookies. They fall on their head. They stand on their head. They do tumble-saws. They do cartwheels. They climb monkey bars. They fall out of trees. Falling on the head, regardless of what age, is, these are on page 8.
Is this rearranged?
Yeah, we're going to rearrange this. We're going to put first dorsal ahead of third cervical. I think first dorsal subluxates anytime after a kid starts walking and falling on his hands. So the first dorsal is, we more and more research into chiropractic, we find that first dorsal is one of the most important subluxations in the world. So we will do this. It's from catching yourself on your hands. And then, of course, the fifth cervical area. The fifth cervical area subluxates anytime after you start participating in sports or any type of whiplash injury. Now, whiplash injury is like skidding on the ice but not falling. See, if you fell on the ice, you'd probably subluxate the safely. But if you just fall all over the place but don't really fall, you have more of a chance of whipping your neck. Someone coming up hitting you on the back when you don't know they're there. Hello, how are you? That's a whiplash injury. Playing football where you're running down the field and somebody stops you right now. Those things are all whiplash injuries, and of course, motorcycle, automobile, bicycles, all of that stuff is that type of injury. This is used to detect the presence of long-standing chronic subluxation. It is not intended to suggest that dogs will not subluxate as 3-3 if they fall on their head, or subluxate the sacrum if they fall on their buttocks. Rather, this system has been developed as a method to help chiropractors establish the chronic and severity of patient subluxation. This gives the chiropractor a protocol for adjusting. What we're trying to do is set you up a system so you can tell with all these rules. You know, we're going to give you a ton of rules, and if you study these, you will find out. How do you read x-rays? You should eliminate and try to visually correct any mistakes that were made with the placement of the patient. In other words, if you have a patient who you can visually say this x-ray is wrong, but if I would have done this, then that x-ray would have been right, and what I'm looking at is an illusion, not a true problem. Number 2, examine the x-rays for pathologies. Identify them. You can follow this right through in your notes. I'm sure that they're right in your notes there. And if, you know, I'm not telling you have to be a pathologist. Shut that door, will you? But what you do have to do is you have to be smart enough to know when there's something there. You know, I think these state boards are so wrong when they make you stand there and analyze an x-ray and give a name to a disease. There is no doctor in the face of the earth that can detect cancer strictly from an x-ray. This leads you to believe. But you should have blood work and all kind of stuff. I would never, ever go on record of telling somebody they had something and then find out what a jerk you are when it really wasn't cancer. Maybe it was osteoporosis or something else, you know. And then you're scaring someone to death. Do you realize that if a person is hanging on the cliff and you would tell them something like that, they might go home and take their life or do something crazy? I never tell people stuff like that. You know, I had a patient one time that came from a chiropractor, and he adjusted her for 6 months, and he said, "You're definitely not getting well. So you must either have cancer or multiple sclerosis, because those are the only 2 things I can't fix." mean, wait. You know, sometimes people say, oh, no one does that. Wait till you're out there and you see some of the stuff. You know, I defended a guy in court that was using the toughness machine. And the patient said to him, what is that? He said, oh, my own dad even calls me Dr. Witch Doctor when I use this. Then he laid him down and adjusted his fifth cervical from the back. And the guy said, what in the world was that? He said, I just gave you a reverse whiplash.
Oh, boy.
And he wondered why he was sued. His big mouth can get you in or out of trouble. He was getting in trouble. Examine the x-rays for abnormalities. Congenital abnormalities or birth defects. Acquired abnormalities, fractures, surgical fusions, arthritis, etc. Congenital abnormalities. I have never seen one that caused a problem until a chiropractor starts monkeying with it. You know, one of the worst things to monkey with is spondylos. You know, most spondylos are down at fifth lumbar. Where does the spinal cord end, people? The top of the second lumbar. Spondylos don't cause people troubles. Not till someone, I know 3 chiropractors that had to have spinal surgery. And none of them had any trouble with their spondylo until one of their friends tried to correct it. You know, much to my dismay, one time I had something to do with a book. It was called the PST Manual. It shows how to adjust the fifth lumbar from the front. Don't ever think I had anything to do with that. Because I'd like to see somebody adjust Frank Wilhite's fifth lumbar from the front. Frank Wilhite is my standard. Frank looks like he's about 15 months pregnant. Now, I'd like to see somebody adjust that fifth lumbar from the front without ruptured kidneys and bladder and everything. You can't adjust the fifth lumbar from the front. But yet on state boards, they want you to perform that move. Determine what is normal. Now, see, I think the biggest problem in chiropractic today is nobody teaches you what you want a spine to look like. And when I try to teach it, everyone condemns me and says nobody knows what normal is. Well, I have literature in my files that Leonardo da Vinci drew pictures of the spine back many, many years ago, and he gave 4 curves to it. But you know, all you have to do is look to Gray's Anatomy. Gray's Anatomy will show you what a normal spine should look like. From front to back, it should be straight up and down. And from the side, it has 4 curves. Now, this is what a normal pelvis looks like. Now, you don't have to worry about this right now, but certain criteria has to be there. And if it's there, you don't play with that pelvis. And if it isn't there, then you try to find out why. This is the important one, people. Differentiate between subluxations, fixations, misalignments, and compensation. Here again, I have to disagree with BJ on the definition of subluxation. A subluxation does not have to be misaligned. That's the only part of his definition I don't believe in. You can have a spine that is in perfect structural position and doesn't move. Now see, I believe that movement is the biggest part of chiropractic. Once you start looking at movement the way I'm going to teach you, you'll find out the answer to health is not in as much a structure as it is in movement. You can have a bad structure and have good movement. You can have a perfect structure and not have any movement. So there's different ways of looking at everything. Now, I want you to think of this door. This door is closed, and it's in proper position. But I have the combination. So it opens and closes properly. It keeps out the cold, it keeps in the heat, it keeps out the heat, and keeps in the cold, depending on what we want. But that door is in perfect structure position, and it also moves perfectly. That's what we want. Okay? That's a perfect moving vertebra that knows its proper position. Now, we have a door that is fine, but it's open and we can't close it. That's a subluxation. Now we have a door that is out of position and nailed out of position. Now we have a door that is in perfect position. We have the key to unlock it, but it's nailed shut. That is a subluxation in perfect position. So in other words, you can have a vertebra that's in perfect position that moves properly. You can have a vertebra that is out of position that moves properly. You can have a vertebra that's out of position and locked out of position. You can have a vertebra that is in perfect position but is locked in perfect position. That is the worst subluxation of all. You know why? Without movement, it is totally can't. You look at the x-rays and you say it's everything. It's got the perfect curve, it has the perfect up and down, and you'd say that's perfect. See? Then you have the other one that is out of position, but has perfect movement. We're out of position, but we can move if we want to.
Do you consider that a subluxation?
This here is not a subluxation.
It's out of position, but it's still moving.
Misaligned.
Okay.
It's misaligned. It's misaligned. See? Then you have the other one that is in perfect position and everything will work, but there's a guy over here 9 foot tall that weighs 400 pounds and ain't gonna let you out the door. That's a fixation. See? See the difference? You have something that would move perfectly if it was allowed. That's a fixation. So that's basically how you have to think of this.
What would cause the bone not to move if it is in the perfect position?
Ligaments, muscles, long-standing subluxation. Long-standing subluxation could be from another vertebra. It's affecting nerves to that area, all kinds of things. But those are by far your worst subluxations.
Doc,
Yeah.
excuse me, you just said that a fixation would move perfectly if it was allowed to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then how?
I mean, that door will move perfectly if I would allow you to get to it. I am the axis vertebra. The axis vertebra controls everything below it. And if the axis is locked, you're not going to be able to move the third, fourth, or fifth cervical. They are fixated. They are compensated to a subluxation above it.
So then, if that's the case, the definition of fixation, how close is the definition to a compensation?
Well, compensation is, a subluxation is usually fixated. But all fixations are not subluxated. They can be compensated. See? So a compensated vertebra is fixated because of a subluxated vertebra. So they intermingle, is what they are. Okay? A subluxation is also fixated. But there's one word that doesn't belong in subluxation. It does not have to be misaligned. See? Now, I'm not trying to change the definitions, but I'm telling you, I'll prove to you the worst subluxations in the world are not misaligned. They are subluxated in a perfect position.
So what do? Knock them out of the perfect position?
No, you just unlock them. And sometimes you have to unlock them by adjusting the one above or the one below, or its mate, or all kinds of different things. The rules. I live with rules. And these rules are not something for you to write down. These are rules you have to live with. Chiropractic is not a matter of silly millimeters. Chiropractic is a matter of grossness. When you look at a spine, whatever you're looking at should come right out and hit you in the face. It should be very, very visible. It should not be something that you need a microscope to look for. It should not be something that you need a magnifying glass to look for. It should not be something that there is a heated discussion over. Whatever I look at, you should be able to look at and see the same thing. Okay. Go to the gross area of the spine. What is the gross area of the spine? It's either the cervical or the pelvis. 96 to 4. Cervicals overrule the pelvis 96 to 4. Now that doesn't mean in the number of subluxations there is in the world. You could actually have as many pelvic subluxations as you do cervicals. This is what we're talking about. Where did the problem start? The major subluxations are usually cervical. The secondary subluxations are in the pelvis. But it's possible. It's possible for 4% of the people in the world for the subluxation to start in the pelvis. I stand alone. If we come in, somebody come in this room, there's probably 3 people that we can say in here stand alone. Want to guess who the 3 are? Who in this room stands alone? See, that person standing alone. Who? I'm standing alone. I'm the only one standing up, and I'm up here by myself. Who else stands alone here? Kenny. Why does Kenny stand alone?
Because he's above all.
And he's above it, and he's also got a camera. So he's doing something totally different. And who else stands alone in here? Maureen, see. So whenever you look at a spine, you might find 4 spinuses coming together like that. Then you have one sticking out there with a bunch above him sticking together and a bunch below him sticking together. These are all white spinuses. We have some dark space. We have a white spine, we have a dark space. That vertebra stands alone. Anything that sticks out stands alone. See? The spinous rules. The spinous rules are very, very easy. A normal spinous will show a partial opening between the vertebrae. On flexion, the spinuses flare, and on extension, the spinuses close. The IVF rule is exactly the same. On a normal flat lateral, the IVFs, or the spaces between the vertebrae, are small. On flexion, they're big, and on extension, they're closed. So if you can remember those things, and of course the line rules is the things that we're drawing right now. We're drawing the line rules. And we use that ruler there to do our work with. Who in here has that type of ruler? That type of ruler was found by one of my patients when I started doing this work, and it has been, I think, one of the greatest tools in the world to explain the curves and make patients understand what you're doing. Because not only can you show them what's normal, you can show them how far they're out of line. Is there anyone here that needs a lot of explaining on this rule? Everybody understand this? See, we set up a criteria that we figure the cervical spine should be this way. Should have a curve to it. Then the ruler can measure any curve. That shows you how, when the ruler slides up and down, what you're looking at. What that means is that number would be the radius in centimeters if that curve was drawn into a circle. So when you have a 500 centimeter radius, you have a great big curve. And anything past 500 becomes a straight line, and that makes you a military neck. Then you merely reverse the rule and do the other way. So the lower the plus, the better the neck. The lower the minus, the worse the neck. So, if I had a 400 plus or a 32 minus, which is the worst neck? Absolutely not. A minus is always the worst neck. A minus 17 is a total reversal. A 500 plus or minus would be almost, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It'd be close to a military neck. The lower the minus, the worse the neck. So if we have a minus 80 and a plus 400, which is the best neck? Plus 400. Anything is plus is always better. Would you like to have minus $17 in the bank or plus 500? That's all there is to it. That's all you have to remember. So you can measure any curve possible. That is the perfect neck, regardless of what anybody tells you. That's the perfect neck. Now we have what we call the educational line. The educational line. Remember now, you have your center of gravity line already on there. If you don't, put it on there. Center of gravity comes from the front of the cella turcica straight down and hits at the 4th and 5th inner space. The perfect neck. You should draw a line from the anterior tubercle and it should hit all the vertebrae on the front. And the line should set at the 5th cervical inner space. That's A. B is the patient's line. When you're measuring a patient's line, you draw a line down the back of the vertebra. And the reason you use the back is because there's no arthritis back there usually. There's no spurring back there. Now, if you're trying to measure a neck down the front, sometimes you'll have spurs out there and you just don't really know where the bodies are. So when you're measuring the patient's line, you should always measure it down the back of the bodies. And the patient's line should be parallel to the educational line. It should be a plus 17. When a neck is whiplash, it depends what has happened before the whiplash on how it will occur. If there is no other subluxations in that spine other than the atlas subluxation, the neck should always compensate the same way. 5th cervical will go out of line when it's whipped. And then the neck will go out of line using the mate system. And you've got the mates in your book there. The 6th cervical will move backward, and so will the 4th. The 3rd and 7th will move backwards. 1st dorsal and axis will move. And then 2nd dorsal and atlas. And finally, what page is that on? The mates are on page 14. And finally, the occiput and 3rd dorsal will go. This is what you call a perfect compensation. Now in your notes, you don't have what I'm going to show you. I'm showing you 4th and 6th movement, 3 and 7, axis and first dorsal, atlas goes inferior, and 2nd dorsal, and of course on your pictures you have 3rd dorsal and occiput. That now we have a totally perfect compensated spine. This is something you see very, very seldom. Usually a person has multiple accidents. Anytime you've had multiple accidents, or you've been to a chiropractor who adjusted anything other than a subluxation, you will have a out of compensation neck. This is the only time you can have a perfect compensation. Now here's the difference. This neck is compensated. They are not fixated. Most of these vertebrae will be moving normally, except this one. So these are compensated, and they're fixated out of position. But yet in motion, they could all be moving perfectly, except the one that's subluxated. So see, it depends how bad the subluxation is. The first thing that happens is you get a subluxation. Other vertebrae compensate to it. Then if the subluxation still stays here, then all them vertebrae that's compensated will become fixated. See? You got the difference? This right here is a compensation. But if they're moving, they're not fixated. All they are, see, a compensation is usually out of position. It doesn't necessarily mean it's fixated out of position. Now when it becomes compensated and fixated, it can be definitely in position. But there are all kinds of different ways that these things go together. The subluxation is the most important. And that's where we use our rules to find them out. Compensations you'll only see on one view usually. But the subluxation you'll find in all views. And right here, these vertebrae are compensated. We don't know if they're fixated until we start looking at them. Now, if they all move perfectly, and just that one, then they're not fixated. So you can be compensated and fixated. You can be just compensated and not fixated.
You said they become fixated when subluxation is long standing?
Yeah. Yeah, the longer it stands, the more things is going to come down the road. Pretty soon you won't have no movement at all. The subluxations are the important ones. Okay, now there is a neck that was subluxated. All of these things are compensating. See, now the important thing here is the occiput-atlas axis relationship. Here's how a perfect neck should look. See that nice dark space? Atlas should what, people? Atlas should stand alone under normal conditions. Now this atlas is no longer standing alone. It's the only vertebra that stands alone under normal conditions. Whenever it's not normal, it's standing with somebody else. But the atlas should stand alone under normal conditions. Right here is not a normal condition. Now, is this caused by a subluxation of the atlas? Absolutely not. Even if that atlas is subluxated, it's not causing that. Now, we have put this atlas back in perfect position. Now we'll be able to find its subluxation if it has it, with motion. Over here, once we bring this back, All of these came back to normal position by themselves. Now, a lot of times, when a vertebra is compensated to another subluxation, the subluxation event might not be visible. It's majors and minors. The fifth cervical is our major problem on this picture. Now, what our problem is over here, you can bet it's not going to be fixed. If there's a subluxation over there, it's going to be in atlas. Here we have all kinds of vertebrae out of position caused by one subluxation. They have compensated to that subluxation. Everything has. Now, once we correct that subluxation, we put them back in position. Now it's time to see if they are subluxated. And the only way you can tell that is by motion. Because when you put that spine in motion, then it should appear different. Anytime you motion something, it should move. If it doesn't move, then it's locked in that position. Now, is it locked in that position because of its subluxated itself, or is it compensated to another vertebra? And that's where the rest of the rules come into play for you. This is a whole different way of looking at subluxation, but it's much more logical and much easier to find and a lot easier to correct, and it gives you a reason for living. I mean, the last 10 years have definitely been my best in chiropractic. I would have never wanted to go another 23 years like I was going, because no matter how much money you're making, nothing can suffice or take place of self-satisfaction. Money is only good when you're spending. But when you're laying in bed in the morning getting up to go to work again, do you really want to get up, or do you wish you could go someplace else? But when you're able to correct spines like that, then you know that you've arrived. I mean, how great it is to go to different colleges and find out that the people who are using this system are the ones that can correct spines, and other spines look poor. There's one thing about this system: it'll stand up under stress. And any of you don't ever believe me, come with me at the college of your choice and let me x-ray the people, and you'll find that the people with the most care are the people with the worst spines. It's a disgrace. You'd think in chiropractic colleges you should have the healthiest students. If you go to a beauty school, I guarantee, every now and then you have someone that don't care, but you'll find out that all those girls working there have their fingernails polished perfectly and they got their hair done good. Now, like I say, there's extremes everywhere. But if you're working in a beauty place, the first thing you should do is try to make yourself a little bit more nice. You know, I saw the other day in a place where you could win a prize and become glamorous. You know, all you had to do was feel, I thought, I wonder if they could make me look like some of them pictures they had. And my decision was, don't fill out the application. You're not going to win. They're not going to take on something they know damn well they're going to fail on. Okay, it's lunchtime. You can leave everything in this room, right? Absolutely. Now, for you people who don't know her, Laura Chadwick here is the Dean of Continuing Education. She's my boss. And Kenny Guzik back here, my associate and longtime friend, they come down here, they help me this weekend. So Kenny's from Indiana. He has a very, very successful practice. He is probably one of the most persistent inconsistent persons I know. I taught Kenny about straight chiropractic. He got people well so fast, he damn near starved to death. That's the bad thing about this system. It are manipulated vertebrae in the whole world. That's where most everyone does rotary breaks and lumbar rolls. You realize there was a woman killed in Georgia with a chiropractic adjustment last year? It was a condyle lift. The first condyle lift she got, she felt great. Second one, she got nauseated, started vomiting, and died within 2 days after, 42 years old. Settlement, $696,000. Whenever you put that, you know, that's that move where they put the head on a twist and then wrap around and just pull it, and you feel it clear down into the rectum. Whenever you put a twist on the neck, as long as you're adjusted straight into your articulations, you don't have much problem. When you get a twist on the neck like that, it really does it. At noon, we did a girl from Pennsylvania. There's a preacher's wife who came down here to see us. She was getting lumbar rolls both ways, and her lumbars are rotated like that. Instead of being like that, they're rotated like that. Now, see, anybody who would lay her on her right side and twist her back, that's crazy. But that's what they do. And just destroying her, totally destroying her. Okay, now the atlas we already gave you, the measurement for the normal atlas. Now the atlas can go 5 ways. 18 to 24 is normal. 24 to 30 is superior plus, and anything above 30 is plus plus. And I've seen them go as high as 62 degrees superior. Now that's a lot of superiority. Now if they go below 18 down to 0, we would call that an inferior atlas. And if it drops below level of the floor, we're going to call that inferior minus. Now the zygapophyse angle is a very, very important angle to you. This should be between 35 and 55, with the normal being about 45. Textbooks different. Some will say 42, some will say 43, but 45-degree angle is good. Now the way you measure zygapophyse angle is draw the line down the back of the body, and then draw a line on the zygapophyse of the same vertebra. Now, what's important about this angle is, number one, it gives you a line of drive for adjusting that particular vertebra. But more important than that, it tells you, is there a congenital abnormality? Now, the zygapophyses you have to worry about are the steep ones. And steep ones would be the lower number ones, like a 15 or a 16. If you have a person with that type of zygapophyse angle, there is no way that you're ever going to get them back to a perfect curve. That doesn't mean that they won't be subluxated free. All that means is that they do not have the range of motion that a normal person can have, because that zygapophyse angle will keep them from flexing and extending to the full range. So here's a normal cervical curve. There is an inferior atlas, or a reverse cervical curve. Now that's a superior plus. That is a minus axis. So you have all type of atlas problems. Now this person here would definitely be a person that's out of compensation. This is a third cervical that's gone posterior. When a third cervical has gone posterior, you normally will have a inferior atlas. So if you have a superior plus or plus plus atlas with a third cervical problem, your patient's really in trouble because that's a neck that's out of compensation completely. Now the axis is the only vertebra that doesn't go posterior. Axis tips. Either it tips forward or it tips backward. But it doesn't move straight posterior like the rest of the cervical vertebra does. See, it tips. It'll tip this way in a kyphotic neck, and it'll tip backward in a lordotic neck. So when you're adjusting the axis, when we get into adjustment, we'll show you how much different you adjust it. Now there's when an axis tips backward. See, it doesn't move this way. It merely tips. Either tips backward or forward, like this. It doesn't do this. So the adjustment on that will be totally different. Now you're done with your markings. You should have the patient's line, the educational line, the atlas angle, the axis angle or line, the Ziegler-Palmsy measurement, and what's number 6? What are we doing with number 6 there, Lori?
The disc?
Yeah, we're looking at disc-based degeneration so that we can figure out the arthritic rule and see how long these people have been sick. Now, it doesn't matter what type of neck you have. You put every line on every one. Now, does anybody have any questions on how we arrived at any of these lines? Do you have that down? Now, this is the view I use for patient education right here. I use this view for patient education more than any other view. I'll concentrate on this. I definitely think that the cervical curve controls a person's lifeline. If you have a reverse neck like that, your days are numbered. I'm going to take you out early. You can have a tombstone that reads, died at 20, buried at 35. I wouldn't have a neck like that for all the money in the world. You know, you stand there and tell people how serious this is, they just don't want to believe you. See, most chiropractors don't believe you. Like when I was in school and I'd ask somebody, what about necks like this? That's one of those things. Once you get one of them, you can't get rid of it. That's with you forever. See, I have no idea them guys had taught me what they thought they were in chiropractic for. That'd be like taking your shoes to a shoemaker, and shoemaker wants you to throw them in a garbage can. It's one of those things. But a neck like that will totally destroy you. Now, I'll explain to you how I would explain this to a patient, and then if any of you have any questions as a patient, then I'll tell you how I'd answer. Now, let's pretend that this person has sciatica, and they have a perfect pelvis, which happens many, many, many times. Now, you know, under the system today, if you x-ray a neck, when a person doesn't have any neck problems, then the insurance companies won't pay you. They want you to have a symptom for every area that you x-ray. They have no idea how you can correct sciatica from working from the neck. If you have low back pain, that's where they want you to x-ray, that's where they, because that's the way everybody works, including most chiropractors. You go to a chiropractor's office, if he gets a patient in that has lower back pain, he'll just take a lower back x-ray and won't even bother to look into cervicals. Because they don't realize how it is. Now, how do you get by with that? Well, whenever I look at a person and they have no neck problems, and I have sciatica, I just grab them on the axis spinous and press. Sure there isn't. Well, then I have reason now to x-ray your neck. You have pain in the neck, right? So now I have a reason to x-ray your neck. See, insurance companies make liars out of you. You have to play their crazy, crazy game. That's why I'll be happy if all insurance companies quit paying you in the morning. Now don't let that panic you. If they quit paying you, people will still come to you because you have a product that nobody else has. And when you have a product that nobody else has, you have a market. I don't care what it is. And it's so much easier. No hassle or nothing like that when you're dealing that way. But I tell this person, look, first I explain their lateral lumbar. And the reason I explain, this is what you should do with x-rays. You should always explain them the same way for every patient. I'll start out with the lateral lumbar. Because on it, I don't pick up any listings. See? So I'll start off with it, and once I look at it, then I'm done with it. Now here, of course, you do find fractures, and you do find disc-based degeneration, you do find spondylos, which are all things that you're not going to do anything about anyhow. But so, then I do the A to P pelvis, and if that pelvis, if you can lay one half over the other half, then there's nothing you have to do down there, and let's pretend that's how this patient is. Now they've been everywhere, and everybody's been working on their lower back. I tell them, this is where your neck belongs. And of course, I have a chart in my office that has a picture of the perfect neck. I say, this is what your neck should look like. Now here's what your neck looks like. This curve should be here, and it should set on this line coming down here. Now you can see that your vertebrae are setting back 3 inches from that line. Now if they set back 3 inches, you multiply that by 10. So let's say the 5th cervical and 4th cervical interspace is back 3 inches from your center of gravity line. For every inch that your head sets back, that means your head weighs 10 pounds heavier than what it should. And you call this forward head loading. And this gives a person a sensation that their head weighs 10 pounds per inch more than it should. So if we're setting back 3 inches, how much does this person's head weigh if the normal head weighs 10 pounds to begin with? 40 pounds. So I tell this patient, instead of you having a head that feels like it weighs 10 pounds, your head feels like it weighs 40 pounds. For me to have any idea how you feel, I would have to get a gold chain and get a 30-pound watermelon for a necklace. And then walk 3 or 4 miles like that. Then you get an idea how sick this person is. You realize how far you could walk with a 30-pound watermelon hanging around your neck? About a block. That's all. I tested this one day. I didn't put it around my neck. I'm going to try that with Rick Shea. Get a piece of bull rope and put it around his neck with a watermelon. But I carried a watermelon like this from the grocery store. By the time you go about a half a block, that's as far as you want to go. So whenever you have a head like that, it's pulling on your nerve fibers all the time. Then I tell this patient, you have 11 vertebrae in this particular curve. That includes your head. Every one of them is out of line. So you have 11 out of line. This vertebrae here should be sitting up here, and I'll have a model to show them, at an 18 to 24 degree angle. This one is 15 degrees below level of the floor. So Rick, how far out of line is this atlas?
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry. I didn't hear it.
What was you doing?
I was thinking about what you just said, but go ahead.
Now this atlas is 15 degrees below level of the floor.
Right.
So how far out of line is this atlas?
Well, Normal's supposed to be 18 to 24.
So you take the minimum, which is 18,
Right.
and how many degrees is his neck out of line? 3 degrees. Boy, that's good. But how'd you arrive at that? You better stop thinking if that's... You don't know how many degrees that's outside of line. You want to tell him?
33 degrees,
You want to tell him how you got that?
because it's 15 below zero. You come up to that, and then you add 18 up to normal.
I agree with that.
Well, you understand it, though. It isn't a matter of agreeing with him. You have to understand it. If the anterior tubercle is 15 degrees below level of the floor, and keep in mind, I'm teaching you a different way. This is Palmer's way. If you put this across here, put your level of the floor up here.
Right.
You're 15 degrees below it. We want to be 18 degrees above it. 15 and 18 is 33 degrees. Okay, now this axis should be sitting here at 0, and it's tipped forward 15 degrees, Lori. How far out of line are we? We're 15 degrees out of line. Okay, now this hypophysis is third. That's the bad news. That's all the bad news I gave the patient. Now I want to give you some good news. You don't have any pathologies that I can see. You don't have any arthritic spurring, which means that this is a fairly fresh injury. And your zygapophysis is within normal range, so there's no reason why I can't restore this curve to normal. And when I do, your sciatica will be gone. Period. Then I say, do you have any questions? So if you have a question, go ahead, let me hear it. As a patient who's been everywhere, and no one's helped you, everyone's monkeyed with your lower back, and I'm going to work on your neck and leave your lower back alone. Now see, I'm going to tell you there is no trouble in your lower back. Then they look at you. I didn't say you don't have no pain. I said you don't have no trouble that I can correct in the lower back. The pain is there, I know. Pardon me? Well, have you ever been to a movie? Have you ever seen John Wayne playing in a Western movie? Okay. Now, when they catch a horse thief, what do they normally do with them? How do they kill them? They hang them. By what? By the neck, right? Huh? Why they hang them by the neck? Okay, you know, well, hanging people by the neck, why does it kill them? Oh, you're a patient. You're a patient now. You don't know nothing about C2.
No, I don't know why.
No, yes, they kills them, right? Well, you know why it kills them? Well, what happens? It breaks the second vertebra, and the second vertebra cuts the spinal cord in half. So a complete severance of the spinal cord will ruin the entire body. Does it make sense to you that if you have the same vertebra out of line, that it could be pinching that nerve going to your lower back? Doesn't make reason that a complete severance would ruin the whole body, that partial block should ruin part of the body? Does that make sense to you?
Somewhat.
Well, if a complete severance ruins the whole body, wouldn't a partial block ruin part of the body?
Yeah,
I mean,
right,
that's
but I just don't think.
Is that simple deduction?
Yeah, but I don't know that it's gonna have anything to do with my lower back specifically.
Well, where do you think your lower back gets its nerve supply from?
I don't know, I'm the back.
Well, it gets it from the neck. The sciatic nerve comes right out of this lobe of the brain, right back there. So when it comes down through the spinal cord, these vertebrae align, and they're pressing that nerve leading to your lower back. Now, whenever I correct this, your lower back is good. You ready to get on the table, or do you need some more?
And then put it in writing.
Yes, I would be happy to put it in writing. Yes. There would be no doubt in my mind, I'd be happy to put in writing that I can fish. Not only that, I'll do this with you, since we're such a smart ass. No, I get patients like you, and that's what I tell them. I'll put it in writing, and I'll also put this in writing. If I don't get you well, I won't charge you. But if I get you well, you will pay twice as much as anybody else. Fair enough? Double or not? That's how sure I am I can get you well. Oh, no, you started this, you have to finish it. Are you willing to go along with that?
Can't afford that.
Oh, then in other words, you think I can get you well. Before you were so sure that I won. Now you're starting to back down from your claim.
I can say there is things
Oh.
I don't understand.
Well, you want to know if I put it in writing, you're looking for a guarantee. Right?
You only started at 5 o'clock.
And I'm willing to guarantee it. And I'm also saying that if I don't get you well, then you don't have to pay. Are you enough gambler to say, well, then I would pay double if I do get well because I've been sick for 20 years and no one has ever helped me?
Yeah, I'll pay double.
Okay. Wait. I want to go a little far. I want to bet you $10,000 I win the first bet.
John Reader put yes to this.
No, he didn't.
How long would it take?
How long will it take?
Yeah, get back to work.
Well, in your case history, how long, when did you have this whiplash of the neck? It has to be less than 5 years because no arthritis there.
3 years ago.
3 years ago? Okay, it'll take me 3 months. 1 month for every year. That's about what it'll take. But you'll be back to work for those, before those 3 months. That's how long it'll take me to discharge you. But you'll be back to work much sooner. I expect to have you back to work in this next week. That's what I'd say. If I had a case just like this, it's guaranteed. I'd have you back to work that fast. Guaranteed. Any other questions?
How many times would I have to come?
Well, if I was working in an office like yours, I'd say you're going to come in twice a week and until I get you out of pain. And then as soon as I have you out of pain, then we'll reconsider how many times you have to come. I expect to do that within a week or two. And then we'll take a re-x-ray, see how you're coming, and make another decision from there. So see, what he's done now, he has in his mind figured he's going to have to pay me for about 4 office visits before he can write me off as being a failure. See, because everybody's failed on him. What he's looking for is a number. He's looking for a number to see if he wants to. Then his next question would be, how much are your calls, doctor? And I'd say $35 a piece. And his calculator is working well with the x-rays and everything. It's going to cost me about $500 to see if that guy's BSing or if he really can do it. Then he makes up his mind, yes, he can afford to do that, see. That's what he's doing with them type of questions. And how long and all that. That's what they're doing. They're counting money. They're trying to see how soon they can write me off as another failure, because they're almost betting that I'm going to fail. I mean, I like this game. I love the game where they think I'm going to fail. I even tell someone, I said, you know, I actually think you'd bet money you want me to fail so bad. Because they automatically think you're going to fail. If 19 other guys failed on him, it's automatic that they think you're going to fail. But somebody is bragged up to a point that they just feel that it's a gamble. So how much money am I willing to gamble on this guy? And that's where all those questions lead to, every one of them. And see, once you can get them to commit for them couple of weeks, then you have them. But then you have to produce. But something like this, that patient's in total compensation, there's no problem, you know as soon as you adjust that fifth cervical, this patient's going to get immediate relief on the table. Anyone I've ever adjusted that had a neck like this, when they got off the table, they were ready to buy anything. Because this is a perfect compensated neck. They've never been to another chiropractor. And you know, the first adjustment that anyone gets is the most important one they'll ever have. Because almost any adjustment on the patient will help the first time. But when you're really doing something like this, it don't only help, it creates a miracle. When you start, I really said all I had was necks like that. Now you'd think that a reverse curve like this is the worst neck in the world, but it isn't. It's by far the easiest neck in the world to correct, because everything is in perfect compensation. And everything has gone out of line exactly the way it should. See, while we're here, we'll talk about the three different types of necks. There's the normal neck. That's one that has normal structure and perfect movement in every joint. Then there's the normal abnormal. This is a normal abnormal neck. It's abnormal, but it is subluxated in a normal way. Everything is compensated. And when a neck's in compensation, that means anything you do to one vertebra will affect other vertebrae in a favorable way. Now, the next type of neck is an abnormal abnormal. This is a subluxated neck that every time you do something to one vertebra, it adversely affects another vertebra. Now, for instance, if you have a neck and these things can all happen, and when they do, see, the reason you got to know these things is you got to know how much you can brag. You don't brag unless you can do it. See? Like I walked over to people on stretchers, and I say, down in the rear, how long have you been on this stretcher? Why does hurt my back today, Doc? And I'd have gone to the hospital and they x-rayed me. There's nothing wrong with it. But I just in so much pain, I don't know what to do. You will walk out of here real loud to everybody in the waiting room here. And then I do it. Now if I walk over, how long have you been on this stretcher? 6 months? Nothing. I don't say a word. Because I know I can't do it. See, I can't get him off the stretcher. No, he's been on there 6 months. If he's been on there 1 day, and he doesn't have no accidents and no broken bones, he'll walk. Because the sooner I can get something, the faster I can make him respond. See? Oh, I walked out in the waiting room and made bets that I'd take crutches off of people. I did all kinds of crazy things, and won every time. But you'll never. And when one guy got up and said, well, you know, I don't think you're a better chiropractor than me. I don't think you can cure cancer. I said, you never heard me say I could. Okay? I said, but you are wrong on one point. I am a better chiropractor. Okay. I said, the thing that I brag about are things that I can do. You don't hear me say anything about licking the biggest guy in this room. Nah, I let that to somebody else. I don't even bother myself with that type of stuff. But when it comes to stuff like this, you can do this. So you brag about it. Now, what's an abnormal? Abnormal? See, if an atlas goes superior, plus, the axis should go with it and have the have the plus label in here. If an atlas goes inferior, then the axis should go with it. See? Now, if you have an axis that is like this and an atlas like this, you have an abnormal. Because as you adjust the atlas, you will make the axis worse. And as you adjust the axis, you will make the atlas worse. So anytime, now that's like having, more of you might be able to understand this. Now we're going to do a base posterior right now. We're going to look down at base posterior. atlas has moved right and it's moved posterior on the right. Everybody agree with that? Because if we drew lines like this would be a bigger angle. Okay, now if this was a normal neck, how should the axis spinous be rotating? Should go to the left, shouldn't it? Over here. Like that. So that if you adjust here, that pivot sits around, doesn't it? And if you adjust here, that pivot sits over, right? Okay, now what a lot of you call this is a variable. Instead of an abnormal, that would be there's the axis spinous has gone right. Now if this has gone right, how should the atlas have gone? It should have gone anterior. See? So now if we adjust this way on here, okay, we adjust here, we're going to take this over here. We're going to bring this farther back. If we adjust here for posteriority, we're going to take this farther right. That's what you call an abnormal. Okay, that's the easiest type to explain. Okay. Now this is the worst type of neck in the world, right here. This is a combination neck. This neck is almost always chiropractically made. A combination neck is nothing different than a combination sandwich. If you have a combination sandwich, what does that mean it has, Laura? What would be a combination sandwich? Absolutely. It would have lettuce, tomato, cheese, turkey, ham, bacon, has many, many different ingredients. Okay. Now, a combination neck has ingredients of sometimes as much as 3 different types of neck. In a combination neck, you could have characteristics of a normal neck. You could have characteristics of a hyperlordotic neck. You could have conditions of a hyperlordotic neck. So it could have all type of combinations in it. And this is usually made, and the way you figure this out is by what we call vector intersections. When you're doing the lines, the most important rule on your lines is this. The less lines it takes to cover any particular area of the spine, the healthier your patient is. It should take one curved line. One curved line in the cervicals, one curved line in the dorsals, one curved line in the lumbars, and one curved line in the sacrum. From front to back, you should have one straight line. If you have to use more than one line to cover the cervical spine in any position, the more lines, the more trouble you're in. The longer you've been sick, the more different vertebrae you're going to have to adjust, and the longer it's going to take the patient to get well. So, the lateral cervical should have one curved line, right? Now here we have a lateral cervical that has a straight line at the bottom, and actually a curve or a straight line at the top. It can be any of the two. Now we have how many lines that cover this cervical curve now? We have 2. So we know we have combination neck here, because we usually have a curved neck at the top and then a straight line at the bottom. And where these 2 lines come together, it's called vector intersections. Now I've actually seen necks that are like this. Probably the worst neck I've ever seen in my life was one that had $85,000 worth of chiropractic bills. This is his cervical neck. He had 2 kyphotic curves in his cervical spine. That's almost impossible. But his occiput, atlas, axis, third, and fourth cervical was here. Then down here, the fifth, sixth, and seventh, and first dorsal was here. That was after $85,000 worth of two of the best chiropractors known in this country. $85,000 worth of their care. And he had headaches so bad he couldn't see. That was the worst. Now that man has a double kyphotic neck. Now you can have an upper curve, it's good, and a kyphotic neck at the bottom. This is bad. You can have a curved neck at the top and a military neck at the bottom. You can have a curve down here and a straightness up here. But you have vector intersections. Whenever you see a neck like that, you're going to have trouble in two different areas. You're going to have two different type of listings. You might have 3 or 4 vertebrae that are in problems here. But what you have for sure is someone who's been sick a long time. Wait till I show you my daughter. I mean, she has a worse neck than this. Now, you'll still put all your same lines on there. There they are. Now, in this neck, the upper ones are on a 17 curve. The lower ones are in minus 500. What type of atlas do we have? It's a superior plus. What type of Whitehorn's angle do we have? It's plus 15. So what is that? That's a positive Whitehorn. A positive Whitehorn and a superior plus or plus atlas are indications of what type of spine overall. Hyperlordotic. See? 500 neck, a minus 500 is a characteristic of what type of neck? Kyphotic. So we actually have a normal curve at the top, but we have an atlas and axis that's tipping back. So we have a combination of a normal neck, hyperlordotic neck, and a kyphotic neck. Okay. When we see that, we know we have a patient that's probably been under maybe sometimes some of the most specific care in the world. I made a lot of necks like this practicing strictly upper cervical. See, when you practice strictly upper cervical, what you're doing is you're affecting the occiput, atlas, and axis. And you're totally ignoring their mates, which is the third, the second, and first dorsal. Now see, you cannot ignore mates. Just figure these mates are like married people. The occiput's married to third. Now, if the occiput is doing things, that's the husband, that the wife's not doing, eventually we're going to have trouble. So, if the occiput's going one way, the third cervical got to compensate to it. But if it can't compensate to it, then it's going to go the opposite way. And then you have a split. You have a divorce. You have trouble. So it's how you look at this stuff. See, when I explain it that way, everyone seems to understand. Especially when I talk about the movements of the occiput, atlas, and axis, and the dating process that takes place there. Everybody understands that. Okay, now, here's a neck that has the occiput, atlas, and axis off of the curved line. They're actually behind it, aren't they? This type of neck would actually have a backward head load. Oh, Kenny, you know what you got to do? You got to go down in my car and get my briefcase, because I need my ruler out of there. Just bring the whole briefcase up. Now, see, on all practical purposes, people would call this a hyperlordotic neck. See? Because the curve is a small curve. This right here, what I'm doing right here, is this line represents the 17 curve. What I was trying to do was make it fit that neck. Because when I was first doing this work, I didn't know how to correct hyperlordotic necks. So I always hoped when I saw an angle that it would be a 17 degree. Because if it didn't, I didn't know what to do by it. I knew what to do by kyphotic necks. I had no idea what to do with so-called hyperlordotic necks. So you see this first line here? That represents me putting a green ruler, trying to bend it, but it only goes down to 17. If I bend it to fit that, I'm going to break it. Because if we could measure that, that would probably be about a 14. It's definitely less than 17. So I didn't know how to correct these type of necks. And when people would ask me, I'd say, well, you adjust the antlers and something. Just leave your voice trail off into nothing. Which means I really don't know, so don't bother me. And what I'd say is, look, there's only 1 to 2% of hyperlordotic necks in the world. There's 98% of kyphotic necks. Worry about them. See, the lordotic necks, the hell with you, go die, you know. That's what you get for not falling into something I know. But as I did this, and I kept moving the ruler around, what I found out was a hyperlordotic neck is really a neck that's normal down here, but up here it's starting to go posterior. That's why you have see, whenever the axis and atlas goes posterior, they actually tip. They don't do this. They tip. And as the axis tips up, because of the articulations with the anterior arch, the atlas goes superior plus, plus, plus. Okay. So, what I decided to do, instead of taking the lower cervicals and put them back on the curve, I decided to line the upper cervicals with the lower cervicals, and when I did that, we got a nice curve back. See? And my 17 fit on all the things, and you can see that. Now, the way I did that was I adjusted the axis from the back. Now, when you adjust the axis from the back, you have to come up this way. You have to come up and lift it up and drop the body back down on Whitehorn's line. And when you do that, the odontoid pulls the anterior arch and takes some of the superiority out of your atlas. Now we proved that.
Still see that?
Yeah, I can. This was a 28 angle. Now 28 is a superior plus, isn't it? I took it to a 22 angle. Is that within normal range? Fine. And I took Whitehorn from a 6 to a 0. Did I make a correction? Structurally, I made a correction. I brought the curve back. But let's look subluxation-wise. Let's look at the occiput atlas axis area. Are they even like that first x-ray I showed you? They're way off, aren't they? Are they exactly the same over here? Can we lay this over top of that? The only thing is, I moved it. So in other words, if there was 2 chairs out in that hall, I brought them back in this room. But they're not in proper position. I have them over there someplace, see? So structurally, I changed them. But I didn't make them any more useful. Now, of course, it took about 6 years after that to figure out what are we going to do about this. This is a problem. So see, what I did was I took something that was out of line and I brought it back in and lined it up, but I didn't make it move. Okay. I pick his arm up and I move it over, but that's not meaning he can move the arm. Then we start coming up, and let me show you how much you change the spine when you do something like this. Here's this person selling Tersica up here. I moved his head forward, didn't I? But I made his head loading worse, didn't I? See? Because there's trouble down here that I didn't know about. So you can move things around and you can cause nice changes, but if you don't totally correct, then the new position you give a person could actually be worse for him than the old position. So what we had to do was figure out what are we going to do about this. This is the most important space in your body, right there. These things get subluxated when you're a kid, and they never get unsubluxated. And even though everyone in here probably had an atlas adjustment, I'd be willing to bet that there's not one moving atlas in this room. Not one. And that includes his and mine. Now you figure mine was locked 58 years before I found out how to unlock it. So I have ligaments in my neck that for 58 years thought they were perfect because my subluxation had to come when I was a kid, and my body accepted it as a normal condition. So here's what you have to think about this now. Here's an atlas vertebra, and right there, these two. And it's supposed to move through a range like that. Now, if you get injured, and it only moves to that range, then this is what it accepts as normal. Now, what happens to these ligaments that were supposed to pull it all the way back here? Do you realize the body is the most lazy thing that ever was brought on the face of this earth? That it won't do nothing? You know, like when you wake up in the morning. You're at 6 o'clock, I'm going to get up and I'm going to run for 5 miles. And then educating, what are you talking about? You know, I want to lay here in bed. And who usually wins? Educated, doesn't it? Usually wins. So you don't get out of bed. So, you take a good arm, take this arm and put it in a sling for 6 weeks. What will happen? Would you like to fight with me after I took this out? I'd really be able to defend myself, wouldn't I? This arm would just quit, wouldn't it? Would I have this much extension? Absolutely not. I'd end up with maybe this much, huh? Because the ligaments dry up, buddy. Now you just think, if these things have been that way for 58 years, now some all want you to come on and say, hey, you got to start moving. I want you to start doing this. I want you to go through this. Sort of hard, huh? And that's why all of us people die and have all these problems all of our lives, because it starts within the fist. And the body accepts that as normal, and so we're dying a little bit every day because our body's not moving properly. Now, if you can get this moving back again, you can guarantee people 120 years. 120 years of life. Reproduction up to 115. How about that? And vasectomies come along a lot faster now. That's what you gotta realize. Now, we're gonna make the neck out of these rulers. Occiput, atlas, axis, third cervical. Then we had to figure out how do we want it to move. Now there's a lot of research on this, all medical. They took 739 people and they said when you flex a neck, the atlas should come down towards the axis. That's what they said should happen. Now BJ said, and I don't know why he said it, but he said it, that the occiput and atlas should move together. The atlas should move 99% of the way with the whatever the occiput does. So, if the occiput moves away up like this, the atlas should go with it, is what he said. But no literature backed this up. Now what did them medics have when they did those 739 people? They had 739 subluxated people. And they take that, and then they want all of us to be like that. See, it's like when Hitler wanted to have the super race. He took the biggest, strongest woman he could find and mated her with the biggest, strongest man. Now, he had an idea, but he was wrong. He should have taken two short, unsubluxated people. That's what he should have done. Two short, unsubluxated people. That would make a super race. See? You know, if you take a chicken that has a broken wing and mate it with a rooster that has a broken wing, that you can eventually end up with chickens without wings. That's how that stuff works. So if you could take unsubluxated people and mate them with unsubluxated people, you would have unsubluxated kids. So this is where the big thing came in. We figured out the movement of how the spine should move. Now when it moves, watch this carefully. The axis moves one unit. Now everyone says, what's a unit? They're different in everybody. But if your axis normally is 1/8 of an inch away from third cervical, it should be 1/4 of an inch when it moves. It will double. Whatever it is, it doubles. 1 unit. So it's 1 unit here, we go a unit. Now the axis is the lead vertebra of the spine. It can move anything above it, and it can let move or prevent move anything below it. Now it can't prevent anything above it from moving, but it can prevent anything below it from moving. So it can make everything above it move, and it can keep everything below it from moving. Or let everything below it move. It controls. It's the pivot point of your spine. So the first movement then is, now do I have to talk about the Dayton to make you understand this again, Laura? I will. That's what it takes. You want to hear the story about the Dayton, Rick?
Sure.
Okay.
There's new people here, they gotta go.
Okay. Because this is the only way Rusty Ivy and Ed Peaks can learn it. If I talk about Dayton and subluxate myself. Okay. That's the 3 things that's going to move. The axis moves. These guys are all going on dates. And all their girls live 1 mile away. So that means the axis has to go 1 mile. The atlas has to go 3 miles, and the occiput has to go 2 miles. That's the way the dating is. That's where the girls are. Now, they start out from school here. And the occiput and atlas doesn't have a car here. So the axis says, look guys, my girl is 1 mile down the road. I'll drive that far. I'll take you guys with me. How far has the atlas axis moved so far?
The axis?
Yeah.
1 mile.
How many on its own?
Axis went 1 mile.
Okay. How far did the atlas move so far?
1 mile.
How many on its own?
None.
How many has the occiput went?
1 mile.
Okay. Okay, the axis gets to his girlfriend's house, which is over here. And he drops everybody off. He's went 1 mile. Now, the occiput says to the atlas, my car happens to be parked at the axis's girlfriend's house because I stayed there with her. Now, I will take you to my girlfriend's house in my car. So now the movement from the atlas and occiput, this movement here, from the occiput's movement is not from the atlas, it's from the axis. So he moves 1 mile, and he takes the atlas with him. How far has the atlas moved so far? How many on its own?
None.
How many has the occiput moved? How many on its own? 1. Just drove axis. What are you talking about? His girlfriend. Yeah, you don't even know when I talk about girls. Okay, now the atlas is going to go 1 mile by itself. And the occiput says, I'm sorry, I'm stopping here. And the atlas says, that's okay. I stayed at your girlfriend's house last night, so my car is here. See? Horrible. Like, it's almost like General Hospital. So then the atlas moves 1 unit by itself. How far has the atlas moved so far, DC?
Which one?
Atlas.
Moved 2. Not 3 now.
How many on its own?
1.
Where'd the other 2 come from?
Axis not.
Okay, how far has occiput moved?
2.
How many on its own?
1.
How many has the axis moved? Does everybody understand that? We started out with 3 lines that were parallel. Occiput, atlas, axis, third cervical. Okay? Fourth cervical, third cervical, axis, moved away from third cervical, see, 1 unit. Occiput moved 2 units. Now, and then atlas is here. These lines that were now parallel will all meet. Only the Z will be lopsided. See? Here's the occiput. Here's the atlas. And the axis is here. So this part of the Z would be twice as big as this Z. So the 3 parallel lines now become a Z. Now when they extend, the occiput, it's reversed. The occiput comes to atlas, the 2 of them go to C-axis, and then they all go back to third cervical together. Okay. And then third goes to fourth, and fourth goes to fifth, and fifth goes to sixth, down to including third dorsal. And that's where the spine changes back the other way. And now we have, so the pictures have to be totally different. In extension, we have this. So that the lines that started out parallel go to a Z, and in extension they go to ice cream cones. 4 ice cream cones in your hand at one time. Understand that movement? And that's the most important movement in the body, right there. Now, if they don't move like that, then you have subluxations that are very, very hard to correct. Now, there's a rule that says this. When the third cervical goes posterior, the atlas should go inferior. Now, this neck is out of compensation. See, this is a kyphotic curve in the upper part of the spine. When you have a kyphotic curve in the upper part of the spine, you usually have the fourth, the third, the second, and one. It's usually the middle vertebra. An atlas is not considered in the spine, it's considered with the occiput, so the middle vertebra between 4, 3, and 2 would be 3. It'll go kyphotic like that. And as this goes kyphotic, it should stick the axis this way. And when the axis goes this way, what should happen to the atlas? It should go inferior. But here we have an atlas setting in there on a superior tilt with a third cervical that's gone kyphotic. Here, again, is a variable. Because as we adjust the third cervical forward, that's going to tip the axis backward, and what's going to happen to the atlas? Going to go superior plus. See? So whenever you have an inferior atlas, you should have a posterior third. If you have a posterior third, and you get in a whiplash, what vertebra do you think whips? C6. You will never get a fifth cervical injury if you already have a third cervical injury. So if you have a fifth cervical subluxation and also a third cervical subluxation, which one had to come first, Rick?
Third.
No. Fifth would have to come first. Because once you have a third, you can never get a fifth. You will get a sixth. So if you happen to have a third and a fifth, then you have to know that the whiplash injury came before the falling on the head injury. And if you have a third and a sixth, then you know that the third had to come first and the sixth second. Now, if you have a superior plus atlas, then you should have an axis problem. See, this should be an axis problem here instead of a third cervical, if everything was working right. See, the only thing that can put a spine out of compensation is multiple accidents, or chiropractors adjusting vertebrae that are not subluxated. See, when you adjust compensated vertebrae, you will get symptomatic relief. You know, like if Mike is the subluxation, and I adjust the two above and below, I'm going to affect him. And there's times that you have to do that. Now I found that out. But there's times if you do it, you're in deep trouble. So you have to know when these times are. In flexion, IVF should open. In neutral lateral, IVF is a slit, and in extension, IVF should close. Now see, when you put all these rules together, then you can analyze your x-rays without any problem. Now, upon flexion, the subluxation is the vertebra below the kink. So if this is a neck, and these are all vertebrae, the simplest rule is you will have a straight line where the occiput, atlas axis, third cervical, fourth cervical will be on one line, then fifth, sixth, seventh, and so on will be on another line. If this is a flexed neck, the kinking point is here. Between fourth and fifth, then the subluxation is the vertebra right below the kink, which would be fifth. And be your subluxation right there. That's what a neutral lateral that is kyphotic will look like in flexion. Now, this is a kyphotic neck that just bent its head. Now, when you have a kyphotic neck, that means all the IVFs are already opened as far as they can open. So a kyphotic neck, when it flexes, just drops its head. There's no more movement. The movement is all down here. The vertebrae have already moved. Now, when you have a true kyphotic neck and you fall on your head, you know what's going to happen to your neck? Can't subluxate. Every vertebra has already moved to its extent. So what happens? Your neck breaks. See, that's why people, like football players, they all have kyphotic necks. Because they do all this weightlifting. Weightlifting, me and Kenny proved this a long time ago. The weightlifting will destroy your spine if you don't know how to lift, right, Kenneth?
That's right.
It will throw your neck into a kyphotic curve. Now, if you already have a kyphotic curve to its maximum, that means that every vertebra has moved up on its zygapophyse as far as it can move, and it leaves them big holes there. Now, if you fall on your head like football players do, then they can't subluxate. They're already subluxated as bad as they can. Their neck breaks. And see, I say that every football player should be visualized every Monday morning and adjusted. And if you did that, that's the team that would go to the Super Bowl every year because they wouldn't have no injuries. See, that's what you call real sports chiropractic. When I see these people call their themselves sports medicine, they know so little about chiropractic, it's pathetic. You know, the guy who took care of Joe Montana, do you know he now teaches sports medicine classes? And Joe Montana's only played a half a dozen games in the last 3 years. Now, he had rotary cuff and stuff like that, and the elbow problems. If chiropractic can heal a bad heart, if chiropractic can heal, you know, the correction of subluxation, I'm saying, when you correct the subluxation, there's been cases of ulcers that disappeared. There's been all kinds of things that disappeared, right? Then why couldn't a rotary cuff disappear? What's the difference? I mean, you're dealing with organs. Organs make up systems. Organs are made out of tissue. Tissue is made out of cells. So if the correction of subluxation can correct one organ in one system, then why couldn't it correct an organ in another system? Now, a rotary cuff is in what system? What system? The skeletal system. The system of what? Movement, right? Okay. I had a girl over from Hawaii 3 weeks ago. She was here because some chiropractor in Hawaii used a cranial lift on her and destroyed her. Just totally destroyed her. She'd come over here. All she was complaining about was a bad neck. I adjusted her. And 2 days later, she said, Dr. Pierce, is chiropractic good for rotary cuff? I said, why? She said, because I was going to have to go in for surgery because when I come in here, I couldn't lift my fingers any higher than this. And she said, now, look, See, and I did that without even knowing. She hadn't told me. And her arms are moving perfectly. See, I say if Joe Montana had a bad elbow, it's because he had pinched nerves going to that elbow. And I say if those pinched nerves had been corrected, then his elbow is that the nerve system controls this body. And if you do that first, you don't have to do anything else. I mean, chiropractic is so simple. The stupidest people in the world make the best chiropractors. Don't you realize that? That the smarter you get, the dumber you get. You know what a specialist is? A specialist is a person who knows more and more about less and less. Okay? So, and that's the only thing you have to understand about chiropractic, that it is superior to anything else. And then work to that goal. And forget the other things. There's other things that's good, but they don't have no comparison to chiropractic. I mean, you're working with the most powerful force in the world. You know, the earthquake that killed 274 people in San Francisco a few years ago, that's where it was. That's a powerful force, isn't it? A force that would kill 274 people is a powerful force, isn't it? How about a guy who's adjusted 70,000 different people? That's a pretty good force too, isn't it? Think. I mean, 274 people is nothing compared to 60,000 people helped. Think. So in these hands, you have more force than any hurricane, or any tornado, or anything going. You can help more people than they destroy. Okay? That's what you have to think about, is how great this thing is. And Norm Johnson, the kicker for the Atlanta Falcons, I don't think he's missed one this year, has he? You know what chiropractor corrected him? John Wissman, a guy that interned with me for about a year. He's out in Bellevue, Washington, and when Norm Johnson was the kicker for the Seattle Seahawks, he was injured. If he would have kicked one more field goal, they would have won one more game and been tied for they would have got into the playoffs. If he would have kicked two more field goals, they would have won their division. So he had a PI, right ileum was all his problem was. And John corrected him. Now the next year they thought he wasn't going to be any good. And they brought in another kicker who worked for $100,000 and Norm was getting paid $300,000 with spring training or whatever training they go to. He kicked a 54-yard field goal, but so did the young guy. The young guy matched him kick for kick. So guess who they kept? Kept a younger guy that was kicking just as good for less money. And Norm Johnson came down here. And I don't know what he did last week, but I know up till now, this year, he's been perfect up to last week. I think he had 17 for 17. He had the best streak going for a long, long time. And he was giving up on it. But he was helped chiropractically. And he done a tape for us on visualization. Bragging about this machine. Because these big promoters out on the West Coast were going to promote the visualizer. And they were going to be so good to me. They were going to do all the sales and give me $500 for each one. But they had all these tapes made and everything, and I didn't think that was such good. But you can correct ligaments, you can correct anything. See? If you adjust the right vertebra. Now this is the motion. If you have that motion you can get in a whiplash injury. See, the atlas controls everything. If you have a good atlas that's moving, your structure will be so good that you won't even whiplash. It would have to be a real severe accident for you to whiplash. See, my son's had a perfect neck all of his life. He totaled 5 cars and never whiplashed one time. Has a perfect spine and it moves perfect. When I was looking for this motion, I looked everywhere. And here he was right next to me. So it's his neck that I use as the perfect. And it's his neck that has movement. Now this kid, the only symptoms he ever had in his life was schoolitis. And there's only one correction for schoolitis, and it's not a chiropractic adjustment. It's the whine of the school bus motor fading out of sight. Immediately. I'm hungry, Dad. Do you think I'd have something to eat? I thought you were sick. Oh, no. Feeling a lot better. Well, then I think after we give you something to eat, maybe we ought to drive you on to school then. What do you think about that? Schoolitis. And chiropractic is the only symptom of chiropractic can help. Now that's the perfect spine right there. That's how it should flex. Just like that. And that's how it should extend. Now, of course, when we drew this picture, we weren't into IVFs. We didn't know about them at the time. They should be closed down. Closed shut is what they should be in extension. And the spinuses should close down. And the lines should be curved. So see, you're looking at 3 things. You're looking for bodies at your line measurements. You're looking for IVFs, you're looking for spinuses. Of course, spinuses are easy. They're slits, they open, and they close. The holes are slits, they open, and they close. That's all you have to remember. Now that's a flex neck. How many lines does it take to touch this neck? 3 lines. It should be 1 curved line. We have 3 straight lines. We're in trouble. We're in severe trouble. Now on this neck, besides having a kinking down, see, here's our kink down. We have a kink up. See, this is a kink down. This is a kink up. Now forget this part because you'll get confused. See the difference? A kink down, the rain would slide off. A kink up, it would hold rain. The water would be in here. That's all you have to remember. Now, a kinking down, the subluxation's right below the kink. Whenever you have a kinking up, the subluxation's above. It's above the kink. Now, when it kinks down, it's the one directly below the kink. When it kinks up, it could be any of them. Now I'll show you how to figure this out. I'll show you how to figure out which one it is. It's easy to figure out the kinking down, isn't it? What number is it? What's the subluxation on the one kinking down? 6. That's easy. You got that one down pat. Now we got to put a bunch of rules together to find out which one it is kinking up. See? Now forget what view we're in. Is that a good occiput atlas axis relationship? Huh? Is this spaces even? Take the picture and put him back up into a flex, just a regular neck. Is that a good occiput atlas axis relationship? The answer is yes. Certainly it is. They're even, aren't they? If it's a good flat lateral picture, can it possibly be a good flexion picture? Huh. forget what you see here. This hole's closed. If that hole's closed, then that means what's the axis doing? Huh? It's stuck, it didn't move. Because if the axis moved, we should have a big hole there. It hasn't moved. So what vertebra do we know subluxated in? Axis is subluxated. Okay, if this space didn't change, what vertebra do we know subluxated? And we call the occiput a vertebra. So if this space here doesn't change, this space controls axis, what space does this control? Occiput. This space should move what? 1 unit away from the axis. So if it's the same as it was here, and it stays the same here, what vertebra do we know needs adjusted now? The axis. What else? The occiput. And then the atlas is supposed to move towards the occiput, isn't it? Did it do that? No. So how many subluxations do we know we have from this one picture?
At least 3.
4. You already gave me the 6th. Now you give me the occiput, you gave me the axis and the atlas. That's 4 vertebrae that are not moving. None of them are moving.
If C2 doesn't move, doesn't that control occiput and atlas? So it's
No. If C2 moved, they'd both move with it. But occiput can move away from axis. Yeah. Now the atlas probably would still be subluxated, but the occiput can definitely move. That movement is independent of the axis. It moves away from the axis. So that movement's controlled by the occiput all by itself. See? The occiput moves away from third. Who controls that movement? C2 controls any distance that occiput moves from third is controlled half by C2. 50%. Because it'll move 2 units away. It'll move the same number of units away from 3 as it does from 2, the occiput. Okay. The occiput will move 1 unit away from axis. It'll move 2 units away from third. Because it moves 1 with axis. Anybody want to tell me what's subluxated here? This is what type of kink is this? Kinking up or down? It's kinking up. See, we go across here with a straight line. And then we go up with a straight line. So we have a kinking up right here, in here. We have a hole here. Do we have any holes here? Who controls all these holes? Huh? Axis controls every damn one of them. So if there's any subluxations down there, what? We can't see them because the axis is the rolling subluxation here. So the axis is definitely locked. What else is locked here? Atlas and they're all locked, aren't they? Usually when one of them are locked, they'll all be locked. And all you have to do is if you can lay your flexion over your flat lateral, they're all locked. They have to be totally different. You have to keep in mind that every aspect of a flat lateral, a flexion and extension has to change on all 3 pictures. All of them. And if there's one part that doesn't, that's the part you're in trouble with. Now, what other part of the cervical spine usually can be laid over top of each other, Kenny Guzik? Where's the other big trouble? Was he didn't think he'd get a question. He's back there thinking, daydreaming.
I'm thinking
And I
about
got
trying
him.
to capture you inside
I
this view
got
over
him.
there. Repeat the
Okay.
question.
Huh?
Repeat the question.
What other part of the cervical spine is often repeatable in flat lateral and especially extension?
Flat lateral. What's the
Yeah, what part of the cervical spine? Oftentimes looks
because it's a problem.
because there's a subluxation.
T1.
Huh?
T1 area.
T1, C6, C7, and T1. You'll have spread spinuses on the flat lateral. They'll be spread in flexion, and they'll be spread in extension. Okay? And they'll look exactly the same.
How are you actually doing the same flexion chart? Is it like this, or like this, or like this? You know?
It's this. Tuck your chin in. That's your occiput atlas axis movement. Take your head down. 2 movements.
Is that supposed to be a flexion?
That person is flexion.
The chin turn in over here.
Well, she can't flex. She can't flex. She's subluxated. She's like this. This woman's like this, looking at you in flexion. She can't do this. So I call the turkey neck. You take them down, they're still looking. This type of person, when they flex, they want to flex from the waist, see? Just can't put their head down. So it's tuck your chin in, take your head down. That's the 2 steps. And once they're down here, as soon as they start going back, now if you have motion, you don't do that if you don't have motion. You say, lift your chin up immediately. Get that chin up. Because once you start back like this, if you don't have your occiput moving, it'll bind. I mean, before we were doing this right, we had a lot of occipits locked in extension, didn't we? But there's more occipits locked in flexion there is in extension. Why isn't there as many extension locks? You know why? There's more flexion locks than there is extension. What is an extension, really, of the neck? You know, all the muscles that control the neck are in the back. There are no muscles here that control anything in the neck. No muscles here. So when you extend the neck, what are you doing to the muscles, ligaments, and tendons? They're relaxing. So they don't have to do any work. That's why there's less locks in extension. The most locks are in flexion. Almost all the locks are in flexion. Especially up here. See, this is your bad flexion locks up here. Extension locks are minor. Extension locks are easier to correct because it's much easier to tell a person to relax than it is to get all ready for a fight. There's that same neck that I gave you the first picture of that had 3 lines on it. Look at that miserable neck. Now we have arthritis in the 6th, the 7th, and the 5th, and probably first dorsal. Now, some of you have had a lot of seminars before. How many years do we know this person's had that subluxation? 20 to 25 years. 5 years for every arthritic vertebra. Is that a good occiput atlas axis relationship? It would be good if it was what picture? If it was a flat neutral lateral, it would be a great picture, wouldn't it? So we have kind of locks here, don't we? And see, if you have that many locks in flexion, and you have that type of arthritis down the lower, you're probably going to find 6th, 7th, and 1st locked in extension. So this neck has about 6 subluxations in it. Now, if it has 6 subluxations, then keep in mind each one of them vertebrae are affecting its mate. So if we have an occiput atlas axis and 6 cervical locks. Now let's look at this. Occiput atlas axis and 6 cervical we know is locked. Now keep this in mind. Every lock affects the vertebra above and below it, plus its mate. So let's see how many vertebrae are affected here. The occipit's locked. What's its mate? T3. What's the vertebra below it? C1. C1's locked. What's its mate? T2. What's the vertebra above and below it? Occiput and axis. Axis is locked. What's its mate? T1. We're up to 6 right now. 6 cervical is locked. What's its mate? C4. We have 8 vertebrae involved out of 11. Now, you want to get some more? 6 cervical is locked. It affects the one above it and the one below it. Now we have 10 vertebrae. Which one are we missing here? C4 is the only one that we're missing out of the whole 11. Okay? Now, this person, they're going to come in and want to know if 2 adjustments will get them well. Okay? That's how much trouble they have. And we know for sure, let's see how many years they've been sick. If an atlas is locked like that, you can bet it's been subluxated since the day they were born. We know that the 6 cervical has been there at least 20 to 25 years. See? And if we have a 6 cervical subluxation, what usually goes with a 6 cervical subluxation? What other vertebrae? C4 is its mate. C3. And if C3 is subluxated, then what vertebra will affect? The one we missed, huh? C4. and axis. So we really have every vertebra in the cervical spine affected because its mate is affected or its neighbor is affected. Okay? So you have all 11 vertebrae, which includes the occiput, affected in this patient. This is why you have to sit down and explain to patients how sick they are. And then you give them a choice. You either want corrected or you're done. If you want corrected, you're going to have to listen to me. See, but people's heard this so long from chiropractors, it's hard to make them understand.
This guy's seen him 3 times a week, all in the same words you're using.
Absolutely. But see, what the difference is that I have all my pre and post pictures documented, and here they are. This person was under chiropractor's care for 7 years. This is after 2 months of my care. Suit yourself. Doesn't matter to me. I mean, it's a constant defense. If I could change my title in the morning to another profession, I'd be most happy to do it.
I know you know criteria, but like, for example, this patient here, where would you start on the adjustment?
On this patient, the first adjustment should be at 6 cervical, because this is her acute subluxation. This is the subluxation that's causing her the pain. It's the one that came, this woman is quite old. That subluxation came after she was 24 years old. These subluxations came way before that. You always start with the acute subluxation. And the acute subluxation is the one that's going to give you relief of pain. Like I say now, we're talking about acute in a whole different sense. That subluxation is one that came after the age of, maybe we should change that name to a different thing, but it came after the age of 24. There's a 3rd cervical subluxation. Very seldom do you get a 3rd cervical subluxation locked in flexion. They are almost always locked in extension. Now let's look at this. Now there isn't any, but let's pretend. If there's hypermobility in this spine, where is it? right? But you know why that appears to be hypermobile? Because all of this is hypomobile. Now, when third cervical subluxated, always keep in mind that first dorsal is also, not first dorsal, axis. See, when axis is locked, third's locked. When third's locked, axis is locked. But it depends on what you see. What they're like, the best way I can explain to you axis and third, they're like a double door, you know? Like you had two doors there, one of them's locked and the other one's just stuck. They're both locked, but you have to unlock one to get the other one open. Well, that's what an axis and third subluxation is like. And the only way you can tell which one you want to adjust is by looking at the IVFs. Now, if the IVF is closed on flexion, which one do you think you wanted to adjust? C2. And if the IVF is open on extension, which one would you want to adjust? C3. Now you understand, whenever you're looking at motion, you have to look at three things. What vertebra are moving? What vertebra are not moving? And what vertebra have already moved? Now see, when a vertebra is already moved, it can be locked there. See? Like you go outside here, you move. If I lock the door, you ain't come back in. See? You understand? I go out that door and you pull that door shut. I had full freedom of movement. But now you're not letting me come back. So that's what happened when axis and third is in trouble. Picture them like a double door. If one of them's locked, it'll lock the other one. But you have to know which one has the key. So the way you tell is by flexion and extension. If this hole doesn't open up on flexion, axis is your key. If it doesn't close up in extension, third cervical is your key.
I'm missing, why would it do that? It's stuck over.
Look, if the axis is already moved, and it doesn't come back in extension, it's because third's not letting it. Okay? And to adjust axis, you would tear the ligaments. Axis is already moved as far as it can move. And there's a big hole there. You always have to have some place to move a vertebra. Axis always has some place to move because its normal motion does what? Moves everything above it anyhow, doesn't it? So if axis is locked and you adjust it, what's going to happen to everything above it? They're going to move. Are they going to start moving? No. They are going to be moved. They are not moving, but they were moved. That's a difference. Now, if axis is already moved and you start pounding on it, you're only going to hurt the patient. But if that door's open, there's no sense in me going over here and banging it on this side, is there? I have to either go on the other side and pound it, or I've got to go underneath and move the thing into it. And that's what you do. You never have to adjust axis and third at the same time. One of them will unlock both. But keep in mind that if axis is locked in the normal position, it's an axis adjustment. If axis is already moved, then it's a third cervical adjustment. You understand that? But you're picking them up in different places. Now, if axis is already moved, what would the normal flat lateral picture give you? It'd give you a big hole. Then you know you don't have to adjust axis because it's already moved as far as it can move. You're going to adjust, huh? Pardon me? They come through? Now see, there is, and that's the x-ray of that patient. The subluxation on that is between axis and third. There is a fourth cervical subluxation. Now these are drawings over regular x-rays. Now you can see where B is there. It looks like there is a lot of movement there. But the only reason these people palpate things and call hypermobility is because it's opposed by hypomobility. Once you put, see what this vertebra below is doing, it's using all the mobility of all the other vertebrae. It's like it's using their gas. Now once you start their motors up, they're going to move back down and reclaim the Gaza Strip down there. You know, they're going to reclaim their space. Right now, and people want to monkey around with hypermobile joints. You should go to bed every night and pray to God that every joint in your spine has hypermobility. Did you ever see these acrobats? That they can bend down to where and put their head between their ankles? That's what you call hypermobility. I want to tell you something about that. Very seldom we ever find a subluxation. But when they quit exercising, then they subluxate. Yeah. You get these kids in, they'll have kyphotic necks and they won't have one subluxated vertebra. But they have extended their joints so far that they'll look like they have a horrible spine. But let them quit exercising. And then them vertebrae will lock up so fast it's unreal. Okay? That's why these athletes and stuff should be checked on a very, very regular basis. Fifth cervical. Now there's a fifth cervical subluxation. That is a fifth cervical subluxation. Right. How many years old, Ursula, is this subluxation?
25.
About 20 to 25 years old. Okay? What vertebra are we guaranteed from this x-ray is not subluxated? Ken? We know that there's one vertebra here that is definitely not subluxated. Only one. There's only one that we can be absolutely positive of. Is definitely not subluxated. Not subluxated.
C1.
No, the C1 is definitely subluxated.
I'm not saying.
C1 is definitely subluxated, isn't it, people? Because this is a good flat lateral picture, so it's definitely not a good a flexion picture.
This is a flat lateral?
This is a flexion.
I was gonna say.
But what I'm saying, the occiput atlas axis on this picture, that's what it should look like in a flat lateral. So if it's a good flat lateral picture, it certainly can't be a good flexion picture. So we know the occiput and atlas is locked here, right? What vertebra that we know for sure is not locked? C2 is definitely not locked. Why do we know that? Because you can walk through that hole between them. See? You can walk right through this hole. That means that axis is already slid forward as far as it can move. And of course we have the 1 unit of movement here. So how far has the occiput moved so far? on this patient? 1 unit. How did it get there? Riding with axis. How far is Atlas move, Rick? 1 unit. How did it get there? A road by axis. Yeah,
You asked which one isn't subluxation?
that's what I said.
You said C2,
Yep,
because it's already moved as far
it's
as...
already moved. So if it's already moved, we know we can't move it any farther. Now, would we suspect that C3 is locked in extension? I'd say no. Because if we have a C5 subluxation, very seldom do we have a C3. Okay? Not only that, if we had a C3 subluxation, where should the posterior arch of Atlas be? If it was it should be up against the occiput, shouldn't it? Okay? See? You start putting these rules together, you'll learn something. There's a C6 subluxation. What other reason do we know we have a problem here, Laura? C6. What else do we have here? We have arthritis. So just looking at that picture there, how old would we say our subluxation is? Yeah, or maybe 15 to 20 because there's arthritis on 5-2. Always give yourself the extra one. Count the vertebra and always throw one in for good measure. See, because it's coming, you just can't see it yet. So when you say between 15 and 20, it could be 16. Okay? So you're not going to see anything. But you'll be surprised how many times you hit it right to the minute. One time down in Florida, when I was trying to build what I'm building here, I was trying to build in Florida. And I had a bunch of rich people for patients because they were trying to help me. My problem was I couldn't get any chiropractors to help me. And I couldn't get a license down there either. That was another reason. But I could have got a license if I would have did what they wanted me to do. See? But I'm like some other people I know, I'm hard-headed. Whenever you want me to do things that I can't do, I'm not going to pretend I know how. See? I mean, because I don't believe I should be required to adjust feet. Now, I know how to adjust feet. But in my office, if there's anyone else there that knows how to adjust feet, guess who adjusts them? I can adjust ankles, I can adjust knees, I can adjust anything. But usually, see, I never took any courses. So when I have someone who just come out of school and they have all these extremity courses, I'll say, I can remember one time a guy come in and the name was George Stankus, had a sprained ankle. And I had Kathy with me at that time, that picture of the girl there. I said, Kathy, adjust George's ankle. So she monkeyed around with it for 15 minutes, and then she told him to go home and put heat on it and cold on it. And he just looked at me and he said, but Doc, I want to go golfing. I said, take your shoe back off, George. Set the cuboid. He got up and walked out. The cuboid is the fifth cervical of the foot. The sacrum is the fifth cervical of the pelvis. And of course, the fifth cervical is the fifth cervical of the neck. See? So if you know how to adjust the cuboid, you can correct angles like that. And it'll also adjust the talus when you set the cuboid. But they didn't know that. But how could I pass when they failed me on a PI right ilium and I invented the move? They failed me on that one because they didn't know how I was doing it. So that made it wrong. Whenever you see three lines like this, what you have is you usually have one locked on flexion and the other one locked on extension. See? So this one will be locked on flexion. See, you can almost tell by a spine how it's going to break. And what I mean by breaking is where the kinking point will come. This is breaking here. When it goes back, it's going to break in the same spot. So on extension, it's the second vertebra below the kink. So if this is going to kink back here, this is going to be our lock. So you have a rule that goes for the mid-cervicals. Just the mid-cervicals. What are the mid-cervicals? 4, 5, and 6 are your mid-cervicals. So if you have a lock, one of them in flexion and one of them in extension, the rule says adjust the lowest of the two locks. So if you had one locked in flexion and one locked in extension, you would adjust the lowest lock. And that rule only applies to 4th, 5th, and 6th. When it gets below that, the rule changes. This is the old extension rule. In extension, it is the second vertebra below the kink. He's working. He worked out there. He worked into John. You tell Diane we'll be putting rock glass out pretty soon. And we heard it come up and hold it up.
Roof on the roof, rock on the roof, I don't care.
Okay. So when I do rock glass, and I like Diane better than you. Okay. So you send her out. She goes, no, you stay home. Now we have a new extension rule. The new extension rule says it's the second vertebra below the kink, provided that the spinous rule and the IVF rule agrees. So in other words, this vertebra here, which is 2 below the kink, the spinous should stick out and stand alone, and you should have a big opening above it. When you're doing adjustments for locks and extension, you should always have a space to move it to. And that would be a big IVF above the subluxation. So if you don't have a place to move it to, look to the next lower vertebra that has all criteria. Now usually in extension, you will find, on a real bad lock, you will find 6th, 7th, and 1st all locked in extension. And what you would do here, when you have that many locks in extension, the holes will be like this. And the spinuses will all have spaces between them, but just like the holes, there will be more spaces equal with the holes. So that means that first dorsal is the big problem. But if you have all 3 like that, you should never try to pull in cervical spines by adjusting dorsals. Because the dorsals has something that cervical spine doesn't have. And what's that? Ribs. Now, if you try adjusting an older person, you have to be real careful because you can break ribs very, very easily. There's hardly a chiropractor in this world who adjusts dorsal vertebra that hasn't broken a rib at some time in his life. Especially with those double transverse contacts. All the adjusting we do in the dorsal spine is done on the spinous, unless there's rotation. And if there's rotation, then it's done on the high transverse side. And we do that type of adjusting. We use instruments for that adjusting. Now remember, in the mid-cervicals, if there's a couple locks, you adjust the lowest one. In the lower cervicals and upper dorsals, you would take the lesser of the evil, the middle of the evil, and the evil in that order. So you'd work 6 cervical, 7 cervical, first dorsal. An A to P cervical, all spinuses should be connected by one straight line. Why don't you take a break? Divide in half, and you know you want 7.5 on each side. So if we take 2.5 off of 10 and put it over here, we'll have 7.5 on both sides. You got that? You, my putter, my painter. You got that? That's my painter. I'll tell you what, she might not paint as good as the guy, but I like her better. I think you paint better. John's wife is my rock clapper. She holds it up, why nail it up? Doesn't she, John? You want to tell him how she holds it up? She holds it up with her bust. I lay it on there, and she holds it there like that. Doesn't she, John? Isn't that the story? You gonna tell on me? You gonna tell on me? Big tattletale.
I got it on tape.
I guess his situation was...
I'll tell Kenny's wife on him what me and him did one time down in Georgia. Watch how fast it comes off the tape now.
What tape are you talking about?
Watch it come off the tape now. You got that? Okay, now we're going to divide the head in half. Just take the ruler, turn it sideways, and put it on this stuff. You see there's a line there. That's actually cut in half, but now I'm going to put the line there permanently. There it is. We put the line there. Now you can measure the axis. The guy with the earring. What's your name? Did you know what's going on? Been waiting? Joe. Okay, Joey. Give me an axis listing here. Hey! Hey! Maybe you ought to put an earring in his ear. He got one in his nose. All of us married guys got one in our nose. I'm the boss in my house. I have my wife's permission to say so. Entire segment left. Does everyone see how he got that? Okay. You. University over there. Whatever. If the body was in the center and the spinous is right, what would we list it as? Okay. If the spinous was in the middle and the body's left, how would we list it? Oh, boy. Smart group. Okay, now. You know how to pick the rotation from looking at the A to P? Oh, you need Laura. I need Laura, too. I need you, too. Hi, Mickey Boo. Good. Does anyone know how to pick up the rotation of the atlas from this one?
With triangle.
Yes. This would be these triangle-shaped things he's talking about. It's the lateral mass that hangs below the posterior arch. You know, this is the only question on the Florida board that was chiropractic. What's this line? I was afraid to put posterior arch. I was so sure that he wanted chiropractic question. Is that the posterior arch, or is that one of those things? Yeah, that was the only question on the board that was chiropractic. A posterior arch of atlas.
That's where your 13 points came from.
Oh, no, on x-ray was written. No one could fail me on a written exam. I made 97 on that. And on the law, I made 87. So I passed the 2 written parts. They got me on practical. Asking me who Babinski was. I said, it's a pull-off name. And Lavoie, Padre, or whatever it is. I said, some Frenchman. The only one I remember is Valsell was taken. I got that down. Now my question for you, Harold, is if I dirty my pants, would that be considered positive or negative? I don't know. They're either positive or negative, so my question to you, if I dirtied my pants, would it be positive or negative? Absolutely! But if I had went to the bathroom for 3 days, what would it be to me? Positive. So see, negative, positive. Depends on the circumstances, right? Depends on who you're standing next to. Okay, we look at this posterior arch, and we look at this little triangle thing. And the lesser amount is on the side of anterior rotation. The greater amount is on the side of posterior rotation. Okay? What do you mean, no? You're talking about Gonstead. This is Pierce. This is Palmer. I know what they say. They say measure this here. And the bigger one is the side of anterior rotation. The smaller one is the side of posterior rotation. That's because it's closer to the filling. That's why that would exist. But that's too hard to look at that way. This is much, much easier. Because they can't be rotated that much to make those lateral masses look that much bigger.
So what distance is that?
It's just a little triangle.
Between the bottom of the...
Yeah, between the bottom and the arch. The tip of the mass, the lateral mass and the arch. Okay, see there, we're pointing them out to you, those little triangle things. Now, of course, the space posterior would verify that for you. The greater angle is on the side of posterior rotation. The lesser angle is on the side of anterior rotation. That's the base posterior shot. Now, we can have vector intersections on A to P's too. You can have 2, sometimes 3 vector intersections. You can have rotation. So you have all kinds of things. Now, the secret of this is you want to line everything up before you adjust them. So whenever you have this existing, you will take your headpiece and do what we call 3D. Almost all the time, when you have an intersection like this, that cross will fall on the vertebra that's the most posterior. So when you have a kink this way, you'll usually have a kink this way. Now, the first kink is this one. Then you start this. Then you start this. So see, it's just grades of degeneration. Now, if you can get a person when they're strictly posterior, fast correction. As you start getting tilts and rotation into them, more time. See, you don't ever get 2 patients in the same state of degeneration. That's why, like people say, well, how long does it take? You don't know that. Because everyone's different. Everybody responds different. So the secret of this is, you want to take out the posteriority. If you had head tilt, take that out first. If you had rotation, take that out second. You do that by the table. Then adjust for posteriority, and when you do that, then you take out everything. The secret of adjusting is to get all the pressure off of a person's neck before you adjust them. So we do that, we call this 3D, and we call this circumduction. And we'll show you how to do that on the table. This is rotation without head tilting. You can have vertebra rotating without having the head tilted. So you would just use circumduction on this patient, then take out the posterior. The axis spinous is the worst vertebra for being misaligned but not subluxated. The axis is the pivot point. So a lot of times one of the lower vertebrae will pull the axis spinous out of line. And you can pound and pound away on that axis spinous and not get anywhere. And then you adjust one of the lower vertebrae and it'll pull that spinous right back in line. And one of the vertebrae that will do that real easy is which one? The mate of axis is what? T1. T1 will bring that axis back in line. The arthritic rule. The most arthritic joint is usually the subluxation. It spreads to the vertebra below, then the one above, and then below. 5 years for every level. In other words, if the fifth cervical gets subluxated, and here's the fifth cervical right here. If it gets subluxated, it will affect the lower part of the subluxation and the top of the vertebra below. Then it'll move up to the top and the bottom, and then it'll move down and up the spine until it gets the entire spine. So if you look at a spine and there's 5 vertebrae with arthritis in it, go to the middle. If there's 4 vertebrae with arthritis, you would go to the one above the middle. There's no middle to 4, so you cut them in half. It'd be the one above. If there's 3 vertebrae, it's the middle. So if there's an odd number vertebra, it's the middle vertebra. If it's an even number vertebra, it's the one above. If the arthritis just started, there'd only be 2 vertebrae. So you cut them in half, and it's the one above the middle. It's either the middle vertebra or the one above. Now there can be 2 arthritic rules in the same neck. Now if we have 2 arthritic rules in the same neck, which 2 do you think they'd be? There can only be arthritis between 2 subluxations in the neck. And which 2 do you think it'd be? 3 and 6. Because if you have arthritis at 5, you usually don't have a 3rd cervical subluxation. If you do have arthritis at 5 and you have a 3rd cervical subluxation, which one came first? 5. Because if you have a C3 first, that throws the spine out of compensation. And once the spine is out of compensation, you cannot have normal compensation of the 5th cervical. It has to be 6. See, so you have to understand that if the 5th is out of line, it was first. If 6th is out of line, it was 2nd. And 3rd was first. Now, arthritis will spread like this if it's on 5th or 6th. It will never spread this way from 3rd. Arthritis on 3rd will spread to 4th and totally destroy the whole joint there. I mean, it'll flatten down and you'll get spurs as big as your finger. But very seldom does arthritis move to axis. Why would you think that, Dr. Shade?
Because it's most movable?
Atlas and axis are the most movable vertebrae, even in the lock stage. So you very seldom get action on a busy street. Grass don't go on a busy street. Who told you that?
Nobody, I know.
You got that on your own.
Yeah. Well, they are the most movable. You have a heart attack?
Yeah, you answered a question.
Yeah, I actually got it right when I was awake.
I think Lori's been quizzing you.
No, it's the other way around.
This is where we found the arthritic rule. This is a patient of mine that came to me in 1974. And I adjusted the atlas vertebra because at that time I was doing mostly upper cervical. Is that atlas out of line according to how we think today? Is those spaces even, or is there more space at the top? Spaces aren't even, are they? Okay, so we adjusted the atlas. We totally ignored this arthritis down here. But I want to tell you something else about this neck. Look at this neck very carefully. Is this neck a good curve, or is this neck two lines that come together that gives us appearance of a good curve? Thank you. It's almost two straight lines, isn't it? But the cella turcica is pretty good, see? But I want to tell you something. I believe this is two straight lines for this reason. 6 cervical is our real subluxation here. And that's the middle of 4, 5, and 6. And what's the middle of the top part? Axis, third, and fourth. Look. You watch later as we see this patient, you don't see that third one a little bit more posterior. Okay, we adjusted the man for 6 months, twice a week, pounded his atlas. Two times a week, and after 6 months he quit coming. Now I'm not sure it was because he started in February and it was August now, and the weather was better, or he just ran out of money, or he got sick of getting pounded, but he quit. 2 years later he came back. Has the atlas improved any from my 6 months of pounding? The answer is no. How about this? Getting worse. Now look at third there, people. Don't we have a slight kyphosis in that upper spine if you want to look close, doesn't it? Yeah. And that hole's getting bigger, isn't it? Yeah. So we pounded him another 6 months. And he felt a little bit better. Quit coming. Come back 5 years later, 1981. Is the atlas improved from all that work I did on it? How about this? That's improving nicely. It's getting whiter and whiter and smaller and smaller. But now in 1981, I had discovered something new in 1979, which was adjusting fifth cervical from the back. So he got a fifth cervical. That put me what? A little closer to the farm. So it only took 4 months, along with atlas adjusting. Now the man didn't come back until 1986. Now this is 12 years. Look at that. The arthritis is now up here, and look at this baby. Look at first dorsal, making it smooth. Okay? Now this is how people deteriorate under your care when you're not doing the right things. Now by this time we were doing flexion and extension. Just for $20,000. What vertebra do you think flexion and extension told me to adjust? 6 cervical. And when I adjusted, he said, got a question? I said, what? He said, why didn't you do that 12 years ago? He said, this is the first time I feel that you ever done any good for me. I said, then why did you keep coming back? He said, because you were this much better than anything I had before you. He said, I kept thinking if I kept coming, maybe you'd finally get it. Only took you 12 years. That guy still comes. But you see how he deteriorated? Now see, once I saw that on him, then I started looking for this arthritis. And we ran 3,000 people through on this. And every time we had arthritis, there was a subluxation at that joint. But you have to understand this. Now, there was 3 or 4 times that it wasn't, but those were people that already been to another chiropractor. So just because the arthritis is there, doesn't mean the subluxation still has to be there. If some other chiropractor adjusted that particular vertebra and unlocked it, it would take a couple years for that arthritis to regenerate and go back. See? But that rule works. But keep in mind, don't ever go in and adjust the vertebra just because it's arthritis unless you have flexion and extension to back you up. The arthritis is just a rule that says there's smoke. Let's go in and see where the fire is, see? But when you see arthritis, in a lot of colleges, they'll teach you not to adjust there. And I'll think of this one time at Palmer College, I was asked to adjust this little Chinese woman because I'd helped her son. And they had this 2-page report from the rentgenologist. It said that she needed a bronchial scope, she needed a cardiogram, and whatever you do, don't you dare adjust the 5th or 6th cervical vertebra, because there was some arthritis there. So the kid said to me, "What are you going to adjust, Dr. Pierce?" I said, "Well, it says right here, adjust the 5th cervical." He said, "It says don't adjust it." I said, "Well, there's no such thing as don't in my vocabulary. I'm adjusting it." And when I adjusted her, she got up the table and said, "Who hung dong?" And I said, "Oh, her shoulder's better." And he said, "I didn't know you can speak Chinese." I said, "I can't, but I can understand it." Isn't that what she said? He said, "Yeah, her shoulder is better." I said, "Well, that's because we adjusted the subluxation." We're going to leave the pelvis go till tomorrow. You're so full of knowledge now, I can't cram anything else in there. But don't be upset, because we're going to go over this again and again, and then I'll go over the notes with you. And then we'll remember back to the pictures of what we talked about. See? And then we'll have patients look. Lori, what do you want?
I just went on that prior view, the one you just had up.
Yeah.
Would you suspect T1?
Oh, absolutely. T1 is the next one on the joint. Next one. Huh?
Was that direct?
Why did T1 go posterior? Because C6 was subluxated. The one above it and the one below it started moving back. And that would be 5 and 7. See, they're compensating, but that's not a normal compensation. They're out of compensation because 7 should compensate with 3. But you notice 3 was also in trouble there. You know, from suspected. From that 1 second view, remember I said the kyphosis is coming here? So 7 was affected, that means 3 was affected. 6 was affected, that means 4 would be affected. First dorsal was getting affected, that would show axis was affected. You know. I mean, it all works. If you just follow these patterns, you'll find out how this works for you. Keep in mind, anyone in compensation is much easier to correct than someone out of compensation. When they get out of compensation, you have trouble. Now, all you doctors head right down, go out of the parking lot, go left, about a mile on the left, Dick Plummer's office. The office on this side, Rob will x-ray you. Well, he won't x-ray, he'll visualize you. Now, if you have any particular trouble, make sure you tell him so he can take a good look at it. You have a double PI. You. And Joey got a near rib. Hi. How you doing? The guy said he got a few x-rays for me to read. Brought his office. Here, let's look at it over here.
This is. All right. It's like bring it up. Well, I was just wondering.
lines off of them would meet back here, and the lines off the atlas and axis would meet out here. Twice as far out.
So that, what, is that saying then that the occiput isn't flexing on the axis?
No, it is. If it doesn't flex on the axis, then they would still be parallel.
Oh, okay, but between occiput and atlas then?
The atlas moves up to the axis. See, you're sleeping when I'm talking.
No, listen, I didn't know what orientation you had those three lines, where you were starting with there. But,
There's the normal, there's the flexion, there's the extension,
Okay.
is what they are.
so, just, then I want to make a conclusion. What's happening between the occiput and the atlas in flexion?
Well, listen to me one more time. The axis moves first,
Yeah,
away from third. Well, just shut up and listen. You don't understand. So listen to this, because this is the most important thing you've got to learn from me. Then the occiput moves away from the axis and takes the atlas with it. Here's the occiput. Then the atlas moves by itself towards the occiput.
okay.
Okay? Now you got that.
Okay. So then in flexion, the first thing that happens is the axis flex.
Moves away from third.
Okay.
Occiput moves away from
And the
axis.
occiput, and then if you push it, then the atlas actually tips at the end.
No, don't tip back. It tips up. You're like the medics. You want it to tip back to the axis. It doesn't. It goes towards the occiput. Here, where was that
Okay.
neurological deficit
I got it.
chart?
Okay.
No, you don't,
You
got
Yes,
it.
I do.
No, you don't.
The axis goes first, then the occiput, and then if you push it, the atlas
We're not gonna,
goes further.
you don't have to push it. That's the way it's supposed to go.
That's what I mean, it's force flexion.
And you ain't supposed to have to force the flexion. It just- There.
No,
Now, if we drew these lines, these would meet back here. And if we drew these lines, they'd meet over there. That would give you a lopsided Z, because these two would meet twice as far out as these two meet. But this does not go back to the axis. It goes to the atlas. Occiput, I mean. The MDs are the one that says it goes back to the axis. Right, Shay?
You got it.
oh yeah, I learned.
You want to be able to work tomorrow?
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Got that. Now that's the most important movement in the spine. Now you're hardly ever going to see it except in kids. Most adults don't have it. And if adults did the 5 rights every day from the time they was a kid, they'd live to be 120 years old. Because those are the exercises that make us do that. The rights that are in that book. Do we have one? Yeah, right there. Fountain of Youth. If you can keep this moving that way, you have the Fountain of Youth. That's the secret. And the more atlases are pounded from the side, the less chances you ever have of getting that moving. Atlas pounded from the side needs to be done maybe one time during the course of the care of a patient, if they have it. There ain't no way, you know, like I used to sit there and wonder when I was strictly upper cervical. Don't we ever correct anything? You know, here I am, been under chiropractic care all these years, and I still, every time I get sick, get pounded on the Atlas AIRP. And what's the listing of my Atlas after 58 years of that? Atlas is still AIRP. I mean, I don't know about other people, but I used to think we were nuts. When people thought we were nuts, I had to agree. But whenever you don't know anything else to do, what the hell do? You get disgusted and you want to walk away. Where do you walk to? I've only been 3 things in my life. I've been a paper boy, a sailor, and a chiropractor. What the hell? What, am I going to go back to being a sailor? I'm not gay, so they won't take me back there. Am I going to peddle papers? Oh, they're too heavy. People used to say to me, did you ever lift weights? No. No, but every night I picked up 2 paper sacks. So, you know, I didn't lift weights for fun. I lifted weights for work. You know, but I've never lifted a weight in my life. I hate exercise. Man, I hate that. You know, stand there and ride one of them stationary bicycles. I joined a gym thing. I went there 2 days. They want me to get my back under them bars with them up. I said, nah, that's for a jackass. It ain't for a human being. You know? That stuff is crazy. The rights are okay. They're easy. You don't have to lift no weights. But lifting weights, I did enough of that when I was carrying them papers. You carry a couple hundred Sunday papers, boy, every Sunday. And a couple hundred daily papers. And did that for 5 years, right in the most from the time I was 13 to 18. I used to make more money when I was a kid than anybody around. Back in the 40s, I was making $120 a month, part-time. Now that was a lot of money. But I had every job in the neighborhood tied up. She had peddle papers, and people had coal furnaces. And they would get these tons of coal. Hey, Vernon, you want to do some coal tonight after your paper route? Okay. I remember this one house. It dumped the coal here. I had to pull in buckets. And you know, when you have lump coal and put it in buckets, you don't get much in a bucket. You know, I had to carry it across the little creek on a bridge. Then I walked about 20 steps. Then I went up 42 steps. Then walked another 50 feet and dropped it in the coal thing. Then back down. Get 2 more. Oh, shit, is there a lot of buckets in a ton of coal? You know how much I get paid for that? $1 a ton. $2. It might take you 2 nights to put that in. Then this other guy. Hey, Vern, you want a job? Yeah, what is it? Well, we're going to dig out the foundation underneath my house. Now, here's a house that's 50 years old. There ain't been a speck of water hit that dirt in 50 years. I mean, that's like digging through concrete. I'll give you 50 cents an hour. Nope. I want 55. What the hell is this? You gone union on me? So you work 40-hour week for 5 extra cents. That's $2 a week, actually. But to me, that was big. Then along the road, I pick up all the beer bottles that people threw out of their cars, get 5 cents deposit. All the pop bottles, 2 cents deposit. Then all the other things that weren't no deposit on, break them up and into a bushel and get 10 cents a bushel for broken up glass. And then there was a gun club there. I was the head trap boy. Now there I made big money. I'd make $12, $13 a day there when they were shooting traps. You know what clay pigeons are? You know, you sit down in this peel box, and there's 2 of you. One of them sets the things here, and the other guy's back there. And there's 5 guys, and they shoot 25 clay pigeons each. And when you're back there, what they're saying to you is pull. But, the words they used was unbelievable. Caught this thing. And then this big thing swings around. When you're inside, what I used to do, and there's some sign, they're about this big round, I knocked the center out of them. So that when I went out, it would go. And this, they'd be pissed off. Sorry, that was a broken one. I didn't see it. See, they're supposed to think the broken was out. But then, after they do all that shooting, I would pick up all the shells and burn them, and I'd get them little brass things and put them in a sack and sell them. Entrepreneur. I made a living From the time I was in 7th grade, I was self-supporting. My dad never had to give me anything. I bought my own clothes, own bicycles, everything. But I had every job in town tied up. And when I went to Palmer College, I got there on Tuesday. By Saturday, I had a job. I worked every day when I was up there. Sometimes 6 days a week, a 48-hour week, on top of going to school. And when you people tell me how tough you have it, don't talk to me, because I've been there. I know what it is to struggle through life. But see, I had a mountain I wanted to climb, and I climbed it. Then when I get up there, I found out it was lonely as hell up there. Lonely up there. But not only is it lonely up there, everybody down below is trying to cut your legs off. So I decided to come back down. I come back down, and I built a 6-lane super highway for you young chiropractors to follow. And you know how many follow it? About 3 out of 100. Like, you kids from life are extra special. One time a kid called me from down there and he said, Dr. Pierce, I understand you're going to do a seminar down here this weekend. I said, yep. He said, you going to teach anything new this time? Now, what quarter are you in, boy? 7th. How many seminars you had? 1. I said, anything that comes out of my mouth will be new to you. I said, who the hell do you think you are that you can learn everything it took me 38 years to put together? You learned it in 1 weekend. You know what's amazing? Lately, when I do my seminars, I sit up here and ask questions. Instead of talking, I ask questions. And some of the guys have been coming to me for 10 years, can't answer. They don't know the basic rule. The first rule of my thinking. What is the first rule? Does anybody know the first rule? The very first rule that I teach you. Okay? Go to the gross area first. Okay? You know it, but you don't know it. See, so if you don't memorize these, and when you look at an x-ray, start putting all these together, if you take all these rules and put them together, there's not an x-ray that you can't read. Hey, he's pissed off because I mentioned your earrings, so he wore one today. I always see them earrings. Be careful. If your hair is long and you got an earring, don't be surprised if I come up behind you and kiss you right in the ear. He's safe. He got short hair. But on the other hand, I love short hair on girls. I just love short hair. So I won't know the difference unless I look at you from the front and see how ugly you are. I'd like to see you with a couple of dangly earrings. About this long that like sounds like chimes when you walk. I said, I'll buy you for Christmas. If you promise to wear them. You want pierced or non-pierced?
Pierced.
Okay.
Are they going to pierce them for me?
Huh?
You going to pierce them for me?
Oh yeah. I get a hot poker. I'll pierce them both at the same time.
Right through it.
You gonna shut that door or you gonna leave it open?
I was just asking, not to close, but I'll close it for you.
I will keep closing. I don't want Tom to get any of this information.
It's okay.
It's all right, he's got the microphone in the ceiling, so you don't have to worry.
I might go over his head anyway.
I gave a lecture at school one time. I turned Tom every color of white. It was funny. All the students were sitting there looking at his face. I had the room full because I told everybody in town I was going to lecture. I talked about the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, and the Easter Bunny.
Like a tennis match, everybody around that.
Anyone, what's your question?
Yeah, when you were, when we were, about the time we were going over that information there, you had mentioned when third cervical goes posterior, C1 goes inferior. I didn't catch if that was like a flexion or extension.
That's in the neutral lateral.
It's in the neutral.
Yeah. Whenever you have a third cervical subluxation, if the body's going to compensate right to it, the atlas should go inferior. And if you have a axis subluxation, then the atlas should go superior,
If you have a
or
posterior
superior
curve
plus.
and S plus atlas, then you got a compensation.
Absolutely. Anytime you have anything out of compensation, you have a lot harder work to do. Because anything out of compensation is when you adjust one vertebra and it adversely affects another one. And that is where you have trouble. You got that?
So then if C2 goes posterior, you wind up with a superior plus plus? Is that what you said?
Yeah, but C2 never goes posterior.
Yeah, that's the part I missed.
It tips. It tips posterior
rocks.
or tips forward, but it never goes posterior.
Rocks.
It only tips up or down. And if it tips up, that's the subluxation of, when it tips down, it's usually a compensation to a fifth cervical. But when it tips up, it's a subluxation. Very seldom when it tips down is it a subluxation, it's a compensation.
And when it tips up, that's technically posterior?
Absolutely, because when it tips up, and the atlas, you're doing this thing.
And then that's when atlas goes superior plus?
Yes, under normal conditions.
And if it,
If it happened to be, if the atlas is inferior with that type of condition, you really have a problem.
Yeah.
See? Then you've got to consider torn ligaments and stuff like that.
and if it goes anterior or tips forward, you wind up with a C5?
No, I said, no. Boy, this guy gets it all backwards.
Yeah, well,
If you get a C5, it usually tips the axis forward because that's a compensation to the C5. Now see, there's two things you have to do in chiropractic. You have to be able to structurally change the spine. And when it's structurally changed, then you have to make sure it's moving within that structure. That's the secret of chiropractic.
How do you approach a patient that has a fractured C2 spine?
That would make sense.
And she also has a kyphotic curve, it's probably been there a long time before that.
I'd probably go right after the kyphosis.
And the axis is doesn't go much forward on the C3.
Well, I'd have to look at the case. And how old is it?
It's got out about little bit.
Oh, well, then I'd wait a while before I'd do no heavy adjusting on her right away. I'd use instruments on her. But I've adjusted a third cervical by hand underneath a neck that had the occiput removed, had the atlas posterior arch removed, and had the spinous and lamina of axis removed, and I adjusted the third cervical by hand. She had chunks in her head, everything. So I'm not afraid to adjust anything. Now that day when I adjusted her, she had been sick for like 3 years. And I adjusted her, and when she got off the table, she started crying. And I guess I looked like a guy's about ready to have a heart attack because everyone said someday I was going to break a neck. I thought, uh-oh. Oh, but then she was crying. If I'd broken her neck, she wouldn't have been able to cry. So she was crying, and she looked at me. She said, "Don't be scared, Dr. Pierce." Who's scared? She said, "I'm not crying because I'm injured. I'm crying because the pain I had in my arm for 3.5 years is gone." It's like that. 10 visits, I discharged her. Never saw her again for 2.5 years. She had a job in Arby's, and she slipped, and she fell on her back. Everything come back. She come back in the office, and I re-x-rayed her completely. And I thought for sure it would be third cervical again. But this time it was fourth cervical. But when I adjusted her, I didn't get any miracle. But the next day, third cervical was locked. See, and I found it on the visualizer, adjusted the third cervical, created another miracle. And when I turned in my bill, when I turned in modest bills, it was like $500 and some dollars. The claim adjuster knocked off the $90 I charged for cervical x-rays. So I called her up. I said, I want to talk to Claudia. Now, hi, Claudia, this is Dr. Pierce. I said, first thing I got to tell you is I'm a crazy man. I said, I want to tell you that right up front. I said, I want to ask you a question. Why didn't you pay me for my cervical x-rays on this case? She said, come, good doctor. A girl falls on her butt, and you have to x-ray her neck. Don't you think that's a little ridiculous? I said, how old are you? She said, 22. I said, come, you snot-nosed little brat. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Don't you know that I've been in practice twice as long as you are years old? Now, I want your name and number, because I'm going to sue you for practicing medicine without a license. I said, I'm going to sue your company. I'm going to do everything. I said, but no, I don't think I'll do it. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the history of this case. And then I told her about what this woman went through and how her neck was all screwed up. I said, so what I'm going to do, I'm not going to discharge her in 6 weeks like I was going to. I'm going to put her on disability for the next 10 years. I said, how about that? I said, I told you he's dealing with a crazy man. I said, now, what do you say? You going to send the $90 here, or are we going to play the game my way? I said, don't forget, that's my favorite song. My way. Now, how do you want to play? The decision is yours, you snot-nosed little brat. Guess what? Guess how fast I got that money? I got that money the next day, UPS. You just got to tell them how crazy you are. Okay? Like when I go to court, everyone knows I'm crazy. Attorneys don't even like me to go to court. When they know I'm on a case, they'll usually settle. Because one day an attorney said to me, he said, Dr. Pierce, chiropractic and physiotherapist, that's one and the same, isn't it? I said, yeah, there's as much similarity there as there's between attorneys and dog catchers. I said, this off the stand. And the judge, he was sleeping. His class was down here. When I said, Daddy, woke up real fast. Now then, I have the guy in the same position he wanted me. He's angry. See, the thing you do when you're fighting anybody, you make them angry. And that's what they do to you. See, they won't call you doctor. And most chiropractors, all of them, they get furiated when people don't call them doctor. See, I never care what anybody calls me, as long as they pay. See, a guy's paying $500 an hour for me to talk, so he can call me anything he wants. I mean, he's earned it right. You know, he'll call you Mr. You're right down your face. And Mr. Pierce. Yes, sir, Mr. Simon. What can I do for you, sir? Just make them angry. So I made him angry when I said he was like a dog catcher. Then he come back and he said, chiropractic and masseuse, that's one of the same thing, isn't it? Then if you really want to piss somebody off, depends on what color they are. Either call them boy or my young friend. My young friend. If that's the best college you got in attorney school, if that's the best education you got, I suggest you go back and get yourself a Webster dictionary. I said there's a big difference between chiropractic and massage. I saw down in Atlanta, Georgia, right by Lake College, there's a chiropractic office down there. It says chiropractic and masseuse, a perfect combo. I went in for a sandwich. The perfect combo. This set's a block from me. You ever see that? It's right down the street from Life College. Masseuse and chiropractic, the perfect combo. Don't you guys see that? What do? Go to school with your eyes closed? But when you go to court, You just have to be prepared. I'm gonna go to court next week on a $1,250,000 lawsuit. I just love to go to court. One day I went to court, I got the judge's wife, the court recorder's husband, 6 people from the jury, and 3 people from the gallery for patients. I come out of there with 11 new patients. It's like doing a lay Educate everybody. You know, the guy will ask you all kinds of crazy questions. Like people say when you go to court, you better know how to do orthopedic and neurological exams. The only one I know is Valsalva's test, and I'm afraid to show him that in court. That's the only one I know. So when they ask me, Dr. Pierce, did you do orthopedic exams on this person? No, sir. Why not? Well, by the name of the stuff, I'm not able to. It says orthopedic exam. I'm a chiropractor. I'm not an orthopedist. Do you do neurological exams, Dr. Pierce? No, sir. No. Why? Same answer. I'm not a neurologist. I'm not qualified. Then, what do you do, Mr. Pierce? See, you're not a doctor no more now. You're a mister. Now, he thinks that's going to make me mad. I do a chiropractic analysis, sir. Turn the other cheek, Tyler. Let them call me anything they want. Then he has to ask me one more question. What's that? Now guess whose ballpark we're in? You know, if I get monkeying around with neurological exams, they could bring someone in that could really make me look bad. See, number one, I wouldn't know where the hammer was, or the pin. I wouldn't know where they were because I don't have them. But then I say, Your Honor, to describe this, I'm going to have to bring in some equipment. Would that be okay? Well, certainly. Dominic, bring in the TV, bring in the recorder, bring in my tapes, bring in the rulers, bring in the x-rays. The judge says, you better get down off of here. He says, remember, you're under oath now, but you get down. You don't have to stay up here. Get down here and tell us all about this. This guy here, I object. Overruled. You asked the man a question. He has a right to answer it. And, this judge was the best I ever worked for. Before we ever started, he said, is there anyone in here that has ever had any problems with a chiropractor? Or any member of your family ever had problems with a chiropractor? Because if you do, I don't want you on this jury. Because I have a chiropractor going to testify. This is the judge, not the attorney. And he said, I don't want anybody on here that's biased in any way against chiropractic. And boy, was he a good judge. He was just great. He just protected me all the time. You asked a question, and just answered it. So I'm taking 35 minutes. And I explained to him, before I can show you what's wrong with this patient, I have to explain what's normal. So you'll be able to make a comparison. And then I'd say all the things. And if I was talking about arbitrators or something, then I'd say that's really the name for them. But for you, it's a hole. You see this hole here? That's what we're talking about when I say arbitrator. And all this, and I showed the flexion, extension study. This guy's over there. I objected. I want to hear this. I'm interested in what this man, the judge telling him. So I got to explain everything. That's the day I walked away with 11 new patients. And we won, we murdered them. And I did everything to chiropractic myself before they had a chance to. Like every time they had a question, I would tell them the bad stuff about chiropractic. Now, Dr. Pierce, why did this woman have to come 110 miles to you? Why? Isn't there a chiropractor in this town? I was down in Maryland. I said, no. There's chiropractors here. I said, but they're them 3 times a weekers that crack people's neck and back without rhyme or reasons. Bring them in 3 times a week until they turn green. Okay. The next day, when I was the first one to get to speak, the next day there was going to be an orthopedist. I knew what he was going to say. And when he got up there the next day, he said exactly that. Chiropractors bring people in 3 times a week. But see, I already proved that I wasn't in that group. But he, hammered chiropractic. But I had hammered it the day before. I said, stuff's no good. I said, that ain't chiropractic. I said, that's manual manipulation. I said, but that's how most of them practice. That's why she had to come 110 miles. Okay? And then I showed her pre-X-rays. Then I showed him the post on the visualization. And then I said, see how close that looks to what I call normal? And that's how we won. We won everything that day. And the day after, the attorney who was on our side called me up. And he said, Dr. Pierce, he said, you are the best man I've ever met in my life. He said, I feel exactly about my profession like you do. He said, but you got up in a court of law and said it. He said, that's what I call a real man. And he said, because you did that, he said, we won everything. We won everything. But that other attorney was brought in from Washington, D.C. He was brought in special. And the two chiropractors, he knew two chiropractors, and they told him, he said, you're going to go to court against Pierce, and he's different. So whenever I walked in, he'd come over, he said, Dr. Pierce, my name's Frank, and I forget what it was. He said, I really have nothing personally against you. He said, well, I'm going to cut you a new asshole today. I said, well, Frank, I don't have personally nothing against you either, but when you walk out of here, you'll probably have 2 or 3 yourself. When I got done with him, he asked me if I knew anything about dermatomes, And of course, I have a few slides about dermatomes. That I do know something about. And he's saying, well, what does the S1 control? I said, it doesn't matter in this case. It's what controls S1 that matters. I said, in this particular case, her S1 was not the problem. That was the symptom. But the problem was coming from him. Now, and finally, he had a notebook like this. He just ripped it in half. And he broke his pencil in half and he threw it. And he said, I have no more questions for this man. And when I walked out, I walked by. Told you so, Frank, but that's okay. Next time you could possibly be on the winning side. But I knew I won because I had everybody on my side. See, when you go to court, there's 12 people sitting there. And most of them have very little education. And they like underdogs. So this guy's picking on me, see. And whenever you talk in simple language towards them, and then they understand you. And that's the people you got to convince. And I always speak directly to them. And I speak in simple terms. See, I'm the working man's chiropractor. So you don't see no diamond rings or nothing on me. I don't flaunt my success in front of my patients, wearing big diamond rings about that big, and driving Zimmers and stuff like that. I drive 76 Lincoln. I'm cool. But you impress people by being where they're at. Get down to their level. Every big word I used for the court, I would go back and describe it to them exactly what I was talking about, because those are the people that's going to make the decision. And those are the people that you have to convince that what you did was right. I have never lost in court. I just don't go to court to lose. If I think we have a loser, I don't go. If I know someone's cheating the insurance company and stuff like that, you won't get me to go. You have to subpoena me. And then if you subpoena me, then I'm going to be a bad witness. One time I had this patient, he was a cheater. And he was nothing wrong with him. I said, look, you will. Get out of my office. Oh, we're going to go to court. I said, how much did they offer you? He said, $3,500. I said, that's enough. No, I want $15,000. No, you're not going to get it. There's nothing wrong with you. Now, when I showed up in court to do this testimony, he showed up with a neck brace on. I said, what the hell are you doing, man? Where did you get that? I said, you just blew this case. So this same attorney was calling me a masseuse and all this crap. That was the guy. He said to me, and you told him to wear that collar in here today. I said, oh, thank you. Thank you for asking that question. I've been waiting for that one all day. I have never given a horse collar to any patient in my life. That man, I didn't get that from me. I don't know where he got it from. He does not need that. The judge come down with the gavel. Case dismissed. As soon as I said, he just threw it out of court. You know what he got on his settlement? $2,800, enough to pay me and the attorney. That's all he got. So an attorney called me up. He said, will you cut your bill? I said, yeah. All I earned was $450. It was a $1,300 bill. I said, that bill's 3 times bigger than any bill I've ever submitted in my life. I said, I'm ashamed. I said, now you give my part of my money to Greedy John, and I'm telling you and him, don't you ever take me to court again, or I'll stand up and tell everybody's cheap. That's what I'll do. I said, nobody's going to make me look like a bad doctor just for money. That's what I told the guy. I said, you make me look like I don't know what I'm doing. I said, no way. Well, he said, and you told him. Oh, I said, am I glad you asked that question? I said, why? I said, you'll see. Okay. Throw it out. Okay. You're never going to get me to lie in court for someone just for a few bucks. Okay. Threw the case out. He got $2,800. Now see, he could have got $3,500. And he walked away. That was $3,500 clear for him. But he was greedy. I called him Greedy John. He had the green fever. As soon as you get money. You know, a lot of times when you have cases, you'll find out that they do this. And then they want to keep coming and keep coming. And the adjuster will call you. And I'll tell him right over the phone, look, I won't say this, I won't write it, but this person's a chief. This person's not sick. I'll tell you, what's the highest you'll go to settle this case? Well, Dr. Pierce, we're willing to give him $16,000. Okay, here's what I'm going to turn in. I said, here's what I'm going to turn in. I'm going to turn in my bill to date, and I'm going to ask you to approve care for me for 2 more years. I said, but he ain't going to take it. And I won't bring him in either. So if you can trust me, I can close this case for you. So I say, and while we close your case, I got you $16,000 settlement. And I also have, so you can come and see me for the next 2 years anytime you want to. And he'll pay for that too. You know how many more times I'll see her? 1, maybe 2, and go. And as soon as she gets to 16,000, she's well. Because she wasn't that sick to begin with. But you have to know that you got that patient well by instrumentation and pre and post x-rays and all that. There couldn't possibly be any other symptom. See? And if you know your stuff that well, then you can do stuff like that. But you know, insurance people are not hard to work with. Insurance people want cases closed fast. And I'll go through this crap over and over and over. I'll call them and say, I got this patient. Is it okay for me to take care of him? No, it isn't, Dr. Pierce. It's not okay because they've had 3 years of chiropractic care, and that's all we're going to pay for. I said, well, suit yourself. I'm going to take care of the patient anyhow. Then when I get him well, I'll come back after. And then you can pay me if you want to, or if you don't want to pay me, then we'll go to court to prove that you will pay. The choice is yours. So all I'm telling you is this. You can pay now or you can pay later. But I'm guaranteeing you that you will pay. See? And then I'll go ahead and get the patient well. And then I'll find an attorney. And then we'll go to court and win. See? But basically, once you get them well, and you tell them that they're well now, they're ready to settle, a lot of them will say, geez, thanks. I'm sorry that I was rude to you to begin with. You're not like the rest of them. See, but the thing is, we're not fighting the medical profession. We're fighting the history of the chiropractic profession. That's what we're fighting with insurance companies. It isn't the medics. The medics have just as much trouble with insurance companies as you do, believe it or not. See, I know when my mother-in-law was dying, the surgeon would say, Dr. Pierce, I got to do something. I ain't allowed to keep her in the hospital. He said, they're on my back all the time. So I got to do something. You know, because I said, I don't want nothing done. Well, I got to do something. Otherwise, you've got to put her out of the hospital. I just want her to die. Can you kill her? You know. But they're on them just as much as they're on you. The only thing about the medics, they're just a little bit more together. And they're a little bigger. So they can't hit them quite as hard. But they don't like them either. Insurance companies don't like anybody except premium payers. They're great on liking, they like premium payers. They'll even call you up. Hey, Dr. Pierce, you got that new building. When are you going to come over and put some insurance on it? See? But when you have a fire, they have to pay you in 90 days. They'll pay you in 89. On the 89th day, they'll pay you. Up till then, they'll do everything they can to prove you're a narcissist. Okay? I had a fire. They had everybody after me. The fire marshal, everybody was out there saying, we heard that you set this fire. I said, well, if wishing it down makes me a narcissist, put the cuffs on. I said, but unless you can prove I'm a narcissist, don't ever mention that to me again. But I said, I wished that it would burn down, and it did. I said, so if that makes me a narcissist, then I'm a narcissist. But I had nothing to do with it. So, you have to be prepared for court. And the main secret about going to court, remember that everyone else in that court is only human. And if you're a specialist, then in that court, you are the only one that knows what you're talking about. See, they can't bring anybody in court that I'm afraid of. Now, if I start getting over in the neurological field and the orthopedic field, I would look awful bad. They could bring someone that could really snow me. But they don't have a chiropractor that could bring in to snow me. Any chiropractor comes to court to me, he's going to get his ass whipped. I guarantee it. Okay. Because when it comes to chiropractic, I know what I'm talking about. And I stand there and prove it, so I'm not afraid of them. But I am afraid of neurologists and orthopedists because they can do them tests better than me because I don't want to do them. I don't know. I learned them just enough for 2 days. I memorized it. And then as soon as I passed the board, I quit. I forget them again, throw them away. Not enough storage room in this hard computer up here to keep that garbage in there. But everyone says, oh, you couldn't get away with that in California. You couldn't get away with that here. You couldn't get away with it. You can get away with it anywhere if you can convince that jury. See? So it doesn't matter. I am not going to learn orthopedic and neurological exams and get in there and have them ask me questions that I can't answer. See? I mean, one time I went to court and somebody else had written all this stuff down, and they said, what'd you do? And I couldn't pronounce the words, let alone do them. You know. Now, what's this cervicalgia? What? Cervicalgia? I wonder who wrote that. You know, because I ever all write down is subluxation. Cervicalgia and all the brachial neuritis and all this crap. I thought, oh, God, I hope you don't get too deep into that. Because I have no idea what I'm talking about. See, because in my office, when girls do insurance forms, they make the diagnosis up. Because I don't know nothing. I should look in the book and give them a couple names. Something on the neck, something in the back. I don't know what's called. Okay. But just write them in there. So then when if I'd have to go to court on that case, oh my God, what's this guy thought? It looks like he's dying. Okay. Cervicalgia, brachial neuralgia, all these big names, 702 and 805. But see, I don't bother with that stuff. See, and when I got the new clinic, I won't take care of anybody unless they want to pay cash. I quit insurances, I quit Medicare, I quit welfare, I quit everything. I don't want to take care of anybody unless they want to pay cash. Now, it doesn't have to be a lot of cash. It could be a couple dollars, it could be anything. But I am not going to spend the rest of my life dealing with people like a Hillary Clinton. See, I don't want involved in that. I hope they leave me out. If they include everyone else, I hope they say everybody but Pierce. I don't want nothing to do with it. That's allowed. I've got so many lawsuits pending from Medicare, it isn't even funny. You're only allowed 12 visits to take care of the sickest people in the world. The sickest and oldest people in the world. If you're that good, why didn't they come to us first? You know, that's what a guy said. You know, I heard when you come to a chiropractor, all you need is one adjustment. I said, then you must be nuts. You've been sick for 45 years. But you know a guy who's going to get you well with one adjustment? Why didn't you try him first? You know, what is the logic to this type of thinking? You go to a chiropractor, you only have to go 1 or 2 times. Oh, good. And I'm supposed to take all this stuff and get you well. Everybody else fails, but I'm supposed to do it. No. You sit down and tell that patient how sick they are. If they don't agree to your terms, then don't accept them. That's all there is to it. Don't aggravate yourself out. You'll just die. See? You only need about 1 or 2 patients a week. So I charge $1,000 a week. So I only need 2 patients. $2,000 a week is all I need to live on. I can live like a king. I'm not like Randy Johnson, just got $20 million for playing baseball for 4 years. He needs a lot of money, I don't. 2,000 a week's enough. And there's at least 2 people in this world who will pay me $1,000 a week to come and see me. But I quit everything. When I move into the new clinic, I just won't talk to another Medicare person. Welfare people. I spent 40 years doing that. Somebody else can do it. I've had it. I'm just finished with them. I hope that they don't pay chiropractors anymore. It'll do 2 things. It'll rid our profession of all the scum in it. I saw an ad last night in the paper. No, I think it was in the, where was it? There's a check in there for $200. If you take this check, you get $200 worth of care. Yeah. What a bunch of, and here's another guy standing there like this. He's the answer to pain. Neither one of them could give an adjustment if their life depended on it. But they know how to steal. $1,800. I got a patient from Osteen, $1,800 for first visit. First visit. See, so you can give a $200 discount on something like that. This man spends $35,000 a month on advertisement. $35,000 a month. They have ads in the phone book like this.
You have to hold that thing.
Yeah, that's alone. That's about $2,000, $2,500, $3,000 a month. Any more questions? What you sent your name in? Oh, a phone book is for one thing, people. That's to keep people who's looking for you to know where to find you. That's all a phone book's for. A phone book has nothing to do. Is that enough? Can you see that? Well, I want you to see this good. We'll turn one back on. Now see, everyone accuses me of saying what the normal spine should be. This is straight out of Gray's Anatomy. There's your center of gravity line. Look at it. Goes right through the front of the middle of the head. See the curves? The only thing is they don't have as good a cervical curve in there as they should, but from front to back, center of gravity line. Right out of Gray's Anatomy. But yet, in chiropractic colleges, nobody knows where the curve should be. Well, there's 3 people that know. Michael, what did I say his name was? Leonardo da Vinci, whatever his name was.
Leonardo da Vinci.
Gray's Anatomy and Bird Pierce. Those are the three people that know where the normal curves should be. Now that's pretty good company. When you're in with those two guys, that's pretty good company. I hope I could be remembered as well as they're going to be. Now that's what a normal pelvis should look like. You have to get this picture in your mind, and you've got to remember that. And when you see a pelvis like that, you want to remember. You look to the ischial tuberosities. They're the same distance from the bottom of the film. You don't have a short leg. Femur heads, sacrum, ilium, tailbone about an inch up in the pelvic opening and directly behind the pubic articulation, and lumbar straight. A spine over here that's 22.5 centimeters. The normal lumbar spine is 19 to 22. So there's normals everywhere. This man is a patient that has double sciatica. This is his pre-chiropractic x-ray. I did this purposely to show you that the pain has nothing to do with where the problem is. This man had a reverse curve of a -26, and we got him well in 2 weeks after he'd been sick for 2 years. Now see, people who measure legs to find out when to adjust, what are they going to do with this guy? You know the thing about measuring legs. If this is your sole criteria, you can find a short leg on anyone. I mean, this is an objective finding. And you can find just about anything you want. All you have to do is just shift the legs a little bit to the left or the right, push up harder on one and you do the other. But the real way to check legs is to just lay the patient down and just pick them up and turn the feet in. That's all you should do, because feet tend to do this, so just turn them in. But you should know before you lay a patient down if he has a short leg. This patient does not have a short leg. Never did, never will. It's impossible for him to have a short leg. But we come up with all these theories in chiropractic that has no proof whatsoever. Just because you compress places and make legs do different things and put a cheese sandwich on somebody's chest and then push down on their arm, and their arm goes down, that means they're allergic to cheese. Put a cheese sandwich on my chest, I'm going to ask you for the mustard.
Dr. Fields,
Yes?
do you think it's invalid to say that you can get a short leg from a cervical misalignment?
Oh, absolutely you can. But you can, a lot of people have short legs. And the chiropractic will make them different. But everyone does it. Isn't taught in every chiropractic college. You know, I don't think when you go to school that you should have to take seminars like this. I don't think that you should pay all that money for school and then have to. You know, I think if they want you to learn what I have, then they should have me come on campus and teach it. I'd teach it for free. Because I like to help colleges, but more than that, I feel sorry for students. You know, my entire education cost me $1,535. That's what it cost me. Best bargain I ever made. Sometimes I make that back before 8 o'clock in the morning. See? Man, and then see, people say, why do I keep supporting colleges? Because why wouldn't you want to support something that gave you that ability? Now, you might hate somebody at the college, but that's immaterial. You must support your college. If you don't have a good college, then they could wipe guys like me out in a minute. See, people don't wipe out colleges. They wipe out individuals. So let's say all the colleges closed, and there was only people like me left to teach. They'd just come by one at a time and get the IRS on you and all this crap, and pretty soon there would be nothing left. This is why I support all the colleges that practices anything that looks like chiropractic. Now, you won't see me pushing someone like National College that has a president that stands there and tells that he's never seen any proof that chiropractic works. and that people should come to you and not ever get an adjustment, but they need physiotherapy. No, I won't support a man like that. I think he's nuts. See, but I'll support any college that's still teaching chiropractic. So, when you see something like this, there's different ways you can approach it. And one of the most conservative, least traumatic type adjusting that we have in chiropractic is Logan basing. And it's a fantastic technique. I have done wonderful things with this Logan basing. But I'll teach you a little bit. It doesn't take much to learn. It's just a lot of practice. What you would do on this patient is when you do, how many of you know Logan basing? Well, who taught you? I did. Okay, well, I'll teach the rest of you. This is the part of your thumb you use, the outer part of your thumb. And the pressure you use is the pressure that you can stand on your eyeball. See? Now, when you do it, you put your hand like you're going to throw a baseball. See, these fingers should not be on buttocks, unless they're nice buttocks. But the thing is, your hand should be off the buttocks, and it's just thumb. And your contact point, the best way to describe it is about an inch over from the rectum and an inch up. Now, if you're going to do a right Logan basic, you're going to use your right hand, and you're going to be on the right shape. But you're going to set on the left side. So if I was going to do this, and which side are we going to do it? We're going to do it on the side of sacrum base inferiority. And see, when the sacrum base does that, it goes anterior. Now, when Logan talks about holding the contact, they say it's gone posterior, but they're talking about the apex. Okay? So now they say the apex has gone anterior. This has gone posterior. See? So you get underneath here like this, and your contact is up into the sacrotuberous. I got some pictures I'm going to show you. Sacrotuberous and sacrospinalis ligaments. And you're getting under the sacrum with the idea of lifting it up. So your line of drive is up to the ceiling and up to the shoulder. And there's different concepts. You can start out with your thumb directed straight up the spine. But as you hold the contact, you slowly take your line of drive so it's up to the opposite shoulder. See? So it's called up, up, and up. Up to the ceiling, up to the shoulder, and out to the shoulder. Now, you hold a Logan basic contact from 3 to 5 minutes. What you do. Now, at the same time, you use your other hand to hold pressures on the high transverse side. That's one adjustment that could be used on this patient. Another adjustment that could be used on this patient is you will always adjust the sacrum on the side of lumbar body rotation. So put an X right here. And then put an X right here. Now on your double PI, did I have you put X's on your pubic arches? Turn back one picture. I did? Yeah, sure. On the pubic arch, you should put on both of them.
For the double PI?
Yeah, on a double PI, you put it on both. And this is a single PI. I mean, it's a double PI with a major and a minor, and they're so far different that when you adjust a major, if the leg, now see, this is where leg checks become very, very important too. When you adjust this patient's going to have a short leg. Now, when you adjust them, if the leg's balanced, then your job's done. But as this person starts getting closer to health, now keep this in mind now, as this person starts getting closer to health, that lumbar body rotation is going to come out of there, and what you're basically going to do is take the patient back to a double PI. See? But when it goes back to a double PI, this one will be smaller, and this one will be smaller. And you might eventually catch this one up to where it's equal to this. Now, if you do that, you're back to a perfectly balanced pelvis knife. So, by x-ray, if you still have PI, you would adjust that. Again, and when you do, this leg might become short. Then you know you're just about back home, and you would adjust it. So leg check becomes very, very important when you're dealing with a double PI that has a major and a minor. As you get them closer and closer to normal, it'd be possible that when you adjust this one, this leg would become short, which would mean that you're catching your PIs up, and now you're going to have to correct this. But in many, many times, when you correct a major, the minor corrects, and you sit there and think, I didn't even touch that. How did it do it? That's what you call innate. I mean, sometimes all you have to do is break the dam. And then you just sit back and take all the credit for all the grass 50 miles away getting water. You didn't carry it down there by the bucket. But when it got there, we hadn't broken the dam. So once you unlock the subluxation, and you go take a post x-ray, sometimes you just sit there and shake your head and look at your hands and wonder, how could they have done all that? Well, they did. Innate. So see, I know there's an innate, but I use it to the best advantage. And sometimes I just sit there and just marvel of what can be done. But how great it can be done when you do the simplest things right, and how innate won't work at all when you're just doing them wrong. Because now innate's fighting you. It's saying, look, I don't want no more of that crap. Okay? So those are the adjustments that you could use there.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
would you do the sacral adjustment first and then do Logan basic on the same visit, or does it matter?
No, if you're going to use Logan Basic, you don't have to use a sacral adjustment. I'll use the sacral adjustment over Logan Basic because it's faster, number one. But if a person's in a lot of pain, or if they're a kid, I'll go with Logan Basic because it's a lot better. Okay, what type of pelvis we have here, Ken?
Definitely a double AS.
Now this is a double AS. Do you want to tell us the points of a double AS?
No, A would be an elongated pelvic ball.
An hour, and we call it an hourglass or a
Hourglass.
haystack effect paper ball because it comes in. Okay. What else?
And, the B.
B. C. What's C?
That's our narrow obturators.
The obturators are very small. Okay.
And
How about
Cox.
C?
well, B.
B, I mean. What are those things that stick into the
PSS.
ischial spine?
Ischial
Stick
spine,
into the
yeah,
pelvic
PSS.
opening. That's what makes it have the hourglass effect. And D?
So our coccyx is, and the pubic symphysis is wide apart.
Way up.
Way up,
Okay,
yeah, right high
contact
in the
point.
ball.
You can adjust the sacrum apex, put a great big X over here, which would be a palm contact. You just get on there and drop the table, adjust the sacrum apex. Then go down to the ischial tuberosity, put an X here and an X here. And that's your points. There are so few double ASs in the world, it's unbelievable. See, because double ASs would be the bottom compensation to a hyperlordotic neck. And there's no hyperlordotic necks. A hyperlordotic neck is a lower cervical curve that's normal and an upper cervical curve that's actually going kyphotic, or posterior. So there's very few double ASs in this world. Very, very few. And of course, when you have a double AS, you will have a hyperlordotic curve. It'll be less than 19. What do we have here? Good doctor, what type of pelvis we have here? What type of pelvis is that on the left? What's G? It don't tell you there. You can't go find no help. What type of pelvis we have here?
It's like an INEX,
Which one's IN?
the left side.
Do you want to tell him the criteria of an IN? Boss, Rob, Chrisman?
Yeah, that I am gonna have a wider.
And how about the odd case?
On an IN, you can see, it's gonna be narrower than.
It's going to be narrow side to side. So do we have an IN here? What we have here, good doctor? On the right, on the left side, what is that pelvis on the left side? Oh, what do you think? An EX on the left? Well, this is an EX. Yeah, this is an EX. What's this? What is it? It looks normal, by God. Guess what? It don't only look normal, it is normal. Now, the other one is EX. So, Brian, you think it's so funny. What is the criteria of an EX?
The ilium will be narrower side to side, and the obturator will be wider, look like a circle like that, I guess. And the looks like the tailbone will. I thought tailbone would favor the IN side,
No, you're wrong.
but I was wrong.
You're
It
wrong.
favor the EX side.
Yes. Whenever subluxation first occurs, the tailbone will always favor the side of subluxation.
I guess it's
As the subluxation gets older and the sacrum base starts going inferior, then the tailbone will favor the opposite side. See, there's three different types of ways that the pelvis can get in trouble. One of the ways is the pelvis compensates to a cervical reverse curve. And it ends up going what, Laura? When it compensates to a reverse curve, what does the pelvis do? Goes PI. Then you get another accident. When you get in another accident, then the pelvis will go INEX. So now your pelvis will be PI, IN on one side, and PIEX on the other side. As this happens, the sacrum base will go inferior. Then you end up with a sacrum base inferior, lumbar body rotation, a PIN on one side, a PIEX on the other side, and the patient is gone as far down the road as he can go. And then the next step after that starts degeneration of the disc, spurring and so on down, ankylosis and so on down. But it all has a start. That's one way. The other way you can get it is you can have a fairly decent neck. And you don't have a loss of curves, but you go and pick up something real heavy. And when you pick it up this way, you know, like picking 2 cases of beer out of the back of your trunk, and you have one pair of clean pants on, and the car's dirty, and you stand back like this, that will give you a double PI. Then when you get the double PI from that, then it'll go in tie in the X. So you can get it from compensation, then having an accident. You can get it from heavy lifting. The other way you can get pelvic problems is this way. And this is from a fall. And this is when the sacrum gets involved first. So when the sacrum goes posterior, and this is why this will favor this side. What? It does this. Now I'm exaggerating. But this comes posterior. As that comes posterior, it slips the ilium off of the sacrum. And that makes this EX. Lumbar is still in good alignment. This is very easy to correct. This is where you would adjust the person right here. And you should be able to bring this patient back to normal with one adjustment. This is a fresh injury. This person can be carried into your office on a stretcher. You can make him walk out. This is where you look like a miracle. See, people, the more you can impress your patients, the more busy you get. If you get a patient in your office, you can make them walk out. Everybody hears that. And there's never been a person better than taking advantage of that than me. If I bring a patient in the office like that, and I know they've been injured, they've already been x-rayed in a hospital, and there's no fractures, I guarantee you that the ambulance can leave. Ah, go ahead, take the ambulance back, go get somebody else in the waiting room. And take the patient in, adjust them, and walk them out. And there's nothing that impresses a waiting room full of people more than that, is it? This case here, you see that. There's certain things when you see them in your office, in the x-ray room. When I was first doing all this stuff, when I saw certain things, I'd almost jump out of the dark room. Couldn't wait to get my hands on it, because you know it's another winner. You know, it's like holding the lotto tickets in your hand, and you're the one who's going to pull the number. So you just put yours in. But when you see double PIs, when you see a sacrum like this, when you see a fifth cervical, those things are all bread and butter things. They're all things that happen really fast. The results are great right away, just like that. So you see this, you're going to adjust the sacrum on the side of the X. And the rule goes like this. You will always adjust the sacrum on the side of EX as long as there's no lumbar body rotation. That's what controls your sacral adjustment. If there's no lumbar body rotation, you will always adjust on the side of EX. Okay, we're going to adjust right here then. Put our X there. Geez, it's only 10 o'clock. It's almost winter time. Okay, now we only have a couple more slides here, then I'm going to give you a break. Question? Question? Question?
Yeah, disregarding a time factor, would you hold a Logan Basic?
No reason to hold Logan Basic here. There's no Logan Basic needed here, Ursula. Mark that down. No Logan Basic here. This guy found the technique he likes, see. Now he wants to use it on everyone.
Get to grab those cheeks.
Now we're deteriorating again. Now we're starting to deteriorate. The normal side is now what, Ursula? The normal side, this used to be normal, is now what? It's now IN. Now first she said AS because she was strictly looking at what? Just the obturator. You never look just at obturators. And now AS has to have what with it? It has to have a what type of pelvic opening? A huge pelvic opening. This doesn't have it, does it? Doesn't have a high tailbone? It cannot be AS. So the only other thing that closes down the hole is an IN. But an IN also has to have a wide ilium. Do we have it? Yes. Okay. Do we have any lumbar body rotation? No. So how does the rule tell us to adjust? Where are we going to adjust, Mike Goad?
EX side.
We're going to adjust on the EX side. And the correction will be just as fast. You can correct these just as fast as you could the others.
I'm missing a page. I don't have a 24.
He's missing a page. You don't have a 24 either.
No one does.
No one has a 24. You have it over. Well, somebody goofed up again.
Oh, you know what?
One thing about my health, they're consistent. They are consistent.
Yeah, but trying hard counts.
Oh, hey, they're consistently trying hard and getting better each time. I have good health. I mean, if they didn't make a mistake occasionally, I wouldn't have nothing to talk about. They do that just so I will be pissed off, see. See, most of the people that are close to me, they think if I'm not yelling at them constantly, I don't love them no more. So they make me mistake.
But we gotta change that rule.
No, that's a standard rule. That's a standard rule. You ought to see poor old Master when I was teaching him the computer. I'm standing there adjusting, see, and he's moving the little hand around where I want it to go. And he'll get there. I did that, good doctor, but I've already got that adjustment done, see. I said, we're not going to live on our laurels. How about going to the next step? See? I'll do that. And he'll be sitting there watching, because he's trying to learn. And I said, we're going to wait for the next step till tomorrow. Yeah. This poor kid is soaking wet by the time we go through 100 pages. I said, Massey, you're all sweaty. Look at me. I did the work, and I'm not bothered at all. Oh, doctor, you make my head crazy. Hurry up, Master. We want to get to the cabaret. So, no lumbar body rotation. The rule's the same, just on the side of the X. Now we're going to keep deteriorating. Now we have a sacrum base inferiority. We have lumbar body rotation. We have a tailbone that's no longer in alignment. It's favoring the other side. It goes the other way. Then we have to change our rule. We no longer can adjust on the EX side. Because if we adjust on the EX side here, what would we be doing wrong there, Mr. Earring number 2? What would happen if I adjusted this sacrum here?
Make it more inferior?
Now, I'd make the rotation worse. See? So we change our rule and say when there's lumbar body rotation, you would adjust the sacrum on the side of lumbar body rotation, which would be right here. Okay, Jesse, you answered one question. Now let's see if you... What is another adjustment we could use here?
You do the PI or you use the Logan on this one too.
What side?
Left.
You could use left Logan basic. And now, as this patient keeps deteriorating, what will be the next step then, Lori? What will...
If the patient keeps deteriorating?
Yeah, he will definitely keep deteriorating. So what's his next step? The pelvis is going to go what? It's I and EX now, then what's it going to go?
Yeah.
It's going to go double PI. And then we're back where we started. We'll have sacral base inferior, lumbar. See, all three of the injuries ends up in the same place. But it's up to you to know where they came from. And you do that by looking at your x-rays and your case history. Now, let's see. Estes. What's your first name?
Kevin.
Kevin. Just like Kelly, huh? And Kelly and Kevin Estes. Okay. His brother was my very first intern, and we started tearing down the farmhouse. You'll never forget that as long as he lives. I had a real good question for you. Yeah, I forgot the damn question. But I'll remember it. And because it was a good question. Oh, I know what it is. How would you know by looking at an x-ray? What x-ray would you need to look at to tell us that you had a double injury, a cervical injury and a pelvic injury? and neither one of them came from the other. These are two primary adjustments needed here. How would you know? If you don't know, you're allowed to ask Kenny Guzik.
Help. I don't know.
Reason being, you had things that don't go together. Cervicals will be opposite the pelvis or vice versa.
Well, he's telling you, but he didn't explain it
In
clearly.
other words, if you
What
have-
happened, you would have a reverse curve in the cervicals. You would have a double PI pelvis, but you would still have a good dorsal and lumbar curve. Then you'd know you had two separate and distinct accidents. Just like the arthritic pool. Anytime you have two separate and distinct accidents, there will be something in between that's good. Always remember this. You can't have anything that's moving up or down that's not getting progressively worse. So if you have a reverse cervical curve, a reverse dorsal curve, a reverse lumbar curve, and the pelvis is still good, then you know everything came from upstairs, but they're not to a point where the pelvis is turned yet. See, you get people in all stages of subluxation. So anytime that you have something bad here and something bad here, but something good in between, or like in the arthritic rule, something fairly good in between, then you know you have two separate and distinct accidents. And you must what? You must work on both of them because one subluxation does never correct another subluxation. One subluxation can only correct compensations. Okay? Now we're to the bottom of the list, and we're as far down as we can go. Now this just shows you a total, everything's gone bad on these people. And that's all there is to line markings. And from those line markings, now you know how to adjust and do all those things. Now it's break time. Yeah.
This is the second time I just
Like the pelvis, I mean, you always say that if they're superimposable, then they don't need to be adjusted. So in the case that you don't have any body rotation, lumbar body rotation.
Well, the next question would be, did this man do a heavy lifting? See, you can have a perfect compensated pelvis and still be primary subluxation. Like you could have a double AS if the guy was a football player because somebody hit him this way. Well, you'd go ahead and adjust that. Now, when I say that if you have a perfect compensated pelvis, normally they don't have pain unless it's a fresh injury. Because when a person is perfectly balanced, even if their pelvis is wrong, if it's perfectly balanced, it's much better than a pelvis that doesn't look as bad that's unbalanced. See, unbalancing is the worst thing that can happen to a body. See, when it's unbalanced. So if you have a double PI and you have a reverse curve and the tailbone's in good alignment, then that's usually coming from up there, unless there's been a history of an injury down here. See? So if you have a patient that's in a lot of pain and is perfectly compensated, and you do your fifth cervical, and he's still in a lot of pain, you can get in no trouble by going after that double PI. So you would start out with a perfectly balanced pelvis, you'd adjust the PI, the other leg would become short, and then you would go over and adjust it and rebalance them, see? But here you're using your dermathermographs, you're using what the patient tells you, and usually when a person has a lower back problem, if it's coming from the cervicals, as soon as you hit the occiput or fifth cervical, you know, it depends on what's needed, or sometimes both, you're going to get immediate relief. And the secret on anything is once you get immediate relief, is quit. Even if you had other things in mind that you wanted to do, always keep this in mind. There's always tomorrow. don't do something and then turn around and undo it. And you know, all of these things were found accidentally. Whenever I found PIs, oh, I was so happy because I could change spines. Then when I found fifth cervicals, I was so happy. But I never quit doing the other things. See, when I kept adding things, that didn't mean I quit adjusting atlases and axes. But see, here was the thing. When I first found double PI pelvises, I would adjust double PI pelvises, take them right over to the side posture table and toggle their atlas. Until one day, I adjusted a guy's double PI pelvis, and he said, my headache's gone. I don't know, I'm going on a side posture table today then. See? Then I got a woman in from Florida that was beaten black and blue upper cervical. I mean, her neck could hardly move. And I've always been this way. If Laura adjusts an Atlas ASLP and you adjusted an Atlas ASLP, I'm not that much better of adjusting an Atlas ASLP. I mean, I've seen Dr. Steelwagon adjust something, I've seen Frank Wilhite adjust something, and the patient then comes to me. I don't adjust the same things they did because these guys are both great adjusters. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to fail like they did. And this is how I found a lot of these different things. So this woman came from Florida, and I thought, oh, her neck was so sore. You know, she said, I can't stand another adjustment here. I said, well, let's look at your pelvis. I looked at her pelvis. She had Logan base. She had double PIs. I did all that. In 3 days, her neck was better. You know, and then you start to wonder. Well, then you start knowing that over-adjusting's bad. See? Now, we got an old man in, 78 years old, isn't he? How old is old Pete?
78.
This guy had a brain tumor before he come to us. He had a heart attack before he came to us. And he had headaches every day of his life. And he had a broken neck. And I'm up there tapping his neck with the instrument stuff. We're getting nowhere. And he said, he had a double PI that was in perfect compensation. But he had no pain down there. Well, when somebody's that old, you have to beware. You're going to wake up some sleeping dogs. You're going to add trouble. So I thought, I don't know if I want to do them double PIs. But he'd come in and say, you know, it's when I sit, that's when I get these bad headaches. When I'm walking or laying, it's not bad. But when I sit. So I said to Rob, I'm going to have to do double PIs. This stuff we're doing ain't working. Let's go after double PIs. Now, the double PIs ain't had a headache since. You know, when you do those things, sometimes you're going to go over and knock your head on the wall. See, but that's why when you analyze somebody, you put down all of the possible adjustments they might need. You might put question marks by some. That means only if I get in trouble here. See? But you keep checking. So I was to a point when I found fifth cervical. I quit adjusting a lot of cervicals in. I cut them way back. When I started doing pelvic work, I found I could cut them way back on my cervical adjusting. I didn't know any why, but I knew I could cut way back. And then when I did fifth cervical, I would do the fifth cervical first, and then I'd do the double PIs. And see, I'd work with different theories. Sometimes I would adjust the pelvis first, and then lock it in. That's what you think you're doing. I adjust the cervicals. Then I got to a point where fifth cervical became the ranking number one adjustment. What I mean by ranking number one, I didn't mean I adjusted more numbers, but I was getting my greatest results by doing that. So it became number one on the hip parade. And that's what we used to have, the hip parade. So I adjusted fifth cervical. Then I'd do the double PIs. Well, we got this man drug in one day. And he's in the results book. He's one with all the medicine stuff. He has a picture of him. And he was so bad that I didn't even interview him. I just, the patient came in and said, Dr. Pierce, there's a person out there that's really in bad shape. Go give him my time. So I looked at this guy laying on the floor. I said, people, I'm going to do him next. You don't care. When I say that, nobody seems to care. Nobody cares. I say, well, I'm next. Well, you know what I'd say if they did, don't you? Right here, right. So I came up and, come on. I said, I have 2 diagnoses in my office. Sick and real sick. You're real sick, so I'm not even going to interview. I'm just going to send you back to the x-ray room, get you x-ray, then I'll fix you. So when he come in, I forgot that I didn't interview him. His x-rays are up, and as I'm walking across the room, I see that he's had a migraine. I said, why didn't you tell me in an interview that you had a migraine? He said, because you didn't ask me. I said, I always ask them questions in an interview. He said, Dr. Pierce, you didn't interview me. Okay. I said, why do you have a migraine? He said, don't worry about that. He said, that's not what I'm here for. He said, no one can fix that. I said, well, what are you here for? He said, I'm here for my lower back. I didn't have the mitogram for that. I said, well, I can fix your lower back. No problem. But what I want to know is this thing that I can't fix. I want to know why you have set a standard on how good I am. Tell me what's wrong with me. He said, well, see my hair? He had a crew cut. I said, I like crew cuts. He said, I know. I said, why the hell you got one? He said, because I can't comb my hair. I can't lift my arm. In fact, I can't turn my neck. In fact, I can't look up or down. And when I watch TV, they have to put the TV so high so that I can see it, and this is how I am. Oh. He had been to 72 doctors. I think the book says 60 because I cut it down. I didn't want to think I was lying, but it was actually 72. His wife was even sent to a psychiatrist because they thought she was driving him nuts. And he had been to 70 doctors and 3 psychiatrists, and she went to a psychiatrist. I said, well, the first thing we got to do is clear the innocent. How long have you been married to this guy? She said, 30 years. I said, how long have you been sick? She said, 3 years. You ain't much of a fool. You ain't much of a fool. Took you 27 years to drive him nuts. My wife did this to me in 27 days. You're off the hook, baby. Now it's between me and him. I said, Dad, she's off the hook. I said, you just met the man. The man who's going to get you well. And I have an intern stand there, you know. He told me, he said, I think you're nuts. I said, and he said, I'm an asset, Dr. Pierce, you know, the intern. He said, how can you stand there and say that? He said, you're either crazy or the greatest doctor in the world. I said, judge me later. So I laid this guy down on the table, and I adjusted his fifth cervical. And when I did, I wasn't that far out of my tolerance, and he said, my God, doctor, I'm well. I said, the hell do you say? Now, normally my procedure was bring up the table, turn him around, and get them double PIs. And the intern saying, do you want me to? You know, he's saying, do you want me to turn around? Hasn't your mother ever taught you when you're ahead, quit? So we got him up. I'm going to put him down for double PI, just moved away. I said, bring him up. And he got up off the table. He said, Dr. Pierce, can I touch the floor? I said, how the hell do I know? I said, could you touch the floor before you got the survey? Oh, yeah, I could touch that. I mean, let's touch the floor. He palmed the floor. Now, if you want me to palm the floor, bring it up to you. You think I'm going to bend over that far to palm the floor? You're sick. But he palmed the floor. And I said, well, that takes care of the back. I said, lift the arms. Turn the head. I said, I'll be damned. How about that? So I said, go on home. I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30 or something like that. Never came. And see, whenever I have a patient that bad, if I have a real bad patient and they're supposed to be one of my first patients in the office, when I walk in, and I'll say to the secretary, how far down? See, and I don't go by appointment. I just go. Sometimes it'll be 25 patients in the morning when I get there. I'd say, where's Phil Rettenhour? You know, then I go out in the waiting room if he's too far down the list because I'm too anxious to see how he feels if he was really bad. Hey, Bill, how you doing? One thing about me, I'm not afraid to ask the person in front of people because I know what I do works. How you doing? Oh, I'm great. But he wasn't it. But that's a different patient. One morning when the guy couldn't move the night before. Hey, how you doing, George? Come on, Doc, let's do the twist, stuff like that. But this impresses patients. But Phil wasn't there, so I'm waiting. He don't show up till 1:30. I said, hey, you're supposed to come in early this morning. She said, Dr. Pierce, when he went home, I made fried chicken. He fell asleep with a chicken bone in his hand. I put him to bed. He slept from 8 o'clock to 8 o'clock this morning. I got him up to come to your office, and he was too tired. She said he went back to bed. He was taking 6 pills every 4 hours for pain. He never took another one. So that day we x-rayed his neck, and he went from either a 38 to a 50-something, but from a minus to a plus, and I can't remember what the numbers was, but it was a total reversal. But not from a 17 to a 17. It went like from a 54 minus to a plus 38 or reversed. I don't know what it was. But it was a big change. And I thought, I wonder what happened to them big holes. So I x-rayed his pelvis, and they were gone. The pelvis was corrected. Now that really blew my mind because I love doing PIs because PIs for 20 years was my only adjustment that I could change spines. And it's a strange thing. Whenever you want certain type of cases, it seems like that's all you get. I mean, I got so many people that were PIs during those 20 years. When I think back today, I think, where's all my PI pelvises at? I don't have anywhere near as many as I used to. I was lucky if I get to adjust 3 or 4 pelvises a week anymore. And I used to adjust 100 a day. But anyhow, then I had to figure out, geez, fifth cervical cures everything. Because what was the biggest amazement to me is when I started doing fifth cervical work, and I have inferior atlases that I had done this to. I had headpieces specially built to get that torque in there, and I never in 23 years took an atlas from there up to there. No matter how I torqued it or what I did with it. Not one. And then all of a sudden, you're giving fifth cervical adjustments and you're taking atlases like that and setting them up like that. Then you start questioning. Gee, many Christmas, I can fix an atlas without even touching it. See? But I really wasn't fixing it. All I was doing was structurally changing it. If it was locked, it was still locked in flexion or extension, but that was something I didn't know at the time. All I knew is I could take inferior atlases and make superior atlases out of them without touching them. That made me happy. Because for 23 years I had beat them black and blue and never moved one. And once I found a way to move something, and that's why I was so excited. I mean, when you fail for 23 years and all at once you become a miracle man, it's hard to keep to yourself. So I went right to Palmer College. I said, I got something that's fantastic. I can show you how to change spines. Oh, you'll have to go before evaluation. Go back and build up your records. I went back. This patient who I monkeyed around with for 15 years, I took pre and post x-rays, showed the pre and post before, nothing. Now it's changed, dermathermograph reading changed, documented letters telling people how great it was. I went back to Palmer College with a group of stuff like that, set before this scientific committee of 7 appointed idiots. 3 of them knew me, 4 of them didn't. The vote was 4-3. I lost. But you know what? I'm happy I lost. Because if I had given it to the school, I would have never taken it on, and I would have just quit with it, And they would have just threw it into the curriculum as another move, and it would have been lost. But luckily, they didn't. They turned me down. Now, of course, the day they turned me down, I was sick. But every time I'm turned down on anything, I usually come up with something better. Even like the property. You know, I looked in I looked in Arizona, I looked in St. Lucia, I looked in Florida. I wanted a place so bad where sick people could come. Mostly sick chiropractors need a place to go. And here, driving around one Sunday, I found a spot that if I had to sit down and describe what I wanted, this spot's better. See? And I can remember how broken, oh, you ought to have seen the movies I had made and everything when I was going to do some of these programs. I had one movie made for Arizona. It was backed up by Penny Lopez singing Born Free. Then I went to St. Lucia, and I had a movie made backed up by Harry Belafonte singing This Is My Island in the Sun. Then I went to Florida, and I had a movie backed up with Somewhere in Time, because I had found a place that was built at the turn of the century. And this movie described how this place was built at the same time that D.D. Palmer discovered chiropractic. It had a fantastic movie, trying to get back, you know. And all these disappointments. And today, I came here, and of course, the 18 months I was here, I hated it. But it turned out to be one of the best moves in my life. And I think for some of you students, and that was the only thing that kept me going those 18 months, was the fact that I was changing a lot of your lives. And you would tell me how important I was to you, and that kept me going for them 18 months. But disappointment after disappointment after disappointment. But there's one thing about me, I never quit. I'm a bulldog. If I grab you by the ass, I'm going to eat it off before I let go. And, but all these things, they came from just things happening, like that one guy. Then I figured, now all we have to do is adjust your cervicals and we'll cure all double PIs. Well, the next 4 I failed. I did the 5th cervicals, then changed the pelvis. Then the problem came, why would it change sometimes and not other times? And the tailbone was the answer. If it was in perfect alignment, I can change them. If it isn't, I can't. See? So that's how all these rules came about. It wasn't something that I set down with a goal in mind. See, when you invent or discover something, there's an old saying, necessity is the mother of invention. See? And when I first got the visualizer, I had no idea to what it would lead us to. And when we got the first adjusting instrument, gee, many Christmas, if you look at the first adjusting instrument I got in 1988 and look at the one we have today, it's unreal. But it took the first one to get me to the point where we are today. But we have a system that's beyond my wildest imagination. And the things that we're doing are just scratching the surface. That's why this research place is so important to me. So that I can get out there and just work on problem cases and figure out what's going on. Yeah, Ken? Nothing?
No, I was adjusting my thing.
Okay. But now we're going to go through some slides and we're going to get to test your ability on what I was talking about. Let's turn the lights off for this. Yeah. Yeah, turn the light on so I answer your question.
Take early action on typical. PI, ilium, something like that. If a double PI, the other is one with like 2 notes. What I want to know is why do you adjust the second way forward?
And when they both go, the whole thing goes. They all go. All 3 things go. When you have a single one, it's a pivot point back here, but the pivot point's still back there. And the PIs go worse than the sacrum. See, the sacrum base has to be posterior, and you have to have a poker spine before you do that. See, what you're trying to do is you're trying to throw one adjustment into everything. Number one, you have to remember that sometimes only one ilium goes. The sacrum's not even involved. The other ilium's still perfect. But eventually, the other one will go. Then the sacrum will go posterior. But a lot of times, the sacrum will go posterior first, whenever the spine reverses from up here. Then you go double PI. So it depends on what grade you get in. When you had a double PI, is when I told you to adjust the sacrum straightforward. That was the only time. Every other time I told you just one side. See? So that's what happens. And you know, all these questions like he's asking are important because otherwise he'd walk away from here confused. Okay? And then make up an answer. And then it wouldn't work. In 1990, BJ was asked, what do you owe your success? Now listen to this wisdom. Results, he quickly replied. Results in getting sick people well put us where we are today. And we'll listen to the next thing. Not clever advertising, $200 free adjustments. Not smart business brains. Nothing but results. If you don't put results across, you eventually will sink. BJ, 1919. Now, I never read that book until after I named my book Results. Okay. And when I wrote the second books, I didn't know if I should say results to or better results. Then we ended up just saying revised results. But see, that's going to have like Buford Pusser, Walking Tall 1, Walking Tall 2, Walking Tall Final Chapter. I never want to write the final chapter. But results is what it's all about. You don't have to send birthday cards, you don't have to send Christmas cards, you don't have to advertise, you don't have to do nothing. My advertising is needle. I give out each patient a chiropractic and new beginning. That costs about 35 cents a piece. And I'll send a thank you card out for every patient who refers another patient. That's my advertising. And if you have a death in your family, then we always make sure you get a sympathy card just to let you know that we feel bad for you. Okay. That's all. That's all I do. Nothing else. And you see a person advertising a lot, you can bet he's not getting any results. He has to keep going back to the water fountain. Now you can only go to the water fountain so often, and then the water is dry. So eventually these people are burnt out and they disappear from the face of the earth. I've seen them come and go by the thousands of these people. High rollers. It never lasts. What lasts is a referral practice. That's what lasts. There's another normal picture. By damn, did I just copy them pictures out of books?
That's the one out of Graves.
There's a spine on the left that will live forever. The one on the right is going to kill you. When you get reverse curves, you're dying. You don't do something about it, you're going to die. And of course, this is Joe Felicia's degeneration chart. We have our own neurological deficit chart, which has about 100 and some pictures in it. Why don't I use things like motion palpation? Turn that light on. Because there is a fracture dislocation that is totally missed on a medical x-ray because it was in perfect placement whenever they cut the patient. The next day, whenever the spasm set in, it showed up. Now he walks into a chiropractor's office. I just been in the hospital last night, there's nothing wrong with me, all I have is a stiff neck, because that's all he had. He had no pain, nothing, just had a little stiff neck. Now, if you motion palpate this person, would you find taut and tender fibers? A few. Would you find fixations? A few. And if you went ahead and manipulated him, you know what you'd have done? You'd have killed him. So don't you ever take anybody else's word. You make sure you look at x-rays. Okay, now here's a person that had some spinal surgery. That, my friends, is a flat lateral picture. Okay, now we're going to start with some questions. Where to get you? What type of abscess does this man have? Plus, absolutely. That's a 62 degree. Okay, Now, he had surgery between third and fourth. Okay, you. How old is this sixth cervical subluxation? Approximately. Well, there's 3 vertebrae with arthritis on it. Well, let's count. It started at 6. Then it moved here. Then it moved here. It's already starting here, so it has to be here. So we have 5. So you have to assume sometimes. 25 to 30 years. Okay? Now, if we have a sixth cervical subluxation here, then what other vertebra do you think was possibly subluxated that we can't pick up on here? Huh? I'm saying 6 is subluxated because of the arthritis. Hey, it's not your turn. Huh? No. Third's maybe is 4th. So it will be affected, but we don't know if it's subluxated. Which one, since 6 is subluxated, we know there had to be another subluxation before that. He gave you the answer. If we have a C3 subluxation, when the neck is whipped, it'll never whip at 5, it'll whip at 6. And where did they do the surgery? They did the surgery between 3 and 4, so there probably was a slip disc there. Does that mean that that slip disc was the cause of our problem? No. Here's a rule. You can adjust a vertebra with a slip disc as long as that vertebra is subluxated. If you adjust that same vertebra when it's not subluxated, you will break the disc. And I've seen chiropractors do that over and over and over again. They did it on one fellow chiropractor in Ohio. This guy had a reverse curve. He came to me, I straightened him out. He was on an airplane accident and an airplane, and he went to sleep and jerked his neck forward. He lived 110 miles from me, and in his own words, I don't think you're the only one who can adjust. Right? That's true. I'm only one of the few that know when to adjust. So, he went to another chiropractor. The chiropractor gave him a Gonstead move in the chair, and he felt better immediately. So the chiropractor gave him a what? A good adjustment, didn't he? A week later, he went back. Most chiropractors think this way. If one's good, what's 2?
Better.
He adjusted him again, and within hours, his arm was atrophying. What did he do this time? He ruptured a disc with exactly the same adjustment that made the guy feel good. He came back to me, he's in horrible shape. I couldn't stop the pain. He went and got surgery. They fused him in a reverse cervical curve. They signed his death warrant. Still didn't help him. He came back to me by adjusting his atlas and rotating his dorsals. I got him feeling good, got him back to work. I didn't see him for a year and 3 months. A year and 4 or 5, 6 months. And Oz went up to Pennsylvania just in October. He said, I want you to come up. When you come up, I want you to adjust me. I said, well, I usually adjust most everybody at seminars. Oh, I want you to do me in private because I'm so bad again. When I got there and visualized him, his 4th and 5th was surgically fused. Now the 6th is fused to 5th. And his first first dorsal, instead of setting like that, is setting like that. That's how much rotating it is. And I said to him, what have you been doing? You haven't been in this office to see any of my help. What are you doing? Oh, we have a guy who's doing your work. I said, well, what's a dermathermograph reading's been looking like? Oh, we don't use that part of your work. I said, well, you know, the dermathermograph is why I started this work. It's the thing that lets me know if what we're doing is working. I said, I want to tell you something. This man is killing you. How's he adjusting you? He's adjusting my first dorsal, P to A. So what's he doing, people, when he comes straight in with a shot like this? He's rotating it more. I said, he's killing you. I said, you're dying. He got up off the table and he said, I'm sick and tired of you scaring me. I said, don't you understand I'm trying to save your life? I said, out, right there, don't ever come back here. You don't need me. You let them guys kill you. But don't come. I said, I saved your life twice already. I said, but I'm not going to stand here. Get out of here. Now this person has problems. They can still be helped chiropractically. Now here's a pelvis that is perfectly level. When you see a pelvis just perfectly level and see a scoliosis that bad about it, you know that there has to be a congenital abnormality. There is no way you can have a pelvis just perfectly balanced and have a scoliosis that bad. And of course, it's easy to see where it is. Where is it? Where is this congenital abnormality? On fourth what? L4. Okay, fine. Now, if we have an L4 this much wedge this far over here, where do we have to have another wedge vertebra? Eventually. No, they don't have mates. But it should be in the dorsal spine on the opposite side. See, otherwise this patient is going to go like this. So he has to have one wedge over here to bring him back up. Now, can we do anything about this, Laura? No. What's the best thing we can do for this patient? We can do what with his head? We can definitely get his head directly centered over the pubis, and he will live a happy, normal life. Of course, what else can we do to this pelvis? This pelvis is what? What's our pelvic listing? PIs, ASs, INs, EXs? What have we got? No, there's a question. IN on the left, EX on the right. Okay, your question. How are we going to adjust that pelvis? It's IN on the left, EX on the right. But that's not telling you what we're going to adjust. If we adjusted the sacrum on the right, we're going to make this rotation worse. See, you want to adjust on the EX side, but there's something else that goes with that rule. You will adjust on the EX side as long as there's no lumbar body rotation. If there's lumbar body rotation, you will adjust on the side of lumbar body rotation. So is that where everybody wanted to adjust, right here? Yes. Okay, that's where we want to adjust. You got that rule. Okay, RCC. Yes. Here's the patient. The atlas is off to the well. You tell me, which vertebra stands alone there? C2 stands alone? Is this C2 right here? Is that C2? Well, certainly. Then how could it stand alone if it's got married? It got married. It married the third cervix. What did the atlas do? What did the atlas do? No, it ain't nothing. What did it do? Did it stand alone or did it get married? It stands alone. It does. Where do you see any dark space above that atlas? I see a ton of dark space below it, but I don't even see the top of the atlas. That atlas married the occiput, didn't it? Well, then it's certainly not standing alone. Now this is your third strike coming up. Which vertebra up there says nobody wants me, I can't get married, I have body odor, I stand alone? Which one is it? Joe Pass no answer to this question. He thinks it's so funny. Let him answer.
C4.
C4. You know why he knew the answer? Yes. That's the only reason. You did like him. Do you see what I mean by standing alone?
Normally I do, but I thought it was there now.
Look, here's C4. There's all kind of dark space above it. There's all kind of dark space below it. This is 5th. 6th, 7th, and 1st were not happy with marriage, so they formed a commune. Now what does 5th look like it wants to do? Does it look like it wants to marry 4th, or does it look like it wants to go to the commune and live? Yeah. So which vertebra there stands all by its lonesome? C4. See, I don't know why. A lot of people have trouble with this stand-alone rule. And not only you, Joe passed, he missed it the first 3 times he missed it. This time he got it right, he thinks he's great. But he missed it the first 3 times. But does everyone see what I mean by standing alone? Because it's a very, very important thing when it comes to flexion and extension visualization. You've got to be able to look at a vertebra that just sticks out and says, I'm different. Now, of course, all of these vertebrae are different. None of them look like vertebrae. But they all found someone who wants them. You take, like I have a guy right in here that's sort of mentally retarded and doesn't have a good haircut. But he found someone that wants him. You know. Now tell me something. Why did you look back there? I'm talking about this guy. He got you.
Easy.
See? So I mean, even though this atlas is funny, it still found someone to marry him. And the axe is in 3rd. They're really deep into it. They can't even get a divorce. They're Siamese twins. And then this commune down here, look how colorfully they are. And 5th is saying, I want some of that. But 4th is standing there all by himself, picking his nose. Nobody wants him. See? Like Joe Pash. You know. I'm standing alone. That's the vertebra that needs adjusting. Now see, if you were going to Roy Sweat, poor Roy would have to leave you die because the atlas doesn't move. You know what? This person has a better chance of a long life than any one of you because she can't have what? She can't have an atlas subluxation. A person that has a fused atlas cannot have a subluxation there. And these other vertebrae are easy to adjust. The atlas is the toughest one. So she could live longer than anyone in this room. Except Lori. Lori advised me that I got her atlas moving. So,
You told me you did.
well, if I told you I did, then I did. But you know what? Yesterday when I was saying I was going to think there's one person in here that I've adjusted that has a moving atlas, and I can't remember who it was. Yes?
If the atlas is fused, it's not moving, so wouldn't that cause problems?
Oh, no. Congenital abnormalities never have and never will be a problem. Whenever you were given congenital abnormalities, you're usually given the ability to adapt to it. Okay? This body just doesn't do many mistakes. And whenever you see these things that come out freaky and all this, it's usually because the parents were doping it, or you don't have to be doping it. If you just take a lot of medication during pregnancy, you're going to screw up your baby. Because that line is a direct line from the moth to that baby. So when I've seen a woman who never would think of taking dope, but she took medicine during her pregnancy, her babies never lived. Because that medicine kills them. This is one of my failures. This is a patient that I pounded on the atlas for 6 months. according to my teaching of you today, do we say this atlas is in bad shape? Yes, because we have a nice space here, but we don't have a nice space here, do we? But you know what? What would happen if I would have adjusted this patient where I should have? Now try to visualize this. What happens when I take a curve like this and bring it back? What happens to this space? It opens up, don't it? So is this really an atlas problem, or is this a structural problem caused from this? It's a structural problem caused from right here. Right here, that's a structural problem. Now, I didn't do anything but pound her atlas. This was a way back in 1972, I think. Pounded her atlas. And I pounded it, and I pounded it, and I pounded it. And 7 years later, she comes in my office. There she is. Now that's what happens when you leave subluxation stay on a person. Is the atlas still in exactly the same position that it was? Now let's go back there. Personally, you're off the hook. You. How long has this patient been sick by the arthritic rule?
30, 35.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25 is up here, so we know it's down here, 30, 35. Somewhere between 35, 30 to 40 years, somewhere in there. Okay? Now just think, if I was practicing the type of chiropractic I'm doing today, what vertebra would I adjust instead of the atlas? Look at that arrow. That's a hint. This arrow. Oh, that's a hint. He got the arrow and he still missed it. C6. But see, I always take the first answer. C6 should have been adjusted. Yes?
That's because it's in the center of all that deterioration?
That's what we told you, wasn't it?
Yep, that's the baby.
And isn't it the worst this space? Hasn't it been there the longest? Yes. And if you didn't know it from that one, you should certainly know it from this one. Which one has deteriorated first? This person now has cancer clear out into the jaw, up into the back of the head, up into the brain, and in every vertebra in her entire body. Now this woman walked in my office dressed as good as this young lady is. She had lipstick on, her hair was done and everything. And you couldn't tell anything from the other side. Now how would you like to motion palpate that? And then give it a double rotor. You know what I'd like to see this one done? I'd like to see Rob give this one a cranial lift.
Ooh. Ooh.
You know what happens if you gave that person one of them cranial lifts? You just lift their head right off of the bottom. But see, that's what happens when a person is not corrected. Now, see, there's no doubt in my mind that if I had been the chiropractor I am today, I could have changed the course of that person's life. She wouldn't have died at 62. She definitely would not have had that horrible, horrible death that she had. See, that's how great I think chiropractic is if you do it right. And when you do it wrong, that's how bad it is. Do you have the tape and everything, Rob, of the people we did yesterday?
Not up here.
Okay. At lunchtime, Kenny, you and Rob, or do you have patients with us?
We have a couple, but not that much.
Okay, well, Kenny and, look at them all hide. Mike needs some big, strong backs. Have to go up and get our TV so we can do the things here.
Where is the TV?
Thank God we won't have to go through this. This is the last seminar we'll have to do all this crap. It's up at Vicky's in the Carolina Chiropractic. I mean, it's a big one. We got to get that. Rob, you'll bring the I want to adjust these people. Well, we can get, well, we have a side posture table we can bring up here, don't we? Just in case I want to do oxygen. If we have to do any pelvises, we'll just have to run downstairs. We can bring a side posture table up here. Yeah, that's what we'll do. All you have to do is bring the monitor. No, not the monitor, the PCR. Yeah, and the computer. And see, and then we'll do all the other adjusting down at the clinic on Saturday and Sunday. We'll do it down there where we have it. You only make him bring the computer up once for me to teach about it. I'll be happy when we get our own place again, so everything is just in order. But, okay, now, where are we at?
While we're on it.
Yes.
Some people didn't get it done yesterday, so those of you that didn't, let's do it at break.
Well, did you do 5 chiropractors yesterday? Ursula, goofing off, went out with Tony Duke. John Porter?
John Reader.
Oh, that did that. Let me see, Estes. A 6 cervical here is totally gone. What other vertebra would we suspect would have probably needed adjusted? C3, absolutely. And see how kyphotic it is and everything. This patient probably, what other vertebra probably needed adjusted? You. Well, I pounded that for years. Probably, but forget that. That's too easy. Everybody needs atlas adjusted. What other vertebra needs adjusted here?
You want?
Absolutely. 3, 6, and 1. And along with atlas. But those things should have all been adjusted, and all I was doing was pounding the atlas from the side. I was 100% wrong. And because I was, that's what happened. Okay, there's another patient after 12 years of my atlas adjusting. 67, 71, and 79. 12 years of adjusting, absolutely nothing accomplished yet.
I didn't understand why T1 on that one.
Well, there's a hole down there that you could walk through. See, when you go back over your files like I have, when I did all this different stuff and saw how many people you could have helped. My own sister died in 1968 from a heart attack at the age of 43, and she had a reverse cervical curve, 17 plus, minus, I know. But of course, I didn't learn how to do that until 1979. When I look back at those people, that if they would have had, I only wish that when I went to school that I had someone that knew as much about chiropractic as I do. And when I stand in front of some of these students and they call me Lars and all this stuff, you don't know how hard that is to take. You know, and how sorry I feel for them for being so stupid. When I go to Palmer College, I never talk to the seniors. I only talk to the lower classes. Because when a person's a senior, he is just too smart. There's no way that I can teach a senior anything. They already know it. They're going out there and fall on their ass. You know, I used to go up to New York. I used to go to all these colleges for free. And 1 or 2 students would listen to me, so I just quit for it. Them same people now are coming and paying $1,000 to hear me tell them the same stuff I used to tell them for free. But it happens every place. because you're sold on the philosophy of chiropractic. Hey, I can remember when I come out of Palmer School, you couldn't tell me nothing. It was Atlas and Axis, and that was it. But it didn't take long for the patients to tell me how bad I was. First time you took a post x-ray, you're standing there, you're waiting for it to come out. Then the patient says, well, how did it look, Doc? See that millimeter there? I moved down 1 vertebra, a millimeter. I couldn't see it out of here when I expected it. So they say, well, Doc, I can't see it, but if you say you did, I'll help you. You tell a patient, look, I'm going to get you well, da. Then you see him on the street 3 months later. How you doing, John? I'll tell you how I'm doing. Why did I bother? I get to a point where I saw a patient on the street, I just never said even hi. Because hi is short for how are you? See? Because they're stopping to tell me. Oh, I was blasted so many times it was unreal. Now what kept you going? You're making a lot of money, and every now and then, someone will say, wow, I feel great. I'm feeling great, but the bulk of it wasn't. Whenever I got down to figuring out just how bad I was helping approximately 10 to 15% of the people I came in contact with. But you'll hear Jim Parker. No matter what you do, 80% of the people will get well. 10% of them will approve, and 10% there will be no change. That's the famous quote. All you have to do is LLL, love them lavishly, and MTB, move the bump, and then let old NA take all the blame. And see, that's why we're in the trouble we are, because we have too many people stand up in front of you and bullshit. Bullshit is the word. When you have necks like that after 12 years, and did these people think I was good? I had 90 members of their family were patients. Okay. And see, when you're doing that many patients a day, you get to a point where you're handling so many people that a person can quit coming and you don't even miss them for 3 months. And that's not the way it ought to be. You should be looking forward to that patient the next day to see how good you did with them. But you really don't care. There's guys that say, I don't even talk to my patients. I just lay them face down, I go in and adjust them. They don't even get to talk. Great way to work. You never hear any complaints, no. And you're just stacking the money away. Now, why do people put up for this? Because a sick person is the most desperate individual that ever walked the face of the earth. When you're sick, it's like drowning. You're out in the middle of the river drowning. Hey, I invented a rock that floats. What would you ask for? You'd say, throw me one. Taking care of sick babies, sick people is like taking care of babies. You can take candy from babies. I used to do this. I give a kid a nice big lollipop, a big dum-dum, with the Tootsie Roll inside, with a paper stick. And then I'd give him a lollipop. I'd say, since Dr. Pierce gave you that, could I have one little lick? And innocently he'd stick it in my mouth. And I'd bite off the stick. Now when he pulls it out, then I give him 3 more. And then I say, since I gave you 3, would you give Dr. Pierce 1? You go to hell, buddy. I'm out of here. See? And that's why 87% of the people go to chiropractors who never go back. Even though they got some candy. Okay? Because they were crushed along the way. And these are all factual figures. It's not something I dream up. Because if we were as good as we say we are, We should be taking care of 97% of the people, and those people that ain't no good ought to be taking care of 3%. Then we decided what does a perfect neck look like. I was going totally nuts. I mean, I had people that were taking strokes and heart attacks and stuff like that. People that listened to every word that I said. They would come for years. There's one thing I have, is good patient control. That's what you call bullshit. When you're a good bullshitter, you can talk people into anything. See, it's only yourself that you can't talk into. When you're riding along in them big Lincolns and Cadillacs and you start thinking, did I get all this stuff legally? Or am I stealing? What is it? I got to change my life. I'm going nuts. I mean, nobody in my family went gray as fast as me. My uncles all had coal black brown hair when they were buried at 87, 77, because all they did was work on the railroad. They didn't have the problems, see? Because whenever you're not getting sick people well, you start worrying about it. And you start taking them home in bed with you. And you start having sleepless nights, and you wake up sweaty in the morning, wondering, is everybody going to find out someday just how inefficient I feel? And that's when I decided I better find out. And no one will know the criticism I've taken because of this. Everybody thinks I'm nuts, that you can't do this. But you know what? It's such a pride when I can see people that I trained, like my boy, bring x-rays in and say, Dad, I think I have the world's record now. Let me see. How fast did you do this? Well, I did it in 3 days. But it's only a minus 26 to a plus 17. I did a minus 17 to a plus 17. You're still behind, boy. Go back to the factory. See? How nice it is when I can see Rob and Maureen and Dan and Jesse and all you kids able to change those spines back. See, I hate it when someone says, I have a technique, but I'm the only one that knows how to do it. You know, it's such a unique thing that only me. You send the problem cases to me. The only cases you have to send to me are the cases that doesn't fall into the realm that I teach you. See, the only thing I can't teach you is how to do a congenital malformation, because there is no standard. See, I can only give you standard equipment to work with. I'll figure out any case you send me. But that's what makes me the teacher yet. But there'll come a time that you'll get to a point that you'll be able to figure them out too. But see, right now I'm teaching you how to handle 90% of the people you're going to see. Every now and then you're going to come up to something that's not going to fit any of the rules. You know what we have to do then? Make a new rule. That's where all these rules come from. You make a new rule. And when you get to be able to do this, then you'll be able to do that. You'll be able to reverse MS on anybody, given enough time. Now keep in mind, people like this have never been to a chiropractor before. They are easy to correct because they're in perfect compensation. When I get you students, your necks never come back this fast because you've been pounded on too much. It took me 9 years to get my own wife back, but it took me 35 years to get her back. So these are things. Okay, I think I taught you enough chiropractic. I'm going to let Kenny teach you for the next hour. Just some things that he does. Make sure you know what number I'm on, Kenny.
Question.
Yes. Yes. Turn lights on.
I hate to interrupt you, but I was just curious about that last slide you put up. Now, that was done before you, was that done by hand or with a instrument?
That one was done by hand with 1/5 cervical adjustment.
With a key dimension headpiece type thing, or?
No, that one was just done on a regular Thompson table. I didn't
Wow.
have key dimension at that time. One adjustment.
That's great.
Now see, how did I find out that one adjustment would do this? Here again was a mistake. That girl came in my office on Monday, and I adjusted her. And the first fifth cervical person I ever did took me 9 months to bring his curve back. But see, he'd been under my care for 20 years. Now, I didn't know that that stuff affected how long. She came in. So when I interviewed her, I said, Cindy, it's going to probably take me about 9 months to bring your curve back. Where'd I get the 9 months? That was the first guy. So I said it'd take me about 9 months at twice a week. So I always see my new patients the very next day, because I like to see. And I like to see them early in the morning, because I'm not a morning person. So I like someone to come in and tell me real good stuff early in the morning, because that makes me. See, I'm an Aquarius. I'm either high or low. There's one thing about me, though. When I'm low, I can bring myself back up. Now, these people see me in a low. One time I was going to abandon this project. Remember a couple months ago, people, when I was going to abandon the project? I was just going to quit and walk off the face of the earth. Now, nobody. Now, they call different people to talk to me. That doesn't help me. I don't need nobody torturing me. I just have to be left alone and fuel myself back up. See? And I fuel myself back up by listening to a sick person tell me how much I help them and how much they need me. Then I know that it wouldn't be right for me to just quit. But then when I get back in the project, none of them can work hard enough to keep me where I want to be, can you? See? Because I want it done now. And I went away to Japan for a week, and the project goes to hell. When I have the other guy up on the job, he doesn't utilize the people right. They go up there and they stand around because no one tells them what to do. You give me 2 days with them, and we'll get more work done than when the other guys are up there. And it'll be more fun. And we eat better when I'm on the job, too. Don't you? You always eat better when I'm on the job, because I go buy sandwiches. Because I know what you guys need to eat. But learn how to get sick before. And that's why I always bring the patient back the next day. So Cindy, when I brought her back the next day, she said, Dr. Pierce, I'm well. Now listen to my positive thinking. Don't talk so crazy. No one can get well with one adjustment. No, should I said, oh, that's great. No, because I had set a goal of 9 months, and who the hell was she to change the goal plans, right? Absolutely. So I read her with the dermathermograph. The dermathermograph said, great job, doc. I don't know what the hell do you know. But I won't adjust it today. Now on Thursday, no, she started on a Thursday. Then it was a Friday. Then she come back in on Monday. Doc, I'm really great. I think I can quit. You want to get sick again? Is that what you want? Now look, you're going to be coming twice a week for 9 months. That's the way it is. On Thursday, I'm going to go to Idaho to speak at a convention. I'm the first straight chiropractor that ever spoke there in 20 years, so I think go out there and be prepared. Because I got sick and tired of listening to him. He brings the same old pictures every time. Anyone can have 1 or 2 good pictures. So I get to a point that every time I went on a seminar, I would have a post-X-ray taken that day. So since Cindy was such a good-looking girl, I'm going to go to the X-ray room. Why? Somebody like you. So I'm going to take somebody like her. She looks a lot like Cindy. 23 years old. Everything's wonderful. She comes in on Thursday. Doc, I'm well. Okay. Now here's what we're going to do. I'm going on a seminar, and I explained to her why I needed a picture. And we're going to take one of you, Cindy, because you think you're so well. Now, I don't want you to be disappointed when I bring out this post-X-ray, and there's no change in it. But there'll be some, and it'll be enough for me to talk about, consider. when I come out of that dark room, and that neck was like that. Holy shit. I tell you, that was some happy day. One adjustment. And look at that occiput atlas axis area. Exactly where I wanted it, and I didn't even touch it. I go, geez, atlas adjusting by remote control. Wasn't that what I called it, Kenny, at that time? See, Kenny's lucky. He came into my life just about the time when things was exploding, right, Kenny? So
Just
he got
before
all
fifth.
this stuff step by step. And Kenny's one of my best teachers. Yeah. I mean, I feel safe with Kenny. He's one of the few guys that I would say, here I am, Kenny, making analysis on me. Most everybody else, this is what you do. This is what you do. Nobody makes a decision on this one. But that, one day, one adjustment, that's a miracle. 7 years of misery gone, and then people say, see, that's what keeps me up. You do that, no matter how often I do that, I'm never happy. I want to do another one, and another one, and another one. Never happy. And I hear people talk about playing golf. What a waste of a life. When you can do that, that's what you call a hole-in-one. Hey. And I never wrap my poles around trees and throw them in the lake either. These guys, I have a condominium right on the golf course down in Florida. My wife knows all these new words. She learns them off them guys. She calls them to me. She thinks they're loving words. You know them words when they take the club and wrap it around the pole? She never swore. Now she swears and she's doing all kinds of things, calling me them names. Because she heard that golf is a relaxing game, so any words you had to use out there would have to be love and stuff like that. We found the name for our project. You know what the name of our project is up there? Nirvana. Nirvana. That's the name of our program. That means peace, happiness, reincarnation. So under chiropractic care, what is my saying? Getting well under chiropractic is like discovering gold. Don't be greedy, spread the word. In my little book, Chiropractic, A New Beginning. So Nirvana means those things. Nirvana. Nirvana. See, I was looking for a word, one word, that meant what I wanted, like utopia, Shangri-La, but those names have been used. Paradise, they've all been used. Now, Nirvana's been used too. There's a rock group called that. But I checked with my attorney. It's never been used in the way that we want to use it. So it will be the We Care Chiropractic Clinic of Nirvana. Or Nirvana We Care Chiropractic Clinic. It just depends on how it looks on the sign. But the whole area will be called that. That will be the town, the smallest little town in the world. Nirvana. You like that name? Well, I don't know the rock group. Maybe we can have them back up my next table. Okay, Kenny's going to spend some time with you to 12:30, and then he might pick you up a little bit after 2 o'clock. Stiff neck. Now, he was at the Hilton Hotel. He hated chiropractors. He knew about chiropractors, but he hated them because of all the stories that were told. So he got surgery. He was in the Hilton Hotel, and he walked up 2 steps. That was temporary steps. And this man's big. He broke the steps, and he fell right on his head. When he came in our office, this is about how he walked, wasn't it, Ron? Couldn't turn his head when he talked to you like this. See, the accident aggravated a pre-existing condition. his neck was like a powder keg. Now his neck was fused in a kyphotic condition. Now see, the problem here is, he really should have two suits. He should sue their medical doctors who put his neck in a kyphotic position. But that's too far gone now. Now we're going to sue Hilton Hotel. And they're really not the total cause of the problem. See, he's in the same condition as a football player was with a reverse neck. He's lucky he didn't break his neck when he fell. But he has a neck like this, and that's probably why he didn't break it. You know? But this man is in all kinds of trouble. Now, they wanted to do a total laminectomy of every cervical spine, everywhere. And I talked him out of it. And he was feeling, what, 30% better last time he talked to me. If I have to go down and prepare this case, it'll take me about an hour to get this done. I'll get the stuff ready, and then you'll take it from there, huh, Kenny?
Okay.
Kenny will get it fixed up for me then. So Kenny will do some things with you till 12:30 in the front. You have to get the spine straight just as well as you have to worry about the curve. You have to worry about every part of this spine. Okay, Rich, how much head loading do we have on this patient?
I'm gonna say between 30 and 45.
Yes. Okay. Now here's another patient that was done in 15 days. Her curve is brought back, and you can see the change that's made in the occiput atlas area. But the change is really not made in that area. The change was made in the curve, which makes that area look better. So it made a nice structural change here. Now here's a girl with a front head loading. Now she has a superior plus atlas, but the rest of her spine is reversed. Now this type of patient is in severe problems. Because with this back, this much reversed, that atlas should be sitting here as an inferior, starting to go inferior minus. Now after we brought the curve back, the atlas is superior plus. And if you drew a line down here, you'd find out that she now has about a 5-pound backward head loading. See, when you're changing the body's balance, you have to change it completely back to normal. So even though that curve is back, now we have a big job to try to get that atlas back. Now, of course, we have a ponticus ponticus here. So, how long would we feel that this person has had this trouble? Yeah, absolutely. This atlas has been there for a long time. Now, this woman's a juvenile diabetic. And see, that's how you get those conditions, by having these subluxations that are that long. Now, if that's not corrected, her death is going to come from either the diabetes or a complication of it. Now, you know, another thing we're talking about, and anytime you have a diabetic and they get sciatica, they're going to have a much harder time with it than a person who just has sciatica without the diabetes. Now, this is my own daughter after 15 years of pounding her atlas. You can see her atlas is in horrible shape. And then she got in an automobile accident, and her neck reversed immediately. Within 1 hour, this x-ray was taken 1 hour after her accident, and her neck reversed. And the reason her neck reversed so easy, and you know what type of accident she had? I had bought her her dad's crazy. For her 16th birthday, I had bought her a 280 Fairlady ZX Nissan. And she took it down to the shopping center and got away from her, went off the road. When she went to get back on the road, she turned it upside down. So I traded in on a Celica Toyota. But that's when the Celicas was the very small Toyota. Today, a Celica Toyota is as bad as a 280 ZX. But she nearly turned the car upside down. She had a seatbelt on and everything. But her neck reversed immediately within 1 hour. Now, you see how bad her atlas is. With a neck that totally reversed, her atlas should have went inferior. But because it had been beat 15 years, You know, and that's what I try to tell you when these people think that adjusting vertebra make them loose. It doesn't. The more you manipulate a vertebra, the worse it becomes locked. See? And that's what the story is. Now, I brought her curve back with one adjustment. I adjust her within an hour after the automobile accident. Now, you know in some colleges they tell you not to adjust a whiplash neck till after 6 weeks. Now, a bone will heal in 6 weeks. So in other words, if ligaments and stuff are torn, if you wait 6 weeks before you adjust them, you no longer have an acute problem. You have a chronic problem that you might stand a chance of never reversing. The idea of a subluxation is to correct it as fast as you possibly can. The same way you would if you had a big cut on your arm. Let it bleed for 6 weeks before you do anything about it and see where you are. You keep a subluxation for 6 weeks longer than you should, that's enough to kill you. Okay? But see, people are so used to worrying about bleeding to death or stuff like that, they forget that subluxation is the silent killer. It's the one that gives you cancer and diabetes and all that stuff that kills you. So it's very, very important that you correct the subluxation as fast as you can. Now, my daughter's neck was 22 and a half. She is 4 better after I brought her neck back than she was before. Now, this was done in 1979. Now, of course, in 1979, we were not aware of adjusting atlases from the back, nor were we aware of adjusting first dorsals. Now, both of those things have been, I should get them pictures and put them in here, have been corrected since that time. Now, but of course, at that time, when I brought her curve back and it was better than what it was before, I thought I was done. But I really wasn't done. She had an atlas that's still locked in flexion, and she has a first dorsal that's locked, and she certainly does not have a good center of gravity line. I mean, when you see how we've progressed over the years, it's absolutely amazing. Now, here's a guy on the left. That's after 456 rotary breaks. Then I got him. That was from somebody else. Then I got him. I gave him 156 atlas tall. So now we have a total of 612 nothings. Because you can see there was no change made. Here's the same man after 1/5 cervical adjustment, after 2/5 cervical adjustments. This woman here, this picture was taken in 1964, this one was taken in 1979. Now this is the picture people always use to accuse me of taking 2 different patients. The same patient, only 15 years different. The adjustments gave her some false teeth. But if you notice 4th cervical here, and go over here and look at 4th cervical, you'll find out that this is the same person. Exactly the same person. Now, I had enough pictures in between these 2 to paste out on that wall, and it would be a perfect pattern for wallpaper. Because after 14 years of my care, she still had a reverse curve. This is after 2 months of when I changed my system. You know? Now, right here, earring number 1. What vertebra do you still think from here probably needs some attention? Now, keep in mind, when we're looking at flat laterals, we do not know for sure. We are just saying that we feel something needs attention here. Now, there's something that sticks out here like a sore thumb. What vertebra needs some attention here yet? You're sure you don't want to earring number 2 to help you, do you?
I would say
C2. Now, why would you say C2? Why would you say something like that? Because that's wrong. Now, Rich thinks that's so funny. I mean, it's amazing how these people like to laugh when someone else is getting picked on. So, Rick, What vertebra do you feel needs adjusted there yet?
C1,
C1.
and maybe.
We don't know that. C1 is sitting in a perfect position here, isn't it, people? Perfect position. It's sitting in there at an 18 to 24 angle, and those spaces are perfect. Now, why? Why would you even consider that you don't have no idea. There's nothing there. Now, what is the vertebra that needs some attention here? You suspect. You have reason to suspect.
Yes, the guy here, I don't know.
C3, why would you say that?
Mistake, I guess.
Yes, there's a big opening here on the flat lateral that's not supposed to be there. So, if it stays there, then we're going to find C3 locked in what position? What view will we have to take to verify the C3 subluxation? Absolutely not. Because if we flex it, how did you guess that one? It's either true or false. If it's not false, then it has to be true. For any of the above. Okay, Brian thinks it's real fine. We'll get him on the next slide. This guy sitting here laughing at everybody else. Yes?
Does that look like C7T1? Does that look like an open IVF as well?
No, that's not open. Nothing down there. Okay. Now, Brian, you better get over here where you can see good because you're going to get questions. But right now, we're going to this guy thinks we passed. No, we didn't pass. This is one adjustment. Now, this was a strange case. And it was cases like this that made me understand how fast chiropractic does work and how good it works without you. This patient was given one adjustment, and 1 month later she was checked, feeling absolutely perfect. Instruments said everything was perfect, but her neck still was reversed. And I tried to talk her into sticking around until she got the curve back. And she said, I have enough curves already. And she did. But she said, I'll come back when I need you, Dr. Pierce. Now, 2 years later, she came back. And when we took an x-ray of her, this reverse curve was back to normal. Now, I don't know when it happened during those 2 years, but it didn't happen during the month I had her under care. But it definitely happened. But there's one place on this x-ray where nothing happened. You want to tell me where it is?
In Oxford,
Yep. It's absolutely exactly the same, isn't it? So you can almost bet that there's a subluxation up there. Did everybody see how that area stayed exactly the same? When an area stays exactly the same like that, then you can bet that we're going to have some locks there. And Brian's going to tell us what locks. What would we suspect on this picture with that occiput atlas axis looking like that?
We'd probably expect occiput atlas to be locked in flexion.
And what else?
I think we'd probably expect T1 to be locked in extension.
No, I don't think we would. I think we'd find the axis is probably locked in flexion too.
Yeah,
Whenever you have a tightening up like that, you can almost bet that they're all locked.
So this one was not a distance to give the
I think it was Fifth Sherman. Yeah. Okay, now, a mic goes. This is the only picture we're interested in. This atlas is what? Is an upper cervical man with this is what?
That'd be inferior.
Yeah, it's a 5 degrees, so it's an inferior atlas. See, an inferior atlas is the posterior arches will always hang closer to the occiput. Okay, now she's a minus 60 here. This is 12 years of misery. No, she's a minus 26. This is 12 years of misery. Now that post x-ray was taken in 30 minutes. Now see, this is at the time when we were trying to have a race in the office, and at this time I had 8 chiropractors in my office. 8 of them. And we were in a little town of 3,400 people. 8 chiropractors working out of one office. That makes me laugh when these chiropractors think they have big practices, when they're seeing 300 patients a day, 3 days a week. It's 300 people. See, when you know when you have a big practice is when you see 800 or 900 people in 1 week. When we had that many chiropractors, we were seeing like 1,200 patients. We had 2 chiropractors that spent all their time in the dark. See, because in my office, nobody but chiropractors take x-rays. And they are the junior people. You take 32 sets of x-rays in 1 day, you spend a lot of time in the x-ray room. If this took you 10 minutes to x-ray each one of them, you're talking about 320 minutes. So you divide that by 60 minutes in an hour, you spend 5 1/3 hours in the x-ray room. That's a full-time job. It's nothing for us to have 5 or 6 new patients waiting to be x-rayed at one time. One day I had 16 new patients to be x-rayed from out of town. And I had the flu. And I was vomiting in between each one of them. And then I got adjusted. I immediately got hungry and went up and ate a quarter of a blueberry pie, a quarter of a peach pie, and a quarter of a red raspberry pie. And kept it all down on a stomach that had nothing on it for 2 days. It was great. It was absolutely great. But you know what? That was only one of 3 adjustments I ever had in my life. I've only really considered myself being adjusted 3 times. Rob gave me 2 of them, and my boy gave me the other one. And it was all done with the instrument. That particular adjustment I got that day was strictly for RP with the instrument. I had a headache that was so bad, and I don't get headaches, that just felt, as soon as he adjusted me, it just felt like someone took my head and lifted it off my body. It was the first time in my life that I could say that chiropractic worked on me. See, a lot of times you get adjusted in 2 or 3 days, you feel better. How the hell do you know you wouldn't felt better anyhow? How do you know that? Most of the time you would have. How many times have you got a headache and, got an adjustment and felt so bad after you week you just forgot about it? I can remember one time I had the flu and I called Dr. Whitehorn over to adjust me. You know, sometimes when you have the flu, you don't even need adjusting. All you need is you've been burning the candle at 2 ends and in the middle too, and the body every now and just says, you know, you stupid jerk, go to bed for a day. See? And if you don't go, it'll put you there. Because, you know, the healthier you are when you get something, the sicker you are. Because you're such a pain. If you're sick all the time, and you have a day where I feel bad, you would think, well, I would play golf. Because everything in life is relative. So the closer a person is to utopia, the bigger baby they become. That's why when you start getting patients well, they're much nicer people when they're real sick. When they get up here, well, you know, the other night, you know, how do you feel? Oh, I feel horrible since I saw you. Well, you think, when someone says a statement like that, you think they were horrible from the time they left you to now. Oh, what is it? Well, the other night when I was watching TV, I got this pain. And, well, how long did it last? Well, about, maybe 2 minutes. You know, so you make sure when you talk to a patient, and I've had them do that so often, how do you feel? Horrible. Well, explain that. Well, since 8 o'clock this morning, I've had this bad headache. Well, how were you Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Oh, I was great. See? They don't tell you that. It's not what you did for them yesterday. It's what you want done today. So you remember this, when you go into practice, you have to pull teeth. So you come in, how you doing? I'm doing great. So you walk down, great. Then you're reading the dermatherapist, then they start bitching about something. Now, wait a minute. So whenever I say to a person, how are you? I say, remember, I am not the guy on the street. I really want to know. See, the guy on the street, if you stop and tell him, and he says, how are you? Well, let me tell you. You know what? Next time he sees you, don't go across the street. See? So a lot of people treat you, there's two